Oh, were we
Hey
muted?
everybody, we are live. Um, okay, cool. Now we're actually live. Well, let's just go ahead and say what we were gonna say, only this time we're gonna say it way better. Oh, I wish there was a way to edit out lives, but you just can't.
No.
Happy Wednesday, everyone. If you are like me, today is a very important day because you have made it halfway back to the weekend. I don't live for the weekends, but I love the weekends. You know what? But Wednesdays are fun too. And we were just saying about how we, for kind of like the first time, I think maybe almost ever,
Probably.
we actually were both reading the same book at the same time. And she finished it before me, but I am now finished it. And so the book is called Zealot by Reza Aslan. It's a very interesting book about kind of like the time before Jesus was born, kind of that time in like that Roman society where there were a lot of messiahs and miracle workers and that sort of thing, and kind of like the messianic movements that were happening during that time, and then all the way kind of through like the evolution of like the Christian movement. But super awesome book. But it was interesting because we found out after the book that the author, you tell it better than me. What was she?
Well, the author was, I think, born and raised as a Muslim, converted to Christianity because also there was a move to like the United States, I believe,
Mhm.
and like getting rid of the Muslim identity and like identifying with Jesus and Christianity was like, I'm assimilated. Um, and then kind of studied his way out of the faith altogether, and now I believe is back to being a Muslim.
Yeah,
But in the course of all of the studies and changes and
because he
ups and
went to
downs,
school to
he's a
be
very
a.
critical thinker, and the book is written very well and very non-biased, I would say. I
Mhm,
think I learned a lot reading it. I've really enjoyed it.
mhm. It's just a really good, like, kind of ties a lot of things together. Because there's just a lot of good information out there. It's just kind of hard to sometimes put it into perspective as to like what was really happening on the ground and what was it really like to live back in that time period when like there was so much um I mean, persecution. It really was persecution because I mean, if you have like the Roman government like coming down on you as a society because of your beliefs, and you're not going to worship Caesar as a god, you're only going to worship Yahweh, and then Rome just can't stand that because all of the other places that they've taken over, they adopt their deity and they say it's cool, you can worship your deity, just worship Caesar too, and they're like, yeah, actually no, we're not going to do that.
Hmm.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it was a good read.
Yeah,
It was a quick read too.
yeah, yeah.
If
One
you're looking
thing,
for something to,
what were some of the key like things that you kind of took away from it, do you think?
well, you're putting me on the spot. I started a new book today, so it's been a minute.
What you is it a
And my book I started is about the Apocrypha, so it's quite different.
Oh, what is it? Which
The
one do you remember?
Apocrypha.
Oh, nice. You
Yeah,
started the actual apocrypha, like the whole thing?
apparently.
Is that like a 40-hour book?
Yeah. Well, like 25 when you put it on 1.5 speed, but
Wow.
yeah. It's
Whoa.
interesting to just hear some of the different verses that I'm not as familiar with and
Oh, yeah, that's
be
amazing.
like, okay, this is getting a little crazy. But it
Wow.
did kind of make some of the details of that book fade. I just remember thinking it was a really good take on what life might really have been like for Jesus as a human being. Um, and the idea that, like, understanding that he was a human doesn't make it any less compelling to like learn about necessarily. I don't know. It was interesting. What
Well,
about
yeah.
you?
Um, yeah, for me, I mean, definitely the same. Just thinking about what it was like with him on the ground, um, you know, in that time period. The thing that was interesting to me was I think how it walked through like the different biblical narratives, so like the gospels and how they kind of like evolved over time.
Mm-hmm.
So like when Mark wrote his gospel first, he was writing in the Roman, occupation, and it was kind of like, oh, they just like destroyed Jerusalem and the temple. Maybe I better not like, say all these nasty things about Rome. We're going to go ahead and like, and of course he was like speaking Greek, unlike the disciples. He was kind of in that Hellenistic milieu, if you will. Uh,
You love that word.
but I do
I've
love
never
that
heard
word.
anyone use that word,
I
and you use
learn
it
I
regularly.
learn a word and then yeah, just use it to death. But each of the gospels like evolve, like how Pilate like starts off like he's kind of a pacifist, and by the end he's washing his hands.
Right. And
And
none of that's even believable.
right,
It's like written into sort of
because Pilate was savage.
right.
He was just like, in fact, he got removed from that area because he was too savage for the Roman Empire.
So why would he give two shits about killing this other
Oh yeah,
like
yeah. I mean, he probably if he actually had an audience with Jesus, I doubt he even like looked up from his piece of paper. It was just like, yeah. Oh, are you the king of the Jews? Yeah. Okay, you're dead. Like it's like move
you've
along.
been accused.
You joined the other 100 that we
Kill
just
another one.
crucified today. But an interesting thing is this was an interesting thing. I'm going to share my screen real quick. If I got the right verse, let me see. And I didn't. Dang it! Hold on here.
Well, while he's looking up whatever verse he's thinking of, we are here for conversation. We're not here just to listen to each other talk about what we've been reading, although we do that a lot. But if you are here and you are a Christian or have a belief and you want to talk about it and have a conversation with us, you can call in using this link. You don't have to use your camera if you don't want to. You don't have to sign up for anything. You can just pop in, we'll bring you up, and we can have some discourse. So, oh, looking up more about Caesar.
Yeah, but I also realized that I didn't know how to spell Caesar very well.
Mm,
Dang! And I reinforced the fact that I'm dyslexic because I typed in John 15:19, but it's John 19:15.
1915.
I should just literally from now on, if I think it's something, just go with the flip of the numbers and it will be the right thing. So this is the part that struck me as kind of crazy. Hold on, let me or wild. I've made a pact with myself not to keep using the word crazy. So this is John 19:15, and so when Jesus is put on trial before Pilate, and keep in mind, John, of course, is the last of the Gospels to be written, and at this point, they're in Roman society. They're trying to make peace and everything with Rome as a group of people, and what they say that the Jews actually said is so blasphemous out of the mouths of Jews. Like I especially after like getting entrenched in like what was happening to them at the time. I mean, they were being oppressed by Rome. They've been just mocked by Rome. Pilate put like shields with like the symbols of the Roman gods in the temple. There's like a Roman eagle over the top of the gate into the temple. I mean, the Jews cannot stand this like complete blasphemy and heresy. But listen to what John puts on the lips of the Jews in John 19:15. This blows my mind. He says the Jews say, after Pilate said, "What should I do? Should we crucify him or not?" And John attests that the Jews said, they cried out, being the Jews, away with him, crucify him. And Pilate asks them, "Shall I crucify your king?" And the chief priests answered, "We have no king but Caesar." Forget Yahweh. Like their whole thing and the whole reason why they'd been persecuted for decades and really hundreds of years by Rome is because they wouldn't worship Caesar. They would only worship Yahweh. Had nothing to do with Jesus, like during those times before. But then John goes so far as to say that the Jews were
Oh, they
like,
proclaim it.
yeah, Caesar's our only king.
Yeah,
And it's
right.
like, what? Are you kidding me? Like, that's absurd. Anyways, that was just like, I was like, I missed that the last few times I read John. So, anyways,
You mentioned that you haven't read John as much, didn't you?
yeah, John was always tougher for me because since it wasn't like as like necessarily in line with the other gospels, and it was a little bit more like uh philosophical. I think it just like when I was a Christian, it just didn't really resonate with me. I was more about like the I don't know, relatability gospels, I guess more. I don't know if that makes sense.
No. Explain what you mean by relatability.
Well, like so Matthew, Mark, and Luke are the synoptic gospels, which kind of essentially means like they were kind of like the same, similar. and they're more like Jesus as kind of like what he went through, more of like a man type of figure. Whereas when you get into John, God is more, or Jesus is more God. And so the reason for that now I
I
realize,
see what you mean. Okay.
yeah, because John starts off right away. In the beginning was the Word. The Word in the Greek is logos, and the logos was God, in the beginning was Word, and the logos was with God, and the logos was God. And this whole thing in John about like Jesus was always there eternally. I mean, it ties it all together, and it really brings in like Paul's like theology that kind of he was going for. But now I realize the reason why I had the disconnect when I was a Christian is because during the time that John was writing, and the same goes for like Paul with his like elevated, education level in Greek and like Greek philosophy, was at the time Philo of Alexandria, who is a Jewish philosopher, was writing a lot about like Middle Platonism, and I'm not going to get into all philosophy stuff, but like he was talking about like this whole like the logos, the word emanating from God and like always being there, and it was a little bit more philosophical and spiritual, and so it kind of took this like shift that I just didn't quite understand at the time, but now it makes sense. Now actually I'm kind of digging John. It's kind of like that when you missed that sequel or something, and now you get to watch the movie again with fresh eyes. So it's kind of nice.
That's pretty funny.
Let's see here. Oh, okay, cool. We've got some questions in the chat. Is that your natural hair color? I don't know if they're talking about either one of us. We can decline to answer.
Yours is pretty natural, my love.
Mine's pretty natural. This is I dye the sides white though.
Mine is naturally probably as gray as that. It is dyed. It's probably a shade darker than my natural color that was before the gray.
Yeah, cool. Good question. Let's see here. Do y'all follow a certain denomination? So really good question, Skylar. So I was a fundamentalist, non-denominational Protestant. I grew up as an evangelical Protestant and then converted more to just like non-denominational. And how about you?
I was Catholic.
Right on.
Catholic only. Didn't go through a bunch of different changes. And then I was not Catholic.
Yeah, I stuck Protestant. I always thought that Catholics were an evil cult.
A lot of people do.
I still thought that Catholics would go to heaven though. I didn't think that Catholics were like gonna burn or anything. I just thought that Catholics put way too much emphasis on like religion and the processes instead of like
Traditions
the
and
relationship and the actual text, if that makes sense.
well,
But
they certainly do.
yeah.
There's a lot of pomp and circumstance, not a whole lot of relatability. It didn't always feel like I know a lot of people talk about their family and their church community, and there wasn't as much of that. It was kind of like you go, you kneel, you sit, you stand, you kneel, you sit, you stand, you shake the priest's hand, and you go home and you go about your day. Like there wasn't like a, I don't know.
Versus like the charismatic Protestant non-denominational was like totally the opposite. In fact, I actually went to a church. It was my brother's church. Now this was a stretch for me. I got it. I understood the concept though. But literally, they would like just play music and be like, "Sing what your heart feels." Literally, everyone would just be like, and it was kind of like a ethereal kind of music going. So I mean, you could kind of be in a concept of a key, but
That sounds
you
horrendous.
would have been a major
That
major
sounds
pain.
horrible.
Adele is a music aficionado,
Well,
or
that's
at
a
least she has
stretch.
really a good ear,
But the
and
fact that everyone would just sit there and just kind of
you could sing whatever you wanted to. And no shame on that. I mean, it wasn't speaking in tongues. I never actually did the speaking in tongues thing. Although I could have tried it. I mean, when you get like in that fervor of like feeling the spirit and you're really like, in the moment and you're really connected with what you feel like is like the spirit of God. I mean, I don't know that there's much I would have thought was, a stretch.
probably not. I would have thought that was crazy. But Again, very different experience.
Yeah, yeah, good questions.
Skylar asked about Eastern Orthodox.
Oh
We just had a
man,
good conversation with some
y'all, Eastern
Eastern
Orthodox is
Orthodox.
popping. It is the new hot thing.
Apparently, it's trending.
I literally have gone most of my life like prior to now was entrenched in the Christian movement, and really Eastern Orthodox never even popped on my radar. Now it's like just popping up
I
everywhere.
had to kind of learn what it was as we did our live streams because we've had multiple callers come in
Mhm.
as Eastern Orthodox.
If people have questions about it and you want to pop it in the chat, cool. If you want to pop up, cool. We've actually had a couple of lives. I need to actually I think one of them's posted and clipped where we had the full conversation. Another one we had to kind of cut short because it was at the end of the night. But we had another one recently that I haven't posted yet. But starting to get some good conversations with folks of the Eastern Orthodox faith because it is an interesting one.
You got to get all those Apocrypha, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of extra, like there's a lot more books, which I think is cool. I remember the first time I heard about like the Gospel of Thomas, and whoa, that was awesome. I was like, this is amazing. Just because it's just for me it was at the time it was kind of like new fan fiction, but then I was like, but what if it's true? What if some of this was the real words of Jesus? And I think actually part of it was
I
just
don't
we
know
don't
how
know
you can
what.
determine that, but
Well, that's the that's the $1 million question. Christians, if there are any Christians on that want to pop on up, we'd love to hear why you still believe. This is a safe space. We both were formerly Christians. We have left the faith, but we are definitely open to having conversation about maybe we made a mistake.
or maybe you just want to talk about what you believe in and have
Yeah,
this platform to kind of talk about that with other people who are maybe questioning or looking for, I don't know, their new belief system or their lack of it or anywhere on the spectrum. I mean, either way, it's a journey. So
there's a really good. I only read part of the chat comment about a person looking into Eastern Orthodox, but were told they were heretical. It's very interesting, and if I haven't posted the second one, I think that it might be look for it soon because it was interesting. The Eastern Orthodox person that came up literally started the conversation by saying, I believe in Eastern Orthodox faith. I believe Roman Catholics are heretical. I believe that Protestants are heretical. I
mm-hmm.
believe that such and such is heretical.
It was
So
like the first comment.
yeah, so it's yeah, the first comment was straight out of the gates. Everyone else is heretical. So it's interesting depending on so you must be of a faith that's not Eastern Orthodox, first then Eastern Orthodox is heretical, but it's the whole flip side of the coin thing. Um, Study the early church fathers. That is hilarious because it's like this person said this and everyone loved it, and then they didn't, and now that person's a heretic, and now they're excommunicated. It's kind of funny, but anyways, cool. I'm gonna take a sip because I also got a coffee.
Yeah, you did. You're not supposed to breathe in your spit.
Oh yeah, my bad. Mm. Well, folks, feel free to continue to chat. Not commenting on the war because I don't have access to enough classified information.
Also, just don't want to turn this into a political stream. Would much
Yeah.
rather keep it polite religious discourse.
Good question. No questions off the table. We'll just have to decline to answer some, but fire away. Nothing's off the table as long as it's not going to get us banned on YouTube.
Don't get our channel taken.
The mods will shut that down. We do have mods. Frog on a log. Let's see here. Oh yeah, okay. So also Skylar, get Skylar point for non-denominational. I'm biased. I still think non-denominational is the way to go. Sorry for everyone else that's not. But yeah, we were believers. I left the faith about 10 years ago, but I'm pretty old. So I was in my mid-30s when I left. And when did you leave?
A lot earlier than you did.
She didn't take as long to.
It didn't take me very long. Probably around college age that I officially left for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of questioning up before I was just like, it doesn't make sense. But I was raised with divorced parents, and my dad was very religious, and my mom was not religious at all. So I kind of had multiple influences to make me ask questions and think in a way that maybe somebody who is fully immersed in some kind of a church believing household wouldn't have been exposed to as quickly. And now my mom never tried to influence my belief when I got baptized. She was supportive. Um, but that doesn't mean that she didn't like offer another perspective that eventually became meaningful. So,
Yeah, I was leading worship band, or actually part-time leading worship band. I was mostly a drummer. Um, had a couple of Bible studies that I was part of when I was leading, and then I was a Sunday school teacher. So that was tricky. That was a tricky peel away situation
oh,
for
to
me
get out of
to
it,
get out of it.
you were
Yeah,
very entrenched. Yeah.
yeah. But it wasn't a thing where it was like all of a sudden it was like one day I woke up and I was like, wow, you know what? No
I'm
more
done.
God. I'm just done with this. It was like, no, it took, I had a moment where all of the things that had kind of been building over time, uh, I had something that I was struggling with and wrestling with. Um, and then when I stepped back away and I said, wait a minute, what about all those other things that I just kind of like swept under the rug's not the right word because
Just kind of like let let it be. Like I'm not going to dig any deeper.
yeah, or tried to like resolve. I tried to because you know me, I'm obsessive. So like if I have something that's bothering me or I can't figure out, I'm like going to go down the rabbit hole until I figure it out. So what I would do is I would just read every single possible Christian perspective of why the thing that I'm having a hard time understanding is true from a Christian perspective. And then once I had enough reasons from the Christian perspective that the thing was true, then I would be like, okay, I can move on. And then I would just push it to the side. Well, then I was doing that with so many things over the course of time because I was one of those dorks that actually like kept reading the Bible and kept trying to study in and doing all these things. And as I did, I was coming across things that were concerning and troubling in terms of like, whether it's I mean, contradictions are easy, but it's like theological issues, theological contradictions,
Bad science.
narrative, bad science narratives, failed prophecies, all these sort of things. I was finding like the Christian reasons why they were like why I was wrong and they were still true. And then the problem is when I finally got to a point where I was like, wait a minute, but this thing I couldn't get past. And then I was like, but wait a minute, what if all those things I didn't have to spend hours and hours and hours trying to reconcile and I just realized, whoa, those are actually just kind of silly. There is a perfectly logical explanation. It's just remove God from that equation. And then all of a sudden it was just like, oh, dang it. And then I was like,
And then you just
and
kept doing that.
and then of course I have to go back and relook at all of those things again with the lens of not trying to bias it intentionally, and then it was just a completely different world. It was terrifying, but at the same time kind of freeing, although I went through a whole crisis of not then having a purpose in life, um, which was the next terrifying thing. It's definitely a journey for anyone who's been through that. If there's anyone on here who's been through that, so yeah, so good questions. Oh, here's an interesting question. Do y'all want to live as y'all want? Not much about belief. This is not a loop video, although I don't know what that means.
No, we are not on a loop.
Oh yeah, we're not on a loop. Nope. So
No,
I don't know how to do that if I could.
we're sitting here. I can touch him. I can see you.
I have 5 fingers. I'm not AI.
I can see the chat. Uh, but anyway, Drip and Oil was the one asking if we want to live just. So I think because there becomes a lot of conversation with atheists about, well, how do you know what's good and evil? How do you find your morals? What is your purpose? How do you even have a purpose if it's not to like worship a god? And I can see where those come from, although now as a non-believer, it kind of seems obvious to me, but like we live based on our learned experiences, and as we learn and maybe our viewpoints change, we make some adjustments, maybe I don't know, just kind of do less harm, take care of the people around you. Uh
Yeah, I think like at least for me, I was taught at the core that humanity is inherently evil because of um we didn't really say original sin in the Protestant side of things, but like at least my family kind of still had that concept where it's like humans are naturally evil. Well, Roman or Paul, right? For all of sin and come short of and fallen short of the glory of God. I think that's 323. Um, and so, like in my brain, it was like without God, we're all like evil. So once we remove God from the equation, now instantly, like I'm evil. And honestly, I really did go through that mentally when I first left the faith. I really was like, well, I've got no one now to tell me
What I can
what's
and can't do.
wrong. I am going to do horrible things now. Like literally, and it was really a weird deal. I hate to even say this because I've heard people say, if I were to leave the faith, I would just like go be a horrible person. And truth be told, there was like a short time period there where that was my mentality, because when you've been raised for 35 years to think that, when all of a sudden God's removed from the equation, mentally you're kind of like, well, now I can just do whatever I want. And if I want to take that thing, no one can stop me. But then you kind of realize after a minute, it didn't take me long. Hopefully, it's because I have higher emotional intelligence. But it's like I can go take that thing from that person, but
But I don't really
but
want to. Why would I
but
do that?
that makes me kind of feel bad. And then I'm like, but wait a minute, I am not supposed to have a conscience. I no longer have the Holy Spirit. And then it's like, yeah, definitely I don't have the Holy Spirit. So why do I want to do that? And then I realized, well, because that's just mean. Like that would make me feel bad if I did that. I mean, the golden rule goes all the way back to way before Jesus. I mean, it's in the
Hmm.
Old Testament in Leviticus, and before that, it's even in like other mythologies. Just I don't know. It just didn't make sense. So then eventually, I actually became more of a humanitarian because instead of doing things because I felt like I kind of had to, like I'm a little bit rebellious, so like I was always like, "Oh, I can't do this because God will be mad." But now it's like, "Okay, I'm not going to do that because it's not the right thing to do, and I want humanity to like, you know, be a happier place to live for everybody." I'm doing it for people, and I'm doing it for myself and my family instead of because I'm doing it
Because,
out of
yeah,
obligation to a
obligation or
deity.
fear.
Right. And I could,
Um,
yeah.
Doc, Drip and Oil. I don't know if you were saying open convo as in like open it up, but if you want to call up and
Hmm.
talk to us, we'd love that.
Hmm.
Just go to this link and you can enter your name. You don't have to do
Yeah.
video if you don't want to. But yeah, this is definitely an open convo. We would love for someone to come up and have an actual conversation.
Yeah.
Um, and then Skylar asked if we believe in objective morality. I do not. I don't think that there are objective morals. I think everything's subjective. And I don't think that if there were objective morals that I would find them in the Bible, that's for sure. Uh
Really good question, Skylar. And Skylar elaborated on that and wondered if we could call something bad. And I appreciate you clarifying that it is a mystery, and I totally understand. It was definitely a mystery to me too. It looks like we do have someone in the box here, but I'll answer this real quick, and then it looks like we're bringing up. It's a little
might
ways.
Greg
I
maybe?
think it might be Greg. It's a ways away for me to see, but when we bring you up, we'll clarify. But Skylar, to answer your question, because I totally understand. Um, it's interesting because when you're raised, or maybe if you fall into it, maybe you weren't raised this way. I was raised this way, to have a set belief system, right, based off of the Bible. And it was a comfort a little bit, right, because I felt like, well, you know what, these are the rules, this is what God wants, and God is love. So if I follow these rules, I'm helping God, I'm helping people, and it kind of creates like a framework. The interesting thing is that once that is removed, then you do have to start applying logic and reason to things. And what I've noticed is when you look at some of like the late Bronze Age rules that were written in like the Old Testament, which is the laws of Moses, that Jesus said we should still continue to follow. We can go into the whole Paul thing later.
Hmm.
But
Paul and Jesus do not always agree.
but what's interesting is when you say objective morals, what you mean is you're following something given to you by a mind, and that mind is subjective. So when God says you can like own slaves in the Old Testament, I would say, you know what? Even back then, I don't think people as property is cool. So, like, to me, if I went back then, like, time traveled, and the book said, here's how you get slaves and you are to have slaves from the
Hmm.
nations around you, I would just be like, you know, that's not for me. I'm not going to obey these. You call them objective. I call them subjective to Yahweh morals. I'd rather go with my subjective to my reason based off of all the information we have now. And I feel like we have so much more as a humanity than we did back then. But anyways, good question though. Okay, so
Let's
let's go
see
ahead and
if
bring
this
up.
is actually Greg
Yep,
or if
yep,
we're
yep.
seeing things.
Hello, is this? Are you over 18?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is this Greg? Can we see that right?
Yeah, my name is Greg.
All right, Greg. Thanks for popping up here. Um, yeah, I mean, this is kind of an open forum a little bit. We're obviously interested in hearing from like a Christian perspective, why folks, still believe. What's your best reasons, I guess, for your continued faith in Christianity?
Well, we know for sure Jesus Christ was real. Most scholars agree that he was a real historical person. And the testimonies I think are reliable, and his teachings they just make sense, to me. He predicted the temple would be destroyed, and what do you know, 70 years later the temple would be destroyed by the Romans. Um So yeah, I just think Jesus is reliable, everything is reliable. No. But yeah.
No, that's very cool. So okay, so you had a few things there. So one was
A lot of testimonies.
yep, the testimony. I think we both would agree with you. Like, obviously, we weren't there, right? But I think that there's enough evidence to say that Jesus was a real person.
I agree. I'm not a mythicist. I don't think that it's all made up. I think he was a real human being in history.
I think, and if it ever helps your cause, Greg, or any other Christians on the line here, the best argument for a real Jesus to me is that the Jewish historian Josephus. Now, there's some sections in his
And the
his
Roman one, right?
Yeah, yeah, yep. Yep, Flavius Josephus. Yep. So he was he was Jewish, but then he was under Roman control essentially, but writing the Jewish histories. And he
Yeah.
mentioned in passing, and this is why I think it's real, because he mentioned in passing, James was I want to say beheaded. I want to say James was beheaded, the brother of Jesus the Nazarene, and it's like Jesus the Nazarene was almost like a throwaway comment. You know what I mean? Like it'd be one thing if it because Josephus also talks about like Hercules and all this like grandiose, like legendary stuff. But when you're just like making a casual reference, like, the dude that was the brother of Jesus, the Nazarene, it's kind of like, okay, well, then he was probably real because
It was almost said like an assumptive.
yeah, like
Yeah.
it's assumptive. Like, yeah, we all know Jesus the Nazarene. Oh, okay, cool. So, yeah. So, definitely believe in the historicity of Jesus in terms of like that he was a real person. You mentioned that he kind of predicted the fall of the temple, and that then there was the testimonies of the disciples. I would assume the disciples who are like the testimonies that you're kind of referring to in terms of that Jesus was resurrected and that sort of thing.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
hmm So of the four gospels, so Luke was technically not a disciple, right? Who also wrote Acts. We know that because of how he opens both letters. With Luke, he says, "To my whatever something Theophilus, to my beloved Theophilus," and then in Acts he says the same thing. Part two for my blessed Theophilus. So we know that Luke and Acts are the same, but technically Luke wasn't a disciple of Jesus, and Mark was not a direct disciple of Jesus either. Um, However, Matthew and John are, but neither one of those books actually say who actually wrote them. It was kind of a church father assumption, I think, or tradition that they wrote them. But but that being said, I think that the Gospels and Paul mention that Peter, James, witnessed or saw something that made them believe, right, that Jesus had risen from the dead. Is that kind of where you're going with that?
Yeah.
Cool, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's tricky. We can pull up pull up some of the text, because it's actually the one that I think is really good is Paul mentions that Peter and James had witnessed Jesus, and then he even says, and 500 people witnessed Jesus. Let's see if I can find that one.
Yeah, and they all not all of them, but a lot of people converted, because they claim to see this Jesus, So yeah.
Yep, yep. So that's a super interesting thing. Let me pull up that verse real quick here, and I'll share it on the screen. Okay, here we go. So this is First Corinthians. So this is Paul, who is not an eyewitness of Jesus, right? He's the guy who had
Well,
been
he saw him in a
persecuted.
dream, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So he'd been persecuting
The
the
Christians.
Christians.
Yeah,
Got Stephen
yeah,
killed, right?
Yeah.
He tortured
yeah.
Stephen to death by stoning, and then he was on the road to Damascus, and he fell off his donkey and bashed his head on a rock, right? And then he saw a vision of Jesus, or like a blinding light, went into town, and then had and Ananias was his name. Ananias wiped the stuff on his eyes, and then his vision kind of came back, and he was like, I saw Jesus, I heard Jesus, now I believe, and then his name got changed to Paul, right? So um here was the verse. Oh, I should have gone back a little bit farther. Sorry, I missed the James and Peter. Sorry, let me go back a little bit. This is why I always should just pull up the chapter, because I hate taking stuff out of context. Um okay, so here it says, okay. Okay, so this is Paul saying he was buried, he was raised on the third day in accordance with the scriptures. He appeared to Cephas, who is Peter, and then to the 12. Then he appeared to more than 500 brothers and sisters at one time, most of whom are still alive, though some have died. Then he appeared to James, and then to all the apostles. And then he said, last of all, as to one untimely born, in other words, like he came a little bit too late, right? He also appeared to me. So there's a few things that's interesting to me about this, and this is the part that I struggle with, so I'd be interested in getting your thoughts on it. So he refers to Peter and James, the 500, the 12, the exact same way he refers to himself as seeing Jesus, right? He said he appeared to me also, just the same. Well, Paul never actually physically saw him. Now, if we believe like the New Testament narratives that were written 40 years after Jesus died at the earliest, like that was when Mark was written. So like if my dad, what is that? Like if my dad were to say, hey, like, because my dad would have been like 20, so he would have been like disciples age, and then now all of a sudden he wrote a book down and he was like, dude, Jesus, here's the
And he's
story.
like 70.
Yeah, he's like 70, and he's like writing this book, and he's like, and then Jesus appeared to the disciples in the upper room. I mean, like, how stories kind of like morph over time. But I just struggle a little bit with like the authenticity, because it just seems like it's a little bit later that all that stuff was kind of written, and there's really no like 500 people, like who were they? You know what I mean? Like we don't even know who they were or where they were.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, honestly. So like basically you're asking me is Paul reliable? Like is he or something like that?
Yeah, kind of. So like we've got a few sources, right? They're good sources. I mean, I think Paul's letters are sincere. Personally, I don't think that Paul is lying. I think that Paul believes what he is saying. Um, so I
I can
think
agree with
that,
that.
yeah, I think that he really did see or perceive to see something. Um, and I think that he also heard things, right? He probably heard that, like, dude, Peter saw Jesus. Like this was a group of 12 dudes, right? 11 after Judas, betrayed him. But 11 people that have left their families, left their jobs, sold everything, and followed this guy for 3 years, worshiping at his feet and believing that he was going to bring in the kingdom. And based based off of what I think are fairly reliable arguments that they were probably having, because why would they add it into the narratives where it's like they were arguing about who's going to be the leader, right? Because they were like, when Jesus takes over, I'm going to be at his right. I'm going to be number 2. No, I'm going to be number 2. And then, Jesus does the thing where he's like, why are you guys arguing about who's going to be the greatest? Because whoever's the greatest is going to be the least, type of thing.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so they're like
But
arguing about who's going to be leader.
We
Go
didn't
ahead.
really let him
Oh yeah, sorry.
say
Go ahead.
more than we were asking if one, is Paul reliable? But 2, how reliable even are the Gospels? They're not written at the same time period. And we can't really prove authorship on any of them, I think would be a follow-up question. And then to just claim that 500 people saw something, I mean, how many people did Jim Jones convert? And there are people who still believed in
the Hale-Bopp, or the Haley's, the Heaven's Gate cult.
Even after the leaders died, it's not really any different.
Yeah, I thought it was confirmed that those are the authors, right? You guys are telling me no?
No, that's a great question. I would definitely do a little research on that. So like even biblical scholars who are Christian, so like Christian biblical scholars, do attest that the authors like the Matthew, Mark, Luke, John aren't necessarily the people who wrote those books. Now, it's possible I could maybe see, like some scholars might say maybe Luke. There's a possibility of Luke. Now, Luke wasn't like there with Jesus. He wasn't one of the 12. John definitely is probably out though, because John was written about 120 CE. So that would have been like 80 years after Jesus died. At the earliest, like 100 CE. So like a lot of these books, what happened was Paul wrote his letters. Okay, let me back one step up. Sorry, I promise this will make sense. We know from the narrative and from what we know that Jesus and his disciples spoke Aramaic. That was the language that they spoke. And then we know that they were like fishermen in an area of Galilee. So this was like an uneducated working class Aramaic speaking group of people. Jesus didn't write anything down himself. So according to the text, he was literate because he was reading from the scrolls. But again, is that legend? Is it real? We don't know. He didn't write anything himself. So then what happened was Jesus's message was super apocalyptic. It was very much like the kingdom of God is at hand.
Right.
And this is happening now. So writing things down didn't make a whole lot of sense. In fact, if you read Paul's letters just by themselves, Paul wrote around 50 CE. So this is about 20 years after Jesus died. That's when Paul starts writing letters to his churches. So he'd been persecuting Jews, has his incident in Damascus, realizes I've been horribly mistaken and killing people for the wrong reason. Now I'm going to be on their side and fight for their cause. So then he starts going around trying to atone for his sin, which was killing Christians. And then he has to keep track of these churches. So he starts writing letters. So the only text we have is just because Paul had started these kind of groups and had to keep tabs by sending out letters to them, which thank goodness we have those letters. And even in Paul's letters, I would encourage anyone on the call to read Galatians and 1 Thessalonians for starters. You get this dynamic where in Galatians, Paul is like, don't even start a job, don't get married. The end is so close. Anything you do on earth right now is completely trivial because we're going to be gone like in just a matter of moments. And then what happens is in Thessalonians, people in that area were like freaking out because people were dying. They were getting old and dying. And they were saying, dude, I thought you said Jesus was coming back. And in 1 Thessalonians is an apologetic of Paul saying, hey, it's okay. The first that died, those that have died today, when Jesus comes back, they're going to be the first that get raised. And then we'll all get together up in heaven and it'll all be cool. And so then what happened is more time went by, and that's when we get the destruction of the temple in 70 CE, which great call out on that year, by the way. So the temple gets destroyed in 70 CE. What happens then is you've got all these Christians, and they're like, what now? I thought Jesus was coming back. That's what Paul was saying. That's what the church fathers, James and Peter, were saying in Jerusalem. Now they're all gone in Jerusalem because Jerusalem just got wiped out. The temple's been destroyed. Now we have to do something. So they take the sayings of Jesus and they start putting it together, these narratives. And that's when Mark was written. And so, Mark puts into the mouth of Jesus, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but in my opinion, Mark puts in the mouth of Jesus, the temple's going to get destroyed, obviously creating that prophecy. We know that was about when Mark was written, even with the Christian scholars. And then later, Mark and Luke are written about 10 to 20 years later.
You mean Matthew and Luke.
Matthew and Luke, sorry. And then after that, John's written. So it's kind of like an evolution. And what's really interesting is if you read the books kind of in that order, you actually see how like even the theology evolves. It's super interesting.
So you're saying, are you saying, maybe Paul, you think, I'm trying to think of the words, Paul corrupted this, or what? He corrupted Christianity?
Man, I love that question so much. So sorry. The Paul conversation, I love it. So
Because like that's what I hear people say. Yeah, he's not reliable because he didn't even meet Jesus. All this stuff. I don't know.
I think he really believed it. So
But he did contradict some of Jesus's teachings, which I find interesting.
Wait, what did he contradict? I want to hear. I'm curious.
Yeah, most readily about whether or not we should follow the laws of Moses.
Yeah, so let's take a look at a couple of things. So let's look at so you had two different schools happening, okay? So like in Jerusalem, you had James and Peter leading, and we know from Josephus, right? James was the brother of Jesus. We also know that from the text in the Gospels. James was the brother of Jesus, and then you had Peter, the rock.
The Catholic, we believe those were his cousins.
That's fair. Yep.
Yeah.
I know.
Are you Catholic?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm raised Catholic.
Got it. I was Catholic, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally fair. So
totally don't believe Jesus had brothers.
Yeah, cousins, totally cool. So let's take a look at first one of Paul's writings, right? So Paul wrote, of course, Romans 3:28. And it said, for we hold that a person is justified by faith apart from works prescribed by the law. So you had two different groups of people in two different Christian movements. You had James and Peter in Jerusalem, which was a very Jewish community, right? In Jerusalem, they were circumcised. They followed the Mosaic law. They were strongly adherent to the Torah. And then you had Paul, who lived in an area called the diaspora. So this was an area that wasn't in Jerusalem, but it was in another, they called the diaspora any area outside of like Judea, but they were still Jewish people. So like when the Romans came in, a lot of the Jewish population were deported into other areas, or they fled as refugees to other areas. And what you had was in certain places like Ephesus, Thessalonica, Philippi, you had these groups of people, Damascus, where they were Jewish heritage, but they were living amongst Romans. So some of their kids wouldn't be circumcised, or maybe they wouldn't be circumcised, and they married a Roman person, and there was just some mixing of different cultures, and it was just very different than that Jerusalem society. So what happened was the people like Peter and James leading the Christian movement in Jerusalem, they were all like, you must follow the law. It's not just believe in Jesus and go to heaven. You also have to follow the law, and it's also about works, because that's what the Jewish law said. So you have Paul in the diaspora saying this: a person is justified by faith, completely separate or apart from works prescribed by the law. Now we have James on the other hand, and so I'm going to pull up James. This is James 2:24. And it says, James says, you see that a person is justified by works and not by faith alone.
Yeah, they disagree. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're like kind of like opposite almost. So Paul, like let's look at like this one. Like, I mean, they get in flat out arguments. It's actually kind of interesting. Um, let's see here. I won't go into too much of it, other than to say, let's see here. I was trying to find another James one. Oh, here's a good one. Let's look at these two, and then another one, James, just so that you know that I'm not just like cherry picking here. Two more verses in.
I trust you. I
Paul.
trust you.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
This guy is such a nerd. He never stops reading.
So
Yeah.
this is First Romans, which, by the way, for anyone on the call, and Greg, like Romans was Paul's like master work. So throughout all of Paul's ministry, he always wanted to get to Rome. If you think about it, Rome was like the capital city. It was like the metropolis, right? Like, I got to get to Rome. I can save all the people in Rome if I can just get there. And he had a church there, or he had a church that were kind of like buying in a little bit. And so when he wrote Romans, it's like his, like, it's like if I were to like write my like perfect paper and send it,
Your life's work.
Yeah, it's like my life's work was Romans. So that's why Romans has a lot of really good Paul like theology in it, because it was his like masterpiece. Now Galatians was the opposite. He was pissed at the disciples in Jerusalem when he wrote Galatians. So Galatians is actually my favorite. Okay, so what are we to say? So this is Romans. What then are we to say was gained by Abraham, our ancestor, according to the flesh? For if Abraham was justified by works, he has something to boast about, but not before God. For what does the scripture say? Abraham believed God, and it was reckoned to him as righteousness. So again, it's all about believing, faith, believe in Jesus, not works. He goes on in Galatians and other books as well. Just as Abraham believed God, and it was reckoned to him as righteousness. So let's flip over to James one more time. It's a shame, honestly, that James really only got one book. There's actually, since you're Catholic, you should look up the homilies. It's something about Clement.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
apocryphal. Yeah. It's apocryphal, but it's essentially James Part 2, because it was written after. The reason why it's not in the canon was because it was written later, so it wasn't like from the possible pen of James, but it was probably written by James and Peter's school of Jerusalem thought, essentially. Okay, let's see. Whoops, I didn't hit search. Okay, so this is James 2:21 through 23. Was not our ancestor Abraham justified by works when he offered his son Isaac on the altar? You see that faith was active along with his works, and by works faith was brought to completion. Thus the scripture was fulfilled that says, Abraham believed God, and it was reckoned to him as righteousness, and he was called a friend of God. So you have these like conflicting. So this is where you were saying like it seemed like Paul was like this rogue kind of different theology, and you're right. The fathers, Peter, James, and the actual apostles in Jerusalem were tying it more towards the Mosaic law and the Jewish belief process, versus Paul, who's living amongst the Gentiles, saying, no, it's like you just believe. It's more belief and faith, and it's not like the works thing. So it's just an interesting dichotomy there.
Yeah. Well, I'm a Gentile, so yeah.
I know. And if I wasn't circumcised, I wouldn't want to do it when I'm older. I think Paul had a good selling point there.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, may I ask? Wait, are you guys former believers? Because you
Yes,
guys
we
are
are.
educated.
Yes, we
Former.
are.
Okay.
He was a Protestant. I was a Catholic.
Yeah. So
and
are you guys? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Are you guys a agnostic, atheist right now, or what would you guys identify as?
Pretty much. I might identify a little more strongly as atheist. I think mainly what I like to say is that like there might be something that we don't know about out there. I'm not convinced by any of the gods and the stories that I've read so far. But that doesn't mean that there isn't more. That's kind of why it's interesting to have conversations, just because I don't want to keep limiting my perspective to only what my thoughts are currently where I'm at.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, yeah, and I was a Christian for a very, very long time, very entrenched in it. Definitely felt it, lived it, dedicated my entire life to it. Had my whole family dedicated to it, and I left when I was about 35. And I think people maybe earlier heard, but like I was, on the worship band, Sunday school teacher, leading Bible studies because I loved the stuff. I loved the text. I mean, obviously wrestled with a lot of it, um, but I always found a way to like reconcile it and like make it work. And it was never a problem until I was about like 33, weirdly enough, because that's of course when Jesus died. but but
Yeah.
but then I was like, yeah, I just I had to step back and be like, what am I really trying to make myself believe at this point? Because there was just too much that was like not making
Yeah, yeah,
sense to
yeah.
me.
I don't
So can
know.
I ask, were you like born and
Yeah,
raised Catholic? Did you grow into the faith? I'm just curious if
I
it's just
was
kind of always.
uh I was baptized and I wasn't really religious. My family wasn't really religious. We were just baptized. That's
Hmm.
it. And I didn't really believe in that much, but then I came back to the faith and yeah, I'm trying to come back to I'm trying to become a Catholic again, you know? I'm trying to go to
And can I
the
ask,
church.
did you have an experience or something that made you think you needed to try to lean more on your religion?
I just
Not that you have to share anything that you're not
No,
comfortable
yeah,
with. I just
I just see so much wickedness in the world, you know? And I believe there has to be
looking for something
judgment, you
better.
know? Yeah, there should be, yeah. Like there's no way all these killers and rapists could get away with it, you know? There has to be a God, you know what I'm saying? So yeah. And I don't trust Islam. I've seen Islam a little bit. I don't trust Islam. Um Modern Judaism, I believe is false. So I just looked at Christianity. And I don't say Christianity is not completely perfect. There's some things that I think are illogical, but I just think it makes the most sense to me, you know? So yeah.
So you talked about there needs to be, I don't know if you used the word justice. Is that the word you used?
Yeah, there's no judgment.
Judgment. Okay. So would you agree with the statement that God is always just?
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of where some of my disconnect started because when I read the book, there's a lot of things that I don't want this to sound cliche, can't justify the word
Oh
just. It
yeah,
just keeps.
are you talking about when God commanded the Israelites to wipe out the
That's a great place
Amalek?
to start. Can we pull that up?
Yeah, no, I'm to be honest, I question that too. I'm really
Yeah.
disturbed in that stuff. Yeah, but
Because is it ever just to kill an entire people?
well, children and women, I think that's
Right.
wrong. You know, in war,
Babies.
yeah, men we're supposed to kill each other. I think that's fine, but the men, the women, the donkeys, that's where I was disturbed. Um, yeah, I don't know how I answer that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how I answer it.
Well, I
It's a
appreciate
hard
the
one.
honest answer because that's kind of it's a tricky one, right? It's one that we can wrestle with and honestly say, okay, I mean, even with the flood, and not everyone believes that the flood truly happened. Maybe it was an analogy or, a teaching story or something. But the idea of completely wiping out again every child, I mean,
Well,
every
they were unfaithful, right?
the children,
No, I mean, everybody except for Noah and his family, right? That's
right?
the
But how can you say that every single living human, including every child, was unfaithful?
no. Yeah, I agree. I don't think children have that they don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I think
wrong.
that's just a tricky one. But we were
Yeah,
going to pull up, were you pulling up the
Yeah, so this is
but like
so
if
this
you look at Jesus, he's just so loving. You know, love your neighbor as yourself. Turn the other cheek. Um, he seems so different. Than how he was in the Old Testament.
See,
So.
that was always such an interesting thing to me, and obviously I just popped the scripture up. I mean, people can kind of read this. This is some Old Testament, and that was the thing that was so confusing to me because in my in my church we read the Old Testament. So I know there's a lot of churches out there. I'm not going to name names, but
Yeah.
it drove me nuts because I remember I would go to my friend's church every once in a while and my cousin's church, and they would only have the New Testament in the pews, and I'm like, wait, isn't this based off of like a whole book that's like 2/3 bigger than this one? You know what I mean? Like, what, you guys are just like kicking out this whole other section. Like, what's going on? And
Yeah.
I mean, it's like whiplash. It's like I'm reading this crazy stuff in the Old Testament where they're talking about like Moses said to them, "Have you allowed all the women to live? Like, how dare you? These women here, on Balaam's advice, made the Israelites act treacherously. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him," which is also really gross because it's basically saying kill all the non-virgin women, okay, but all the young girls who have not known a man, so all the young virgin girls by sleeping with him. So it's not like even there's nothing, there's no vagary here. Uh, Keep alive for yourselves. It's like, what? Could you imagine Jesus saying that? Like, when in a million years would Jesus have said that?
Yeah. Yeah, they seem like different characters, you know?
Right.
God in the Old Testament and Jesus.
And I
But
think that's how a lot of people kind of apologize it away in their minds, is that somehow when Jesus came, all of this stuff went away. But that's not really what he said.
yeah, he said he's I forgot what he said. I came to fulfill. I
Not
forgot.
abolish it.
Yeah,
So I
not
didn't
abolish
come to
it.
get rid of it. I came to fulfill it. I came to make it even true by my own actions.
Yeah, but I do
So
think
that
he got
part.
rid of some things, right?
I think so. Very, very astute, actually. So he did two things actually on that point. First of all, what was happening was, and this is interesting, the reason why he was so cross, no pun intended, with the Pharisees was because the Pharisees at the time were implementing an oral law. So you've got like these hundreds of laws of Moses in like, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, where it tells you how to basically do everything. If a woman, is raped in the, countryside and she screams out, she's pardoned because no one could hear her. But if she's raped in the city and no one hears her scream, she's condemned because she was probably complicit. Like there's all these laws, right? There's tons of laws. Well, what was happening was the Pharisees were adding additional laws that they were calling like the oral law. They were basically like interpretations and gray zones, and it was just getting so litigious and so many extra laws on top of the hundreds of laws that Jesus was like, stop this. Like, go back to the Mosaic law. And especially any callers or any folks on the line that want to really dive into like what Jesus thought about the law in the law of Moses, Matthew is probably the best source because Matthew is taking the sayings of Jesus and he's speaking to a Jewish audience. So, like Greg, when we were talking about like, James and Peter in the Jerusalem community, that's probably as close as we're going to get to a gospel, speaking to like that kind of Jewish community. But that's where you find that part. It's in Matthew where he says, I came to not abolish the law, but to fulfill it. And Jesus in Matthew's gospel goes so far as to say, you know, I'm not just saying don't murder. I'm saying if you hate someone, that's the same as murder. He's
Mhm.
like taking it and ratcheting it up. He's not like putting away the law. He's saying you said don't sleep with your neighbor's wife. I'm saying if you look lustfully at your neighbor's wife, that's like sleeping with her. Like he's like doubling down on the actual Mosaic law. What he wasn't a fan of is the Pharisees trying to add their own special little laws like, oh, you can't heal anybody on a Sabbath. He's like, dude, seriously? Like this guy's like hurting and sick. You're not gonna let me like freaking heal his hand? Like that's
Or
just dumb.
like pick enough grain to feed my family.
Right. Don't put the law over humanity is kind of what Jesus was saying.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. To be honest, I gotta do more studying. You know, you guys brought some good questions. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you
No,
for,
we appreciate
again, being just genuine and honest and having a good conversation with us.
Yeah, we'd love to have you
Yeah.
back too. If you subscribe, you'll see it when we go live next. We'd love to, have more conversations with you. The only bummer about not being a Christian is for me not being able to talk about the Bible anymore. So that's why we're here. I love this
Yeah.
stuff.
Um, you guys still celebrate Christian holidays, though, right?
Well, that's an interesting question. Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I mean, we still do. I mean, we look at it a little bit differently. So, like, you know, I still look at it as like a time for family to get together. Obviously, if I'm with family that are believers, I'm not like, throwing shade on, the holiday for them, right? I want them to be happy. Obviously want to use it as a chance for people to connect.
I do think there's also the argument to be made that a lot of these holidays pre-existed Christianity and have kind of been.
Right. So there was always like in fact, something to look up is Pope Gregory the First in 601, or it's right around 600 CE, uh, made an edict where he said, take the pagan holidays and essentially appropriate them to Christianity. And that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, other than, of course, like the cultural loss that, these, groups experienced. But that's according to Timothy. I'm pretty sure, fact check me if I'm wrong in the chat, folks, but I'm pretty sure it's in 1st or 2nd Timothy where it says, capture thoughts or capture things of the world for Christ. So the Pope wasn't like going against the scripture, but we do when we around Christmas time, I've got my Saturnalia shirt,
Wait,
and
so you guys think Easter and Christmas are they have pagan roots or something?
Yeah.
yeah. In fact, the original date for Jesus birth wasn't the 25th initially. It did get eventually moved. I think it was January 6th initially. It did get eventually moved because, of course, it coincides with that winter solstice. So you've got like the winter solstice on that time where there was a lot of festivals. You had Saturnalia, which was the big Roman one.
Unashamed has a good point. It's
There's
partially why Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate the holidays.
Oh, interesting.
That
In
makes a lot of
chat,
sense, actually.
yeah,
Oh
in
yeah, I
chat,
forgot about that. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting because
Well, I
they
don't
were
consider
formerly
them
pagan,
Christian
right?
though.
So
The Jehovah Witness, I don't even consider them Christian, but yeah.
Mm.
I would be interested if the Jehovah's Witness would like to come up. Oh, and maybe I'm actually not to wait a minute. Unashamed apostate is probably not a
No,
Jehovah's
no, no.
Witness.
We know
Just
that. We know better than that.
I know unashamed apostate. Sorry,
Unashamed
Yeah.
is a fiddly.
did not mean to put that on you. but
Well,
if there is Jehovah's Witnesses, I'd love to have a conversation. I keep missing them when they come to my door. I'm always like getting ready for work or like in the middle of something. I'm like, oh, you can probably tell by now.
yeah.
I would love to have that conversation with a Jehovah's Witness about
Yeah,
what do you
I see them
believe.
around too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I do think
yeah,
it's interesting. Their whole like disavowalment of all holidays
and
and
they also believe
birthdays.
Jesus isn't God. That's a big red flag for me.
Yeah. Well, and here's the
Yeah.
thing. I think for us, that's interesting is that like I don't believe that anybody's perspective is like unfounded, uneducated, or, and that sort of thing. I can view it as in my current perspective, like incorrect. But I was a Christian, a diehard Christian for way longer than I wasn't. So like I don't think that I'm any smarter now than I was before. I just have a different like set of understandings and knowledge that apply to me. But that's why we're having these conversations. So yeah, we're open minded.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Well,
Um,
apparently we're this guy and this bitch up here that have no clue what we're talking about. I think Greg would disagree. I think Greg's had a lovely conversation with us.
Totally.
yeah, no, this was a good conversation, honestly. Yeah.
Well, cool. We'll drop us a subscribe if you would, Greg, and we'd love to have you back.
Yeah, for sure.
Did
I
you
gotta
have
go
any
eat
more
some food.
questions? We don't mean to chase you off either. We're not in any hurry
Okay, well,
tonight.
one way, I searched it up before, and like, no, they're not pagan holidays because like I know there's this debate, like, well, maybe they were, but the message is about like Jesus, and like there's no pagan gods in it. There's none of it. There's none of that, So
I think I'm tracking with you. So to your point, okay, so now
like the core belief is Jesus rose on Easter, and yeah.
Yeah. So what you're basically saying, and correct me if I'm correct me if I'm wrong here. I think what you're saying is if there was a holiday, let's say, like so Attis was a Greek god. He was dead for 3 days, and then he was brought back to life. And to celebrate the death and resurrection of Attis, they would actually take a pine tree and they would bury it in the ground. They would have this big ceremony where the
Ceremony, yeah.
pine tree would come down in a parade through town. They would bury the pine tree, and then 3 days later, everyone would regather. They dig the pine tree back up, and everyone would celebrate the rebirth of Attis. But what you're saying is that that wasn't like while people believed that it was Attis because this took place hundreds of years before Jesus for a long time. What you're saying is that that was kind of a precursor, like it was getting people ready for the concept of Jesus, or like it was celebrating Jesus before Jesus was a thing, like people kind of thought of it just differently or something.
I don't know. All I know is the eggs. Yeah, it's pretty historical. The eggs, right, are pagan, right? But
Mhm.
like, I don't even do the eggs. You know, I don't even do egg hunts and have eggs. All I do is I just remember Jesus rising from the grave. You know, resurrection. But
Yeah.
yeah, you know,
And
I don't
that's
even know
perfectly
anything about the
fair.
pagan gods that much. You know, I'm not really educated on the pagan gods. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that was actually one thing for me that was a little bit eye-opening was when I was like, wait, what? Jesus wasn't the first like God man. He wasn't the first person born of a virgin. Like what? You know, like Romulus, the founder of
Wait,
Rome,
I
was
thought he
born of a
was.
virgin.
Wait, the Christ the story of Christ is not unique or like
It's
being
unique. So I would never say that it's not unique because it'd be
But it's
like
not the only Messiah
right. So it's
story.
sort of like how,
isn't he the only one who came
Dionysus.
back? Like everybody died, like everybody died, but he's the only one who came back, right? Or maybe you guys could correct me if I'm wrong.
There's actually quite a few. So there's quite a few like demigods in mythology that died and came back. So you've got like within Greek and Roman mythology, like Dionysus, Attis. You've got like the Caesars who came back to life. But then you even have like the more modern people during Jesus's time even that like were supposedly resurrected. In fact, Nero is an interesting case because so when Nero died, there was an individual. Now, was it Nero? I don't think so because I don't believe that people come back from the dead. But apparently, like 35,000 Parthians did because Nero Part 2 rallied a whole army that then sieged Rome to take it back over because the Parthians were convinced that this was Nero back from the dead. So like there's
They went
been
to war,
yeah,
right?
they went to war and they died, unfortunately. So if you wonder, like, oh man, no one would die for anybody like Jesus's disciples, like a whole freaking 35,000 troops died under the reign of resurrected Nero. so, so I mean,
Yeah.
it's there's a lot of that. In fact, if you do some research, dying and rising, and you know what, I'm kicking myself because literally before the live today, it was probably like 2 hours before we went live. The most famous example for me is this guy who it was like less than 100. It was actually right around the time of Jesus, so like within 30 years of Jesus's death he had a following, and he died. There was no body to be found, and I was like, man, I really need to remember because I can never pronounce the guy's name. It starts with an A. Someone's gonna like rail me in the comments after this live and be like, dude, you idiot. It's like, but it's like it starts with an
Yeah.
A.
Is it on your Messiah
Antipas?
chart?
No, it's not.
Mm.
Because I thought it was, but anyways, there's quite a few people in history. Now, if you start diving into that, keep this in mind. None of them are exactly the same. Are there demigods? Yes, of course we know about Hercules, right? He was half god, half man. We know about Gilgamesh. He was half god, half man. He was like the son of God, born of a woman. Now sometimes it wasn't a virgin, right? Sometimes Zeus came down and like got it on with a woman, and then they had this half god, half man. But this god man thing was like pretty popular. And then there was some virgin births too, less popular, but there. And then there's quite a few resurrections. Now, the one thing I'll give Jesus, outside of a couple other examples, rarely did they raise themselves from the dead.
Oh,
So
interesting.
most of them raised from the dead, but not a ton of them. There's maybe like a handful that we know of, like in history records, like would have raised themselves. So that's pretty unique. But there again, it's like, okay, that's pretty unique. But there's also unique things about the other stories. Does that make them true? It's like,
Right.
Yeah,
where do I
yeah,
draw the
yeah,
line and what's true, what's not true?
yeah. So wait, let me get my so I could save this.
Yeah.
Tell me some things. You guys, some suggestions for to do more research on. I'm gonna save it right here.
I love that. Actually, I'll let you take this because
Mhm.
I've read a ton of
Like
stuff,
maybe some
but
books.
I don't think about it
Some
as quickly as he does.
yeah.
Oh, it's Antipas. Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name. It starts with an A. So, okay, so we're thinking about like, so interested in like mythology type parallels. Okay, let's see here. I would look at, I'm trying to think of some good books here. So first of all, if you look at like Atrahasis, it's Atrhasis.
Okay.
ATR A
ATR. Yeah.
Yep, Atrhasis. Atrahasis is one of the first like flood narratives. So there's
Let's
actually
Yeah.
see.
like two really good ones. This one was ancient Sumerian, so this was like comes even before the Epic of Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh is another good flood epic. So even if you just go on Google and you just be like, flood epic of Gilgamesh or like Atrahasis flood, you'll see like these parallels where it's like, oh wow, these were written like 1,000 years before the Noah flood story, and they're different but they're similar. Like in the Epic of Gilgamesh flood story, like Gilgamesh finds the plant of life, and in order to get it, he has to jump down like with a rock into the bottom of this like ocean area and grab the plant of life. But then when he comes back to the surface, he like sets it down for a minute and the snake steals it. It's sort of like,
Yeah.
okay, it's not the same, but it's kind of
There's a
like
lot of similar
we're
elements.
seeing some like tropes here, you know what I mean?
Well, like the Epic of
Yeah.
Gilgamesh is a really easy read that would just kind of show you some parallels that
Yeah.
would kind of.
If you look up like Jesus and Dionysus parallels, Dionysus.
I think that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think how to spell it.
Diony.
Yeah, Dionysis.
SIS.
Dionysus. Dionysus,
type it
Jesus
just-
parallels. Another interesting
Yeah.
parallel is Attis, Attis. That's another good one. If I'm trying, I mean,
the side by side book with the different
side by side.
we were recommending it last time. You might have it right there.
Oh, with the sources
different
revealed.
sources.
It doesn't really have like the parallels.
Well, I don't know that that's the only thing he wants to read. He just wants some.
Oh yes, actually, Greg, if there's a really good the first chapter of the book called The Bible with Sources Revealed. Okay, it's called The Bible with Sources Revealed, and it's by Richard Elliott Friedman. And what it does is it shows how the first 5 books of the Bible, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, had multiple sources, and it explains where those sources kind of came from and why there's certain things in those books that just kind of are hard to read. Like if you've ever tried to start reading the Bible from the beginning, it's just really confusing because you read Genesis 1 and you're like, oh, okay, cool. That's the 7-day explanation of how the world was created. And then you go to Genesis 2, And then you're like, wait a minute, this is the 7-day story about how the world was created,
But it's not the same.
but the order's like flipped around. Like it's not like completely reversed. It's just like kind of flipped around. You're like, what is going on here? It's because there was two different sources that they smashed together, and instead of deleting one, they just put them both in there. And it's why people, when they read the Old Testament, they're like, man, I'm like getting like deja vu here. I swear Abraham just had this covenant like 2 other times. It's because they took all those different sources and they put them all into the same thing. So that would be another good recommendation I'd recommend is the Bible with sources revealed. If you want to kind of know how that Old Testament kind of got put together, that's another good one.
Yeah, for sure. I got it all saved. All the
Awesome.
names
come
you
back.
guys gave me.
Please do come back.
Because I was on the spot, and trust me, the second you leave tonight, I'm gonna be like, oh, I wish I would have recommended that. Go. It would have been so
Yeah.
much better. Anyway,
Wait, so do you guys have a schedule, or it's just random when you guys stream?
We're still a little bit random at this point. There's a possibility we might be back tomorrow. If not, generally between Tuesday and Thursday, at least once or twice we'll be live. Monday's
Yeah.
date night. So
we try.
sorry, guys.
We
it's taken.
we try to put on our calendar, like we try to put on the YouTube channel. If you subscribe, we try to at least set a couple hours in advance of when we're gonna go live, and we usually go live for like 3 to 4 hours. So it gives you kind of a window if it works. But yeah, we'll definitely be back on. We love this.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Thank you guys. I'm open-minded to anything. And
Thank you for your
yeah.
time and for being respectful.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat some chicken Alfredo right now. So
Love it.
Yeah.
Heck
Enjoy.
yeah, love that.
Yeah,
We're still
Italian
eating
food, I think,
leftover
is the
ham,
best.
so
Can we agree on that though? Italian food is the best. What do you guys think?
absolutely.
1000%
Okay.
agree.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
All right.
I think
Greg,
Mexican
take care.
could go second, but yeah. Thank you guys.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, friend.
Bye bye.
Yep.
Cool. Well, that's awesome. Greg was great.
Greg was great.
Yeah.
Very honest and just kind and respectful.
I knew, and it looks like we've got David in the yay.
Does he say now David the third?
Yay! It keeps evolving.
Is this your final form yet, David?
We're gonna bring David up here in 2 seconds. Did we need a refresher on this?
Yeah, I will do that. And yes, crowd, we do have a green screen. You don't need to see our whole living room.
Plus, we've got like product placement back here.
Yeah, we'd get our live taken down without some kind of a background, and we have to be able to sit here together and interact with each other. So yes, here we are burning in the embers.
But God dang, you know what's interesting is if I'm being totally honest, I never really so I have a lot of so I took Greek mythology in college and I loved Greek mythology. I didn't put together any of like the parallels with like Christianity or any of the other and I don't think parallel is the right way to put it because I don't think that like I don't feel like the people in Israel, when the flood narrative was being written, were like, "Whoa, this is a really cool flood story from the Babylonians. Let's like totally just rip it off." Like, I don't think that was like the intention. Now, there are some very interesting things though. One of them is the story of Cain and Abel, for example, where you have one of the brothers, and I always get this mixed up because I've read both of them so much back to back, that you've got Cain is the farmer. Aha, I got it right that time.
Can you help me?
Oh, sorry. Cain's the farmer. Abel is the shepherd, right? So Abel offers the good sacrifice because Abel offers the meat. Cain offers the bad sacrifice because Cain offers the fruit. And there's also some like malfeasance in his heart, right? But what's interesting is there is a story that predates that. I've got the book clear on my shelf over there that I'll go grab so that if anyone wants to fact check me. But it's basically it's an ancient Sumerian myth that's the opposite. And the reason why is because like in Babylon, it was more acceptable and like good to be like that farming community. It was more like higher society and like more sophisticated to be like that agricultural society versus like the shepherding society. And so they were kind of taking it as a polemic and flipping it on its head like, no, actually, God prefers meat over veggies, you guys. So it's kind of interesting where it's not like necessarily a ripoff or a parallel. There was some funniness happening back then. Cool. Okay. Well, right on. Well, we've got our buddy David in. Let's go ahead and bring him on.
Missed him last time. I'm glad he came back.
You guys were too late
David!
last time. I couldn't hang.
Oh man, were you watching? We went till what, 3 in the morning or something?
Yeah,
was a
just
late one.
little past my bedtime, you know.
Now, granted, we went for 5 hours, so we didn't start at 3 in the morning, but
You guys were at it. Well, how's it going?
good.
Good,
How are
good.
you,
How are
friend?
you?
Good. I actually wasn't going to hold you long, but I saw you. And I was like, well, let me
Oh
just
no,
hop
you're
on and say
good.
hey.
Everyone else is just popping off in the chat, so
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I actually saw the chat, and I wanted to share this with the chat because I saw some stuff. And 1 Peter 3,
ooh,
it
should we pull it
said,
up?
Oh yeah.
yeah, sure.
Is there a verse or just the should I just bring the chapter?
Just
We can scroll to it.
you can go 13 on down, I guess.
Cool. Oh. There we go. 1 Peter 3:13. Oh shoot! I should have. Actually, I'm just gonna go 3 because I forgot
You can just
that
do 3, yeah.
I'm still kind of getting away from my paper book. Learning this way. Here we go.
I know it's different. And I have the NLT.
Oh, and
Wow.
actually, I can do that. Yep.
Oh, that's right.
You know, I'm starting to get to be a kind of a fan, man.
Oh man, here we
You
go.
might be. You might be.
You're switching?
You might be converting me here.
Uh-oh.
It does read easier. It flows better.
It does. But context, obviously, with the title is talking about suffering for doing good. But I don't know if this was the influence for your little title card there, Christians, why do you still believe? But maybe on a subconscious level, at worst. But it says, now who will want to harm you if you're eager to do good on verse 13? But even if you suffer for doing what is right, God will reward you for it. So don't worry or be afraid of their threats. Instead, you must worship Christ as Lord of your life. And if someone asks you about your hope as a believer, always be ready to explain it. But do this in a gentle and respectful way. Keep your conscience clear. Then if people speak against you, they'll be ashamed when they see what a good life you live because you belong to Christ. And as I scroll through the comments, it's like that gentle and respectful part doesn't really exist. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But I feel like if we're claiming to be Christians, it's the word of God that we have to hold to as well. So yeah. Because when I talk to you guys, I think you're pretty genuine and you're not out here bashing and pouring Satan blood everywhere. You know what I mean? Like it's
I don't even know where
and
to get any.
yeah, I think for anyone who is a Christian, at least, I haven't truly been a follower of any other religion, even though I researched them. You do have to battle with areas of struggle and conflict and strong comprehension of things, but at the same time, it has to be a faith that works for people who don't have to be educated. So it's a lot to wrestle, I think. So, but I always find it interesting in comments of people who claim to be Christians but are strong with the insults without taking any context. Is always very fascinating to me.
You know, man, that is an interesting thing. So this is so interesting to me, and it goes back to kind of like me, like how I even grew up. Like, so my middle brother and I are like very much compassion first,
Mhm.
right? Like, so when we, you know, and he's still Christian, he's all about like love, respect, peace, right? And like very kind. But then like my father was a little bit more on like the vengeful, angry side. So when I see like a lot of these
Or
comments,
like the controlling side.
yeah, when I see like these comments, it's like, that's, you know, that's what my dad would sound like. And, you know, my youngest brother would sound like that too.
Mhm.
And it's interesting because like my dad just like lived in the Old Testament. Like he
Mhm.
just would read like
Probably still
he
does.
yeah, or Revelation. So
Mhm.
it's all about like vengeance. You're gonna get yours. It's
Mhm.
like you might be smiling now, but boy, when
Mhm.
that bull drops, you're gonna be screaming in pain, and it's like, and you're gonna be like happy about that. Apparently, I mean it.
Mhm.
And so it's an interesting dynamic. Like, what are your thoughts on that within like the Christian community? It's like you got two different faces almost.
Yeah, I've thought about it a lot. I don't think I've ever put words to it publicly. Um, I think, man, I've been reading between Galatians and Romans recently. Obviously, I've been in Galatians, and it's been really cool because I realize, and I think about this with scripture in general, even trying to like share faith. And I don't think it's a bad thing, technically, well, really at all. But um, I read the letter in its entirety, and then it starts to make sense. Um,
We were just
and
talking about Galatians. I don't know if you were in here yet when we were
a,
doing that.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and if you don't follow the letter in its entirety, even as I'm reading in Romans today, it seems that um like Romans, for instance, it hops right into like the wrath, right?
Mm.
It's like from the jump, he's like, hey, you see the world, all right, it's time to die. And there's truth to it. And then he talks about the Gentiles. And then he talks about the Gentiles like, hey, Gentiles, you have a conscience and you know right from wrong. But he's like, hey, it proves that like the law exists. Even if you don't have the law is embedded on your heart. And it says Jews, it turns on Jews quickly in chapter 3. It's like, hey, you don't have any excuse because you have the law. Actually, it's worse for you because you also break the law, and you know what the law is. Um, and then he goes on talking about having faith in Christ and the purpose of that. But anyways, but I was reading that because I wonder sometimes as believers we stick to the passage and it makes sense in the time being. Not saying it's not true, but it's like actually if you follow through with the rest of the letter, Paul's making a through line. Like he's saying that like we're all trapped under this level of condemnation, whether you're a Jew or a Gentile. And the only kind of saving grace literally is Jesus. But if you don't get to the end, you're like you point the finger and you look and you're like, oh, I'm the problem. Um, and so um I find it interesting. I think about within my own church. Um, It was a church I've been to a few churches growing up, and it was a church that I thought was very biblically literate. Over the years, I think we've kind of lost that as a collective, at least in my church in my city, maybe as a group collective as well. I don't know. I don't travel to churches like Paul did. Um, but I think in 2020, it was very interesting. A lot of stuff was happening, obviously, in America at least. Well, the world, obviously, with 2020, COVID, all that fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, But there was a split. There's a split on a social justice divide, a racial divide, a lies from the government, or actually we're all going to die from a disease type thing. Massive splits. And when I think about what my church was doing, and probably churches in general, to be fair, compared to what I see in these letters or even what I study about the first century church, um, it didn't seem the same. Um,
What do you mean?
First century church, it's like really wild. Like they're getting persecuted. Like even in First Peter 3, it's
Right.
like, just take the suffering. Like you suffer through it. Like in America, we're like, hey, I'm gonna shoot you back. We're not gonna have this. You're not gonna let me suffer. Uh,
Right. Right.
you're gonna suffer. I'm gonna give you your first ticket to Jesus today.
Yeah.
Um, and or very countercultural, very uh saving children and um giving all their stuff away for a greater cause. It was very different, but what I saw and what I experienced, not in all cases, but some cases of even
Mhm.
people that would be the strongest, like some former kind of preachers at our church, uh, you know, calling people idiots who were like, in college and, but 40 years their senior. Um, and very biased on a political scale, um, very insensitive on a social justice scale. But it started happening a lot, and it's like that doesn't line up. And one thing that I think and it's funny in Jesus' era and even the Old Testament era, there was this split between Jews and Gentiles, even how Jews would treat Samaritans, right? And I came to this conclusion recently that that never was the intended way, like that never was good. But I feel like Christians or the super religious will do this as well, as if God didn't make everybody. Um, and I think about Rahab. Rahab wasn't an Israelite, yet Rahab is a part of Jesus' lineage. Um, Same with, is it Ruth? I think Ruth was a Moabite.
Yep. Yeah, Ruth,
Um,
it gets thrown into, I think, it's Luke's genealogy.
mhm. And
Oh,
so,
actually, no, I think it's either Matthew or Luke that brings in the women. I think it's Matthew. And Matthew brings in the women, and if you notice which women he brings in, because like he always brings in a little bit of like the hold on, let me fact check myself
yeah,
before
go ahead.
I speak out of turn here. Go
Maybe
ahead.
he's got
Go
thoughts
ahead. Go
on
ahead.
it.
Sorry. Go ahead.
But as you search, I find that interesting because by Jewish kind of zeal, it would be Jew only. But as I've been reading and studying through Galatians, and what Paul's trying to say is that like people have been made right with God by faith in Christ. And he's trying to make a strong point that like God makes people right through God's way, but people are still trying to do it through like ways of the law. But he's like, well, the only way that works is if you do it all. And you can't do it all. That was kind of his point. And that's why Jesus didn't abolish the law, like Jesus fulfilled the law. But it's this split of making monsters out of people that may not actually be the monsters. With when really when you look in the mirror, the whole point when the gospel makes sense when you look in the mirror, you're like, oh, I'm the monster, because then you try to put it to the law to the test, and it should humble you. Um, and the Jews messed this up a lot, and I think that's even why the gospel spread like wildfire to the Gentiles, because it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was absent of condemnation. I think that's part of the gospel. There is no good news without the bad news, but there's this faith, but it eliminates this whole arrogance and pride. And it's funny because one of the sins, and I think it's in Proverbs, that God sees as an abomination is pride. Like God opposes the proud, um, as it speaks in James, and I think even also in Proverbs. But God opposes the proud, and He lifts up the humble. Um, but I think it's a arrogance rather than a compassion. Because even as I'm reading with Paul, like he's saying like he's grieved and his heart aches for his Jewish people because they're like rejecting Christ. And so he's even like the apostle of the Gentiles, and he's like reaching out to the Gentiles in hopes that like it may make them jealous of like, hey guys, like please don't reject this Messiah. But it's compassion. It's not like even when he gets mad at Peter in Galatians, or he's getting mad, it's not even a anger of judgment. It's a anger out of like compassion isn't the right connecting word, but
I
it's
know
like,
what you mean though. It's kind of like when if your kid keeps doing something stupid that's gonna
yeah,
get them hurt,
yeah,
and you're like, dude, I told you for the fifth freaking time, put
yeah,
your freaking bike helmet on. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah,
You're like mad,
Relevant.
yeah,
but you're like, seriously, like you're going to kill yourself if you don't do this. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Yeah.
absolutely.
It's like
Like
a
if your
passion.
child's a
Yeah, impassioned. That's a good word.
yeah, it's impassioned, and it's a righteous anger, as they would say, but like it's like if your kid's an alcoholic and you find, beer in their life, and like their wife left them and they've had about 8 DUIs and they can't keep a job. It's like you're not going to be like, "Oh, that's cool." It's like I don't want you're not mad to be mad. You're like you're ruining your life,
Right.
Because I think one of the marks of the Holy Spirit, it's not about, I grew up in a church where, uh, the Holy Spirit, how I observed it was how well you can dance and shout,
Mm.
but scripturally, the Holy Spirit is fruits of the Spirit in Galatians 5, right? Love, joy, peace, gentleness, kindness, self-control is probably a couple I'm missing, but um, it's a different type of character than like a strong condemnation because I have no heaven or hell to put anybody into, right? Like it exists. I can't put you there. Like and like the evening the level playing ground is like we all going to hell. So like, it's like who am
So
I yelling at?
I do have a couple of questions about that. So
Yeah.
one of the questions is so the first question is kind of like what we like I brought up initially, which is like you've got like this household. Let's say you've got 4 people. 2 of
Mhm,
them, they're all Christians.
mhm,
2 of them are like just hateful.
mhm.
I hate to say it. Hateful
Sure.
people.
Bitter maybe.
Angry. They want people to burn in hell. They're like, you
Mhm.
know what? You're a sinner. Um, chat is an example.
Not all
Folks
of
in the
that, to be
chat,
fair.
hey, guess what? I'm glad your heart rate's up because mine's super cool right now. But anyways, but yeah, so like you've got people in the chat, you're like, you're gonna burn, you'll pay for this, just wait. And so that was like half the people in the family. Then you've
Mhm,
got the other half the people in the family that are like, hey, dude, like, let's have this conversation
mhm,
and let's like, you know what? The best I can do is be an example. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna present my case as to why I think this is the way to believe and the way to go. And guess what? This is what love looks like, and this is what Jesus looks like. Because in
mhm.
my opinion, Jesus was this. Like, what's your what's your take on that? Like where are people off? Are they just like reading the Old Testament too much? Are they not understanding? Are they like just looking too much forward to Revelations? Like
Our
what's missing with
the
those angry
human the
people?
human condition is our hearts are hard, meaning that like as in James, like we said this last time, mind you, you guys have lives before our last conversation. But James is one of those letters where it seems like it contradicts with a lot of things, right? Because it's like it's clearly opposite. And I gave you the analogy of all the craziness of something that would happen at my church. And it was like, if you had true faith, you wouldn't be doing this nonsense,
Mhm.
essentially. Right.
Right.
But what he was saying about Abraham, what Paul's saying about Abraham is Abraham was counted righteous in God's sight when he had faith, when he has trusted God at his promise. But James is saying like Abraham's faith is proven by his actions because anybody can say they're a Christian. I can say I'm a doctor. I can say I'm a Muslim today. Like what proves it? And Jesus says you judge a tree by its fruit or something like that, right? Like a good fruit and bad fruit. And James is kind of alluding to the same thing. And Paul also, because it's like he'll tell you faith, 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 and then at the end he'll be like, all right, do this good stuff and be above reproach. Same thing in Peter. It's always about good stuff, but it's like what comes out of the inner man. But James also alludes to like um, the sinfulness of like prejudice um, that people can have, and like you see it with the Jews, you see it, and again, not pointing fingers at Jews. 'Cause I pray to a bloody Jew essentially, but um, is the whole Good Samaritan thing, right? It's the issue with the Samaritans, issues with the Gentiles, when really Gentiles have always been welcomed. Probably say since the beginning, but like it's evidence in Rahab. Like Ruth has a book in the Bible, in the Old Testament. It's a woman, non-Israelite. Um, and so they're supposed to be accepted, but it's this prejudice of us versus them, which you can see like I think there's a sense to it, like it talks about the Antichrist and like, false teachers and all these things. But it's also telling you how to go about it. And even when I see Paul, when he's speaking to people, the only people he's truly frustrated with in most cases are people claiming to be believers but are actually false teachers or are starting to ruin the way to the gospel. And there's probably an instance out of that, or maybe a couple that I can't recall. So I don't want to say that's all the instances, but what I've been studying is like I'm seeing a through pattern of like how God operates. Um, and it is a lot of compassion Like he's, I'm thinking Old Testament.
In the
I'll hop
New
on.
Testament, right? Like, are you
No,
saying the Old Testament as well?
both as well. I mean, even to my point is roof. Like I know you guys were mentioning with Greg of the stuff where, or the flood and all these things, right?
Mm.
But as I'm studying like the character of God, like these are like long suffering type of like long kind of ways to judgment, right? I think as we were sharing in either one of the Peter's letters, it was we were talking about 1,000 days, but he was saying like God wants everybody to repent. Like he's not slow. He really wants to give everybody a chance to repent.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, back to thinking about like people who claim to be Christians, but are more abrasive. Um, the longer I am a Christian, I think earlier when I first became a Christian, I was more like a Sons of Thunder. Um, I remember we would have these kind of Bible discussions like on campuses and stuff. And it's so funny because like when I became a Christian at 23, now I grew up around church and stuff and studied all these religions and stuff, but at the time before I truly was like seeing if God existed, if you asked me I was a Christian, I probably would have said yeah. But I never really studied the scripture. Like I read up to Exodus and fell asleep at that point. Like it wasn't truly my faith. I wasn't born again. There was no evidence of my faith actually. I was just a normal human, but there was no kind of life-changing thing. There was no fruit from it. But I remember I first became a Christian. We'd talk on campus, and then like one guy, be genuine, he'd be like, "Hey, I don't think the Bible's a word of God." And internally, I was like, "What did you just say?" Like, how? But he's not even a Christian, right? To be fair, like, of
Yeah.
course he should probably think that. But I was livid, and I remember the guy who studied the Bible with me. He was like, "Hey, why were you ticked when that man said he didn't believe the Bible?" But I thought I just hit it. Like I thought I'm just chilling and kind of cool, but apparently I'm like fuming and frothing at the mouth.
Look how you've grown.
Right. But I honestly think I've grown just from walking with Jesus more. And that's not even like a brag. I think that's more of like, to me, I'm like in awe personally. And I think even naturally, without being Christian, I'm a pretty calm, chill guy. Like there's not many things that bother me. I'm not high strung. I'm not, I'm not a pushy person, but it's a difference of like this peacefulness, this calmness, and also like this humility. Cause it's like that's the whole point in the first few chapters of Romans. Paul's like, you don't have the right to say anything. Like you got like, especially the religious Jews. Like if you were to contrast it to Christians, it's like if the Jews knew, we know no for sure, because we have the New Testament now. And so it's like, what are we going to say? Like,
Well,
and
I would definitely agree with that. So like so this is interesting, and I never thought about this until you said what you said. And
mhm,
Adele, she did not know me before I was not a Christian.
mhm,
So I left when I was 33. I'm 45 now.
mhm,
It took a while, right? So I didn't just like
mhm,
leave at 33. It was
sure,
like I started to fall, like I started to like challenge my thoughts when
absolutely.
I was 33. I mean, I challenged my thoughts my whole life. I always like to think of myself as like someone who like, oh, that's interesting. Like what? The end
Mhm,
of Mark wasn't originally the end of Mark. Like what?
mhm,
And so I was like, I had to like wrestle with things, right? But you have faith. You find your faith, and faith helped me get back to believing what I believed.
mhm,
But I will say that like I was a pretty fired up person. So like the people that knew me from when I was a Christian would like my old like high school friends, college friends, my family would all say, "Dude, Josh has got a freaking temper. This dude just like pop
mhm,
off, right?"
mhm,
Um, I am probably way more calm now. In fact, I know I'm way more calm now
mhm,
than I was then, only because at the core of my being was this like faith, and it like good or bad, right? I was probably not responding to it correctly if we're
mhm,
really being emotionally intelligent. And I've also
mhm,
gotten to be like a more mature person as I've gotten older too, right? So like maybe had I maintained my faith, 45-year-old Christian me
Sure.
might be way more tempered
Yeah.
than 30-year-old Christian me.
You grew in 10 years.
Exactly.
Regardless
Yeah,
of
yeah.
faith.
Regardless, yeah.
Right. So I will say that a person's temperament, I think, does also kind of affect them. Obviously, their core beliefs affect them too. There's a few things that you kind of brought up that I think is interesting. So when you'd mentioned Jesus's kind of thought process behind like the religious establishment.
Mhm.
So like we know, of course, if Jesus grew up in Nazareth, we know now with modern archaeology, which is awesome, I think it supports the biblical narrative
Mhm.
that Nazareth was like a town of like maybe 100 people. We're
Mhm.
talking like mud brick houses, communal living, you're raising, your few grains here and there. But by and large, the population of Nazareth was going off to Sepphoris, the capital city being built by Herod Antipas, to do day laboring, which Jesus was a tekton, which we translate as carpenter, but it can also just mean like a day laborer, essentially a person that
Mhm.
works with their hands.
Mhm.
So probably that community is going off and working. So you've got this like person growing up seeing excess, and they're poor, right? And they see their poor community, and I think that just resonates with a lot of people. I mean, I grew up poor, like
Mhm.
it resonates with me, and it still resonates with me. I don't care how rich I get. I don't
Mhm.
want to see people like downcast by the rich. And so the message of Jesus, I think, is wonderful. Um, but anyways, that was one thing I thought that was kind of an interesting thing. Oh, the reason about the religious authorities, why Jesus I think was so ticked off at him though, and got upset with them, obviously, like in the temple and whatnot, is because if you look at that story of the Good Samaritan, one interesting perspective I heard recently was look at the three people that came across the road. It wasn't like two random people
Mhm.
and a Samaritan.
Yeah. A
It
priest
was
and a
two priests. It
Mhm.
was like the two rich priests, because at the time the priests were like wealthy. They were making money off of like the service of worship of God. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's a good point.
brother, where art thou? Where he's like, there's a lot of money to be made in the service
Sure.
of the Lord.
Good reference.
So anyway, so I thought that was an interesting perspective because you brought up Good Samaritan and like
Yeah.
Jesus and kind of his upbringing. The other thing that I thought was interesting, and I did finally find it, was those women that were brought up and they were dropped in the Matthew genealogy.
Mhm.
So it was Tamar, Rahab, Ruth, and Bathsheba.
Mhm.
So all four of those women had like a kind of a, not like a promiscuous, because they were technically mostly victims, or
So
at least
Rahab
like,
was a prostitute.
yeah, but they were like
Yeah.
victims of their society a little bit, but it was a little
Mhm.
scandalous. So
Mhm.
in my opinion, I'm just throwing this out here as a perspective. My perspective is at the time that Matthew and Luke were written, and the reason why the whole birth narrative came out was because after the destruction of the temple, you've got the book of Mark, doesn't talk about anything about how Jesus was born.
Mhm.
Well, all of a sudden it starts to gain more popularity. And guess where it's gaining popularity? The poor Roman soldiers. There were two competing cults at the time. There was Mithraism, and then there was the Jesus movement. And
Mhm.
you've got like these two like emerging cults of the quote unquote poor that are coming out. And then there's this, like, we know because from early church fathers, we have like their, back and forth in their writings,
Mhm.
where there was this controversy about, well, Mary wasn't a virgin. She was, Jesus was the son of, what was his name? Pantera, the Roman soldier.
Mhm.
And then you've got like the birth narrative of Luke, which is different than the birth narrative of Matthew. They're written at the
Mhm.
same time, and they're both showing genealogies. Interestingly enough, both through Joseph, because it actually even says both through Joseph, even though I think it's Luke that people try to say it's through Mary. But it's interesting to me that Matthew drops those four women, and Bathsheba and Ruth and Tamar and Rahab, because it's like, you know what? Mary's not the only one that got shade thrown at her for like a sketchy birth. You know what I mean? I
Mhm.
just think it's kind of an interesting perspective.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the only thing I have to look back at it, I think the Luke from my recollection is Mary's lineage.
It specifically says in the text,
Does it?
it
Okay.
is Joseph. Yeah, it is specifically in the text. In fact, it's awesome. It's interesting. Awesome. it's interesting because you are correct. That is the apologetic.
Mhm.
Yeah, genealogy, because it like specifically states, I'll pull up the verse. Ba, 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 ba. Um, let's see, 320, Luke 3:23. Let's see if we can find it though. Let me pull up Luke 3 because I could get called out here. Luke
And
3.
I'm only guessing that because I'm sure Matthew was sure to be, or more likely to be Joseph, since the audience was the Jewish audience, you know?
Yeah, you know what Matthew did? Oh, dude, this is an amazing point. So
Okay.
in Mark,
Here he goes.
they when Jesus was back in Nazareth,
Mhm.
the people say, wait a minute, isn't this Jesus, Mary's son? And that is like basically the equivalent of today saying, wait a minute, isn't that Jesus the bastard?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because you
Mhm.
never said bar Mary, you always said bar or Ben, either
Yeah, yeah,
way,
yeah.
the
Yeah.
man. Matthew corrects it.
Yeah.
Matthew changes Mark and says the exact same phraseology, except for he says, isn't that Mary and the carpenter's son? It's kind of
Mhm.
interesting.
Mhm.
Okay, hold on. 23.
Or as you're looking, one other thing I think is really interesting about the Good Samaritan, the NLT puts it as a priest and a temple assistant are the people that went by, but then the person who responds, because I think he's asking Jesus, "What do I need to do to inherit eternal life?" He's like, do the law, and he's like, "Well, I've been doing that since birth." Or no, I may be getting them confused. Regardless, what I find interesting how he responds, Jesus asks, "Who's your neighbor?" And he says, "The one who helped the person," but he doesn't even say the Samaritan, like it was too gross to kind of say for him. But he's like, that guy. I always think of like in America, if it's like Jim Crow era and there's like a mixed black and white person, like that'd be the Samaritan guy. He's like, who helped him? Be like, that person who helped,
Yeah, that's legit. That's a good point, actually. Let me. I found it. Okay, so it is Luke. Okay, so let me go up because I always hate it when people like pop right into the middle of this and they don't show.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is Luke, right? And Matthew specifically states, of course, that this is Joseph's lineage. But if we scroll down in Luke 3 and we get down to the genealogy, which starts in 23, it literally says the ancestors of Jesus. Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his public ministry. Joseph was known,
Jesus.
or sorry, Jesus was
Mhm.
known as the son of Joseph. Joseph was the son of Heli. Heli
I
was the son
see.
of Mathat. Mathat was the son of Levi. Levi was the son of Melchi. So it's going through Joseph's
So Joseph's
lineage.
line, yeah.
And what's funny is, here's what's crazy. I bought that apologetic and I kick myself because I always think of myself as not a skeptic, but a
Mhm.
person who doesn't just take someone's word for something. If someone came
Absolutely.
up to me and said,
That's a little bit of a skeptic.
well, I guess a skeptic, but if someone came and said, Josh, if you buy this coupon, it's going to make you $1,000 next month.
Mhm.
I'm like, how is it going to make me $1,000? Like, I'm not
Mhm.
just going to like buy this freaking coupon. But anyways, I bought it. I bought the
Yeah.
whole it's through Mary. And so when I saw this recently, I was like, no, it's through Mary. And I'm like, and then they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, oh, guess it's not. Dang.
Well,
Interesting though.
what's interesting, I have to read it in context. I think it's the other way around.
That Mark? No, Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew
Oh,
looks like
Matthew's definitely through Joseph. Hold on. Matthew's way more apparent. Let me find where it is. Matthew. So here's another interesting perspective. Notice
Mhm.
how Luke does something very strange when it comes to like if you look at other texts like in Judaism, you never start your narrative like and then all of a sudden, oh, and by the way, here's the genealogy. You usually
Mhm,
start the
mhm,
narrative
mhm.
with the genealogy. So if we go to Matthew, I guarantee you, I just type in Matthew 1, the narrative's right up front. There's a lot of people that think that Luke the birth narrative was an actual like later edition potentially. There's no way to prove it. I mean,
Mhm,
it's not like
mhm.
we don't have earlier sources that don't have it. But see, Matthew 1. This is a record of the ancestors of Jesus. Abraham. Oh, and by the way, Matthew starts at the beginning and goes up to Joseph. Luke starts at Joseph and goes down to the beginning.
Mhm. Yeah.
And there are easy to find tables online, so you don't have to do the math yourself anymore, which thank goodness for the internet. You can actually compare like where they're different, and there's some really problematic differences. In fact, one of the differences, I can't remember if it's Matthew or Luke, one of them goes through Jehoiakim, who is cursed, and God says, "You will never have a person sit on the throne," because he was a cursed king in the lineage, but he's in one of them. I can't remember what we'll find out here soon enough. Tamar, Abinadab, Boaz, Obed, Jesse, David, Solomon. We'll get there. We're working our way up to Joseph, Josiah, Babylonian, Ancor, Zedek, nothing. Jacob, and Jacob was the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary. So they're both through Joseph, and they conflict. But that's what we were going to talk about this time. We were going to talk about some of the contradictions, because my question is like, how can I take any of this at face value? Like, what's true, what's not true? Now, if you're Eastern Orthodox or a Mormon of Latter-day Saint, I learned the answer because we have recently debated them. And the answer is, it's whatever your church fathers tell you. And I was just like, what?
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
But there are some interesting contradictions. Before I do that, I want to give you the floor, though, because I don't want to like.
Well, I started off saying I wasn't going to talk long, and I was tired. But
We do have
and we'll
people in
let
the
you.
queue.
And we do have people in the queue, so we don't want to trap you. If you're like, dude, I need to sleep tonight. I got stuff going on tomorrow.
I'm always constantly fatigued, though. But
I thought that was just being an adult.
Yeah,
that may be it. Maybe I'm just getting older and I don't realize.
There's an age. Yeah.
Yeah. I also see in the what's this StreamYard, there's a chat here from Adam.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to read that. What does it say?
What does it say?
He was asking to join alongside with me if possible.
Oh, Adam.
Oh, yeah. We don't typically do groups because it gets hard. People talk over each other. We try to just keep it.
I probably couldn't hang long anyways, but your question was how to deal with the contradictions.
Yeah, like, okay, so like if like, for example, like there's simple ones, like for example, and I'm pulling up my paper because it's easier for me because I've got these old school notes here, but like, for example, you've got in 2 Samuel 24:13, it says the famine was to last. So this was the famine as a punishment for David's census. So God, it's really interesting actually, and I'll have to pull it up. In one of these, it's God has David take a census. In the other one, it's Satan has David take a census. But the result of the census is that there's a famine. Okay, so there's a census in 2 Samuel 24:13. Well, shoot, let me just pull it up because nobody should take my word at it. Here, actually, can you hold this, babe? 2 Samuel, it's right here if you can help me. 2 Samuel 24:13. 24:13. It says, so God came to David and asked him, will you choose 3 years of famine throughout your land, 3 months of fleeing from your enemies, or 3 days of severe plague throughout your land? Think this over and decide what answer I should give the Lord who sent me. So God's given David a choice of punishment, which is, that's actually legit. I wish I got a choice of punishments. So he says, 3 years of famine, 3 years of fleeing from your enemies, or 3 days of severe plague throughout your land. Okay. So we could go, and again, people that are on the chat, bookmark this, 2 Samuel 24:13, read the context. It's the same story because Chronicles recounts Samuel and Kings. So Chronicles essentially rewrite Samuel and Kings through kind of like a more I don't know if to say priestly lens is the right word, but it was written during the exile, the Babylonian exile. This was written during kind of like the time of Josiah after the northern tribes had fled down into the Judea. So what's the next one? It's Second Chronicle or First Chronicles
21:12.
21:12. So First Chronicles 21:12 says, you may choose between 3 years of famine, 3 months of destruction by the sword of your enemies, or 3 days of severe plagues. Well, that's the same. How is that different? Hold on. What am I doing wrong here?
Maybe might need to hop back.
This one was 7 years. This one is 3 years.
Second Samuel. Let me add that to this. Sorry, my bad. Hold on. Maybe I got my information wrong here. Hold on. Second Samuel 24. Let's just read the whole thing here.
Oh, it says some versions have changed 2 Samuel to read 3.
Are you New Living Translationing me right now? Oh.
I hope not.
Hold
Well,
your horses, buddy.
Do you need a semicolon? I think you have a regular colon. That's probably why it won't do both of them.
Hold on. You know what? And that's okay. But we've got other things to talk about if this is the case.
We sure do.
buddy,
They go into the NIV.
I think, well, I can take any other NRS view. I wonder if the New Living Translation harmonized it. Let's find out. Okay. 1 Chronicles 21:12. Either 3 years of famine, 3 months of devastation to your foes, while the sword of your enemies overtakes you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence on the land, and the angel of the Lord destroying you throughout the territory of Israel. Now decide what answer I'll return to the one who sent me. 2 Samuel.
Mm-hmm.
So Gad came to David and told him, he asked him, shall 7 years of famine come on you or your land, or will you flee for 3 months? So the New Living Translation harmonized that. So now you're going to have to go back.
Well, let me pull it up. Hold on.
You're going to have to do a little soul searching on your New Living Translation there, dude, because
now what was the verse again? 2 Samuel.
It's 2 Samuel 24:13 versus 1 Chronicles 21:12. Because I was like, wait a minute, I've never read those two together and them be the same, and it's because the New Living Translation made them the same. That's oh dang, man. I mean, that's good. Kudos,
well,
but
that
we're
might
gonna have to
be
do
good.
a little biblical history because the New Living Translation is a fairly new translation. It didn't used to be like that. Just what is worth.
No, I believe you.
That was interesting. Coming across that in real time.
That is, I thought I was being gaslit in my own brain by my own self.
And which one says 7?
All of them, all of the others. In fact, I'd even go so far as to pull up the KJV, which is the most like ridiculous of all the versions. I'm going to try it. Now I have to see.
You were saying...
I think he meant the verse. It says 7 years.
Yeah, so the
2 Samuel.
2 Samuel says 7 years, and the 1 Chronicles says 3 years of famine.
So the Samuel is the 7 years.
Samuel's the 7. I'm just dying to know now, is the King James, the KJV, does it have it? Because KJV is known for harmonizing. So the King James Version was using the Latin version in a lot of cases of the Old Testament that was translated from the Septuagint, which is the Greek version of the Old Testament. And so then eventually people started going more to the Hebrew version of the Old Testament.
I think that's part of the answer, but I don't want to do a deeper dive. I'm on U version, and in the little, they have a little footnotes.
Dude, even the KJV says 7 years in Samuel, man. The NLT just harmonized that.
Well, kind of. But I had to do a deeper dive on this one. So 2 Samuel 24, verse 13 in the NLT on its little footnote.
And it would be interesting to know. Oh, you're saying the footnote says. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
As in Greek version, see also 1 Chronicles 21:12. Hebrew reads 7. So I don't know why that switches, but it seems like a Septuagint thing.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. No big deal though. That's just like the first time I've ever seen that before. So I was just like that kind of like blah. Whoa.
It is a very interesting point. I hope one day I can come back with energy. I think there's certain ways that I approach it. Normally not as deep as if it's translated through the Hebrew or Septuagint as strongly, because I think even Paul makes some of his points through a Septuagint lens, and like certain
all of the New Testament authors do, because they only spoke Greek. They didn't read Hebrew. So everything that the New Testament does is through the Septuagint.
Sure. But there's a one thing that I think when I'm reading Old Testament, because I'll wrestle, like I don't think I've come across this one specifically, because it was to me that's a personal no, never mind. rather than a numeric. Like it's like, well, what is the? I'm not looking at date specifics. But usually is seeing it through the lens of how is it read through a older ancient Eastern Israelite lens. Because I'm reading it through an American literary lens. And so usually I'll have to wrestle with those of going back, like, okay, this looks different. Okay, how did they read it this way? It's usually the first part. Secondarily, the time frame differences, and it's not as much of a time frame difference in your New Testament compared to all the Old Testament. That's usually the first part. But yeah.
So then, and I would grant you that for sure, right? Because if you think about it, like there's a ton. So I'm gonna spoiler you, and this will help for any talks that you have with like Christians or non-Christians moving forward. If you type Samuel, Kings versus Chronicles, you're just gonna get a gajillion contradictions, and it's okay. It's okay. It's basically what you had scribes writing in 720s BC, Samuel and Kings, and recounting the records of everything that was happening. Then they're in Babylon and they're rewriting essentially kind of their history a little bit because they're kind of trying to re-identify themselves. In 720s, they're like, we're coming together, we're the new kingdom of Israel. We are the new kingdom of Israel because the northern tribes just got destroyed. They all fled down. Jerusalem exploded. It went from 35,000 people to 250,000 people. All of a sudden now King Josiah is like, whoa, we're relevant. I've got all these people. We need to like get in line. They discover Deuteronomy in the temple at that point, right? Oh yeah, we were renovating and we happened to find this book of law here. Yeah. And then that's when these books were written, Samuel and Kings. So then what happens is they have to re-identify themselves again. So they did it then. They had to re-identify themselves again when they were in Babylonian captivity. They're like, wait a minute, we don't have a kingdom anymore. We're captured. What are we going to do? So then they write Chronicles, 1st and 2nd Chronicles. And that's why you get a lot of discrepancies between like Samuel and Kings versus Chronicles because it's a rewrite. It's a rewrite, and they're not going to be perfectly accurate.
Sure.
Unless it truly was God breathed and he was really writing it and making sure the script, but it apparently didn't happen that way. So we can push those aside. There's a lot of numerical things. There's a few theological things. But if we jump to the New Testament, like, what are your thoughts on like something so obviously there's like major plot points, right? So you've got like, obviously we know there's like discrepancies with like how many people went to the tomb and what they saw. But what about like Judas's death? Like, what are your thoughts on like that?
Like my state now, mind you, I'm crashing now. But
okay,
so this may be the last question I can
yeah.
That's fair, super fair.
That's totally fair.
The study that I remember doing on it was because it was either he hung himself. What was it? He hung himself or his guts fell out.
You got it. Yep, those two.
Those two difference.
Yeah, so I think it's
he got it.
Yeah, you got it. It's Matthew, I think, is the hang. Yeah, Matthew's the hang, Acts is the guts fell out.
I can't tell you the exact without being I remember the guts hanging. No, I don't remember which one. I assume maybe it was the guts hanging out. It was some Jewish. No, I'm crashing.
Put a pin in that.
What I want to say though is this, and maybe I can pick up with you when I meet you again.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I want to say the guts hanging out was some Jewish figure of speech, or it was either something that happens when someone does hang themselves, like their body decomposes or something. It was something. So it wasn't necessarily contradictory. It was either, if I recall, it was kind
of like a figure of speech type of thing.
A figure of speech, or it was some medical thing, but I can't remember which one to tell you confidently.
So. I'll check on that too, because I actually am super interested in that.
I'm not sure if I've heard that.
By the way, the best Judas death story though, Dracula 2000. Dracula turns out to be Judas Satan saves him right before he dies from being hung. That's how Dracula starts.
Oh man, we got ourselves a new religion now.
I don't know if I'd follow that one, but it's a good story.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But anyways, good talking to you guys.
You as well. Have a
Um,
good one.
I'll
Thank you
catch
for
you guys
coming
next
back.
time.
All right.
Get
Thanks
some
so much,
sleep.
David.
I know,
See you,
right?
man. Bye. Dude, David is awesome.
Yeah, David's been back, I don't know, at least 4 times now.
Yeah.
He's a good buddy of the channel.
Fantastic.
We did have a couple people come in and out of the box. If you're still watching, I think we had H and we had Adam, and we know Adam. He's a good friend too. If you guys are still around and just got tired of sitting there, but you want to come up and still have a conversation, please pop back in. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break if you want to
Yeah.
unpack any of that conversation.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, here I can look. I've been behind on the chats here because great conversations. Thanks again, Greg. Thanks again, David, for popping up here. Any other Christians that want to join? Obviously, you can kind of see like this is a safe space. Yeah, we're going to talk about like what we think, but we're definitely going to let you, have the platform as well and share what you feel as well. Behold the little. Oh man, someone's quoting Daniel. Yodnabi blog. Behold the little horn, who's Greece, sprang up speaking great things. Thy throne is coming to an end. Yes, because Alexander is going to get defeated by, actually, he's going to die suddenly, and then the 4 generals are going to take over. Thy roots shall be cut down and cast in the abyss. Awesome. Okay, Yodnabi, if you would like to come up and talk about Daniel, it is a fantastic book. I'd love to talk about Daniel. Someone is claiming Jesus is a false prophet. Whoa. If any Christians disagree with that, please come up and defend yourself against this person saying Jesus is a false prophet. We have a Muslim in the house wishing us success. Well, I am not personally Muslim. I know a little bit about Islam. I'm actually reading a book by a Muslim right now. In fact, it came out shortly after 9/11. I think it's called, I'm going to have to pull it up. Oh, shoot. My phone's being plugged in right now. It's by Reza Aslan. It's called One God, One Kingdom, maybe, or something like that. So I'm learning more about Islam. Don't know that I would necessarily subscribe to it. I think that Islam is probably as fantastical as Christianity, but hey, maybe some Christians can prove me wrong and tell me why Christianity's we got people that are obviously interested in, oh, interesting, Jews, Christians, and Muslims worship the same God. Wow. I happen to know some Christians that would disagree with that. I happen to know some Jews that would disagree with that, and I definitely know some Muslims. In fact, probably our friend on here. Guys, stay friendly in the chat. But I bet that Moha, the Muslim, would disagree with Georgie's comment. I don't know, man. There's some things, Jesus saying, I am the way, the truth, and the light. No man comes to the Father except through me kind of thing. It removes a little bit of universalism. It's a little exclusive.
There's not quite so much wiggle room.
It's an exclusive club. Let's just put it that way. You got to have a certain amount of flying miles.
You got to pay your monthly dues.
Yeah. Christians feel the need to be special. Oh. I feel, Reza Aslan is great. Oh, nice. All right. Yeah, we just read his book Zealot, and I was blown away.
Yeah, it was really good.
I really put me right there in the time period. How can someone who knows so much about the Bible use all gained wisdom to fight against God's love? Makes no sense. Oh, that's actually a really good question. So they're saying, how can someone that knows so much about the Bible use it against God's love? So I personally think that God is a horrific monster. In fact, there's a fantastic book called God's Monsters. Ugh. Everyone, crazy. Get the book God's Monsters. Now, if you're
that one.
Yeah, you should look that up actually. If you're a Christian and you haven't read the Old Testament, I understand why you don't understand. if you're a Christian that hasn't read Revelation, I understand why you don't understand. But if you're a Christian who's read the Old Testament and then has also read Revelation, I just think that you have reading comprehension skill problems. Anyways, good question. But that's why I use my knowledge to educate the populace as to what's actually in this book, because it's pretty. Oh, Esther Hamori.
Yeah, I don't know. We maybe need to look up more of her
Oh my
work.
gosh, that's the only book that I've read by her. But yeah, Esther Hamori, God's Monsters, definitely read. I'm gonna you field the chat real quick while I run to the restroom, and we'll be right back.
I don't know. We might have out-talked Adam. I saw him in the chat for a while.
Oh yeah, we'd love to have Adam back.
And then I think it was H that was in the queue. Sorry, we always say we're not going to talk with David a long time, and then these two get going. And you know, it is what it is. Sometimes the conversation is just good, and I don't know. I hate to cut it out. Oh, looks like H entered the studio. H, I'll bring you up as soon as Josh gets back. He's in charge of the stream mob stuff over here, and I don't want to break it, but I promise it'll be like less than a minute, and then we'll actually have a conversation. Thank you for coming back and for sticking around after our long conversation with David. Yeah, lots of conversations about which God is real and if they're all the same. I mean, these are very valid questions. Invisible Monster. Hank, who wrote Invisible Monster? We are always looking for book recommendations. Lots of times I have them in Audible and listen to them while I'm working, so sometimes I go through them very fast. Only facts. I don't see any ice giants either, so that is a very valid point. Maybe we need to look into Odin just a little closer. Just saying. You know, Digital, it's funny that you mentioned that. I just saw the movie Project Hail Mary, and my friend and neighbor just finished the book herself and highly recommended it. I might pull that up as a fiction. Sometimes I need to cleanse my palate from all the nonfiction Bible research. Oh, I'm never going to say his name right. I know this author from like my childhood and my young adulthood. I will look that up. Invisible Monster. Got it. And H came back to join the chat when you're ready.
Oh, nice. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, just popped off. Hopefully they're coming right back. Hopefully that was just a little blip in connection or something. Digital, this is a good point, depending on who you ask. Chop shit, yes. I'm an atheist, so is my co-host. He will be rejoining me here in a moment. We're just interested in having discourse with people who still believe about what that might look like for them, why they do still believe. Yeah, Polynia. I will butcher it. I can try it. I think we all understand that we are talking about the same person. Thank you. All right. Well, hopefully H pops back in, or if anyone else in this chat has questions for us or wants to talk about what they believe or why they believe, we have a link right here. You can call up. You don't have to be on video if you don't want to. You don't have to like sign up for anything or give us your email even. You can just pop right in. We'll bring you up and have a conversation.
We're not selling anything. Anything fun in the chat while I was gone?
We were just talking books.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a lot of fiction came up, which honestly, it might be about time for me to do a fiction flavored palate cleanser. I've been doing a lot of heavy research books.
Yeah. I'm an audiobook person. Like I like to just listen to books when I'm like getting ready and stuff. I don't have the attention span to sit and read as much as I used to.
Got a lot of people talking about prophecies, the Shroud of Turin.
Guys, I have...
Oh, there's H back.
Here we go.
I think it's H.
Let's see if we can get H in the chat here. H, can you hear us and are you over 18?
Yes.
Oh, excellent.
Awesome.
Okay.
And thank you for hanging around.
Yeah. Yeah, so are you do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay, cool. What's your I guess this is kind of an open platform, so feel free to kind of share what you'd like, but I guess what's your primary reason for believing in the Christian God?
I would say I have several reasons, but I think that a big one would be, arguments, like philosophical arguments, like arguments from contingency. I think are very strong to demonstrate the existence of God through the lights of natural reason.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily disagree that there's not a God, right? So I mean there could be like a kid, with a science experiment that has multiple universes in their lab. And we're like one planet within the universe that keeps expanding and contracting. I mean, I don't profess to see beyond the boundaries of the universe to know whether or not there's a God, but what's particularly compelling about the Christian God for you?
Well, so like the arguments for God's existence as they're typically elucidated by like Christian philosophers, or even the pagans like Aristotle or Plotinus, purport to terminate in a God who is not like the kid with the science experiment, but like as Aquinas would call like ipsum esse subsistens, subsistent existence itself, right? And so this is not a sort of fussy cause among other causes, but something that is radically different, whose very essence is to be, and would not be, and would have certain attributes that align with what like the Christian religion teaches.
What are some of the attributes that you would say that the Christian religion teaches that this God would have?
He's one. He's immutable, impassible, eternal.
What does what does immutable mean?
Not subject to change.
Okay. Can we take that one for starters, and then we can go through the other attributes?
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if I can find some verses here. So, okay.
Well, and are we talking about God changing, like, as far as who he is as a being, or like God changing his mind?
Yeah, you're saying God wouldn't like change his mind or anything, right? He doesn't change he wouldn't be like, I know everything, and then all of a sudden now I'm like changing my mind. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. And I will also like anticipate, to the extent that we read the scriptures and we see instances that talk about God changing his mind.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that has, and this is not just me like kind of pulling it out of nowhere, a like ancient interpretation of this, and that has been kind of held from, so I'm a Catholic.
Okay.
Like the Catholic Church's understanding, which is by no means like a breakaway sect of Christianity. It's the primary section. It's the plurality
It's the
of
one that
Christians.
stuck. Yeah.
And,
thanks to Augustine and Theodosius, but go ahead.
And they, the way that this is interpreted is that, as like Aquinas would talk about analogy, that human beings speak about God in analogous ways, but it is not to be understood that there is actual change in God's states, or like changes in mental states of God, and that however we interpret these passages, they should not be interpreted in a way to say that God changes his mind in the sense that you or I do, but rather they describe a relation of human to God that is not exactly symmetrical or univocal.
So outside of like so to boil it down for the simple folk like me, I grew up on a small farm. You gotta hang with me here. So God doesn't change, right? He's immutable in that he doesn't change. And he also doesn't like change his mind, where he's like, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and make grass green, and then 100 years later decide, man, that was a bad decision, I'm gonna turn it blue. I mean, I guess he can change his mind. It's not that he can't change his mind, but you're saying that when he makes a decision, he's doing it because he knows the future. He's like omniscient. Is that what we're getting at?
No, frozen.
Oh, did
Are
it
still
freeze?
there? Maybe they got a connection issue.
Oh, darn it.
Hi, can you
Give
hear
them
me?
just a second.
Oh, now we can hear you.
Oh,
Yep, we
I
got
thought
you.
I
We
heard
got you.
Sorry.
Stephen. Yep. Oh, no,
Sorry
you're
about
good.
that.
You're good. You're good.
I don't know.
Yep, we got you
I'm
back.
not sure what you. I'm not sure what you heard, but basically,
Yeah, I basically was asking
I
like
think
what does that mean exactly? Like he doesn't change his mind. So he doesn't like if he makes a decision because he knows the future, he knows the past, he knows everything. He's omniscient, I assume is another attribute.
yes.
He's not gonna like do something and then be like, oops, my bad. You
No,
know.
I mean that would be impossible as well because God exists eternally, right? So it's not as if God like experiences time in a sense that like you or I do. All points of time are ever present to him and an ever present now.
I look at it like as a bread loaf, right? So like he knows all the slices of the bread loaf all at once. Is that like a good analogy maybe? I mean it's different, right? But
It's a funny analogy. I don't see a problem with it on its face.
you're right.
Oh, with bread.
Yeah, that is good. So okay, so here would be my question then.
Okay.
So if God knows everything from like the beginning of time, because I assume you believe in ex nihilo, right? Like
Of
there
course.
was nothing, and then there was you believe that there was nothing, and then there was
Of course.
time, and God was before the time. That's a traditional church father way to look at it.
Not to nitpick, but the question of before the time is an interesting statement.
Agreed.
It's interesting whether or not it makes sense to talk about this to talk about that. But I understand what you're meaning.
Yeah, and I'm tracking with you on that. So for example, and we can pull up the verses too. So if you ever say, I'm gonna fact check you on that, like we can pull up the verses. I'm gonna reference some of them for the like audience if they want to like pull them up as well. But I suspect that H knows his scripture.
I do too.
So God creates humanity.
Yes.
You know, he puts the snake in the garden, essentially with a bunch of kids because they don't know the difference between right and wrong. He knows they're going to pull the lever. Don't pull the lever. They're going to pull the lever, and they eat the fruit. They get cast into sin, right? Oop, it's you guys' fault. Original sin. And then down the road, sin happens. Oop, the angels think that the women of men are hot, so they come down and they fornicate with the women of men. And now we've got like this whole situation where we've got to wipe off the scourge of the earth and have the flood. And it says God regretted creating man.
Mm-hmm.
So how can God regret something when he knew it was going to happen?
Right. It's a good question. I think that an interpretive key has to be attendant to the literary genre that we're dealing with. We shouldn't approach any of the books of the Bible with this sort of a priori understanding that they are written in the sense that we would have written them were we to write something in the 21st century. We have to be, and I think that that's only fair, right? It's not fair to assume that any of these books of the Bible were written as if they were meant to be like a court transcript of events necessarily, right?
So God didn't write them?
No, God wrote them. The human authors also wrote them. What I'm meaning to say is we have to be attendant to the particular literary genre in which they were written. And like I would say that the authors of Scripture use modes of language that are particular to the cultural circumstances that they're in and the literary genre in which they're writing to describe God in a way that is intelligible, but not always with a sense of like, it's difficult to describe, but this is kind of the point I was getting at earlier, which is however we interpret the scriptures, we have to interpret them understanding that they are under the context of God being immutable. So to the extent that they're saying that God regrets something, whatever it means, it doesn't mean that there's some sort of like a change in God's state. And I don't think that that's like an ad hoc, just get out of jail free card. I think that it follows naturally from what we can know about God, because we can know that God is immutable through the light of natural reason, because whatever ipsum esse subsistens is, it cannot be subject to change. And it also shouldn't surprise us that when humans try to write about God in these various literary modes, that they do so in a way that, relates them to each other. And like the goal of this is not necessarily to write like a theological textbook. in every instance, right? And I don't know if any of that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'm tracking with you.
But the point is, like, I would say I think it's a mistake to really get like hung up on this stuff. And it's not just me who says this. Like, this is the rich tradition of like the church that, you know, is in concert with what I'm saying, albeit more eloquently. And I would refer you to, and I don't know the exact name of it, but there are many, you know, compendia of, you know, treatises, like letters from popes or theologians that talk about this and the proper interpretation of scripture in the light of natural theology.
So interesting. So and so for the audience, we do so we don't want to lose the audience, H. So that's how I know you've read scripture, because you're using a lot of like church doctrine language that I grew up with. Not everyone knows all this stuff, but that's okay in terms of like the lingo. So but what you're saying is, like, I would disagree with, because I think that all those fancy terms are basically ways that the church fathers, starting with Clement, right, all the way up to really got to give a shout out to Augustine. Love the dude. He, you know, City of God was a peach. But you have books upon books upon books that can fill a tower. I mean, Origen, Tertullian, you know, not Marcion, he's a heretic now, right? But all these church fathers arguing back and forth about all these little details to reconcile the fact that it just doesn't make sense. So, for example, like, you would say, let's not get hung up in the fact that, like, God knows everything, but he created mankind, and then it says that he forgot mankind. Well, that's just because it made the story better to say that he regretted it. So then what do you say about the fact that he made Saul king, and then he repents and says, I shouldn't have made Saul king? I mean, he does this constantly throughout the Old Testament, where he's constantly like, I do this, oops, I shouldn't have done that. Or the best, and I'd pull up the verse just to, like, you know, like, flag it, right? But you would know what I'm doing, so I'm not going to do it out of respect. But like, I think it's First Judges 1:19, where it's like, God loses because of iron chariots. It's like, whoa, God didn't see that coming. I was going to beat him, but iron chariots. Now you could say, well, that's because we had to write the book in a way that the people would relate to it. But then at what point am I just like, how are you different than any other ancient mythology or book out there? I might as well become a Muslim and hit up this guy in the chat that's like talking about the Quran, because the Quran actually has stuff in there that is more scientific than the Old Testament. Like, what, how do we, if it was just written for a people, why do I believe in the Old Testament versus any other holy book? It, especially because it took a mountain of literature to get to all the fancy words that you're trying to talk about.
Sure. So I would say a few things. I would say, you know, admittedly, you know, scriptural exegesis is not exactly, I would say, like my strong suit, and so this is one of the reasons why I kind of direct it towards those, you know, people who I think have done a better job. I also, in particular, I think that, you know, Thomas Aquinas's treatise on the will of God that's found in the Summa Theologica could be particularly instructive here. And also, maybe just kind of like a very simple illustration or idea is that if we're talking about a timeless being who has like a will for something at time A and a will for something at time B, it's not like appropriate to say that the will would, I think, I'm not sure it would be appropriate to say that the will, quote unquote, has changed in the sense from the perspective of the eternal being, right? It might appear that this is the case from the recipient of it. But the question of, well, why should we believe in the Old Testament in particular? I think that we should believe in the Old Testament because I think that we have good reason to believe in Jesus. But I you know, I don't want to get too like far afield of like, I think that to the extent that somebody doesn't believe in God, I do think it's important also to note that I do think that that God can be known to exist as a matter of certainty through the light of natural reason, right? We can reason from effect to cause and
But
know.
why the Christian God, though? Because I don't disagree. I can look outside and the trees are really perfect and the grass is amazing. And I could say, you know what? maybe on another planet the grass is blue and the trees don't have leaves, and their God wanted the trees not to have leaves and their grass to be blue. Or I could say, you know what? It had to be like this, therefore the watchmaker. But why is your watchmaker Yahweh, that is full of holes in the Old Testament, a lot of contradictions, and then like how does it then end up in Jesus?
I would obviously object to the characterization of being full of holes, as you know, but I think that how does it, and I would also object to this. I think that even the description of it as being like, there's one God for this planet or one God for this other planet, evidence is like kind of like, and perhaps it's on my end, a failure to explain the idea that the idea of there being more than one of ipsum esse subsistens is not, a coherent thing to say.
What is
There
ipsum esse obsistens?
ipsum esse subsistens is Latin for, how would you translate it? Subsistent existence itself. So this is what, this is what Aquinas would call God. And this is, in my opinion, similar to what you get from like Aristotelian contingency arguments. In general, there's an interesting question whether, I think Plotinus, his description of the one is arguably, asymptotic to that. But I think that I don't like this idea that, there's one God here, one God here. That doesn't really make sense. There's one. There could, like, the arguments purport to demonstrate, and I believe that they're successful, that there could only in principle be one God.
But why is it the Christian God?
But yeah, I think that's the point of the question here,
Mhm.
is how does the Bible and the apologetics that you're putting into, well, God isn't actually changing his mind, we shouldn't read it that way.
Mhm.
How is that any different than what any other faith is doing with their holy book?
Right, because if I talk to a Muslim, they're going to say Allah, and they're going to rattle off a bunch of things that you just said exactly the same way with their, traditions. And if I talk to a Hindu, they're going to say the exact same thing. They might have a few extra deities involved. I mean, now there is other religions that have been snuffed out over the years thanks to the sword, but they all said the same thing. They all had their traditions. Ours has been baked out for a while as Christianity, but at the same time, it's just gotten like just convoluted when you really boil it down to like the brass tacks. Not brass tacks in terms of like, is there a God? Because you know what? I can't prove that one way or another. I can't prove that there's a God or not. I don't think anyone really can, unless
That's
you can
exactly the
step
point.
outside the universe.
Right. No,
But I
Yeah.
can prove that the Christian God is completely not real, because
Right.
the Bible is so full of scientific errors, failed prophecies, contradictions, narrative contradictions, anachronisms, and just historical fallacies that there is no way that the Christian God's real. I would buy the Mormon God's real at this point over the Christian God. But then you got to tack the Old Testament and New Testament to that, and now I can't believe that one either. So, anyways, maybe I just need to talk to this Muslim guy. But anyways, convince me about Christianity.
Right. So, I mean, I think that there's a lot there of what you said.
Yeah,
I think
that went a lot of
per-
places.
Sorry.
so-
I mean, first of
Feel
all,
free to
I-
take
I-
one point.
Yeah.
I would say that I strenuously disagree with the characterization that you can't know unless you step outside of the universe. That's actually precisely the opposite of what I am saying. I am saying that, like, agnosticism, or said differently, the epistemological position that the existence of God is unknowable, is false. That's false. And it's false because we can reason from effects in the world to cause. Right. So, like,
Okay, so God's real. Next point.
Okay, so then the question is, of course, well, has he revealed himself? And I think that the person of Jesus, I think that there's good evidence from the historical record to support the central claims of Christianity, namely that Jesus existed, that he died, that he resurrected.
Nope.
And
He didn't resurrect. What's the evidence that he resurrected?
So I think that to limit it to, okay. So
What's
let's
the reasoning? Let's say you can't provide
yeah,
evidence.
because
What's
here's
the
the
reasoning?
thing, and I just want to break this down a little bit, because
Mhm.
I'm I'm not a mythicist, so I could 100% be on board with the idea that Jesus was born, he lived a life, and to be quite honest, that he was crucified because people were being crucified all the time. The
Sure.
part that is like a little bit harder to swallow is someone coming back from the dead.
Well, sure. I mean, it's a very, I mean, it's a miraculous claim, right? It's an extraordinary claim. And so I would say, I think that, I'm not an expert of this history. That's not my profession. But I think that if we look at like what even secular atheistic historians of this era would accept, a consensus or a large majority of historians of this era would accept the claims that Jesus was crucified. They would accept the claim that he was buried in a tomb.
Yeah, I don't know about that tomb part, but
So I don't mean
usually it was mass graves.
I don't mean to say like literally everybody, but I would say that from my survey of the evidence, I can only speak to my own research and my own investigation. So I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
from my investigation, it seems to me that like I would say significantly more than 50% of historians of this era. There are of course people like John Dominic Crossan who would say that Jesus was buried in a mass grave. There are people like Bart Ehrman who would say that Jesus's tomb may not have been found empty. I bring up those two people to demonstrate that there are people who are not quacks, who are credentialed historians who would disagree, but they would
And there is
also.
one other one that I actually would throw out there too, and this is in your favor. So like there's Dr. James Tabor who believes that Jesus was put in a tomb, but if you remember, it was a tomb by Joseph of Arimathea that was supposed to be for his family, and it was done in haste, and it was a temporary tomb. So an argument could be made that Jesus was hastily put in a temporary tomb by a rich guy whose tomb was cement for his family, so that by the time the people came back that next morning to put spices on Jesus's body, the body had been moved to its permanent location, in fact showing that it was empty and freaking everyone out, and all of a sudden starting this new cult. I mean, that's another thought process as well.
No, I hear what you're saying, but just to complete my kind of my kind of thought process is, the fruits of my investigation have shown to me that substantially more than 50%, and in some of these instances, I would say like substantially more than 90% of the credentialed historians of this period would agree that Jesus was crucified, that he was placed in the tomb, that tomb was found empty, and that he was seen, that his followers believed.
His followers claimed to see him.
Well, more than that they believed that they saw him, not merely that they claimed. So then the reason I phrase it that way is to, as if like it's not like made up. Maybe they were mistaken, you might say, that they hallucinated or something like that, but it would preclude the theory of like a conspiracy.
Right. But how many people claim to see Nero risen from the dead?
I don't know the answer to that question, but what I do know is that there did not become a belief, like an enduring cult that claimed that this man had been resurrected in the sense that.
But they did go to war and die for him, convinced that he was risen.
Yeah, I've heard of this. I don't know all of the history with respect to the Nero thing, but just like to bring it back to the claims of Jesus specifically.
But it's relevant though, right? Because it's very similar. I mean, there's not a lot of times where a religious figure dies and comes back from the dead, but it's not unheard of. In fact, there's 1600 CE. There was the Jewish leader who had followers all across Europe, and he was everyone was following him, believing him as the Messiah. I'll have to pull up the name, but it's because I'm going to butcher it if I say it out loud.
Yeah, sure. I hear what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
I also haven't.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, and I would say that I don't have all. I remember having looked into something like this myself, and I don't remember the specifics, but I do remember my conclusion coming away from that the claims surrounding Jesus were qualitatively different from contemporaneous or like similar like claims of like seeing a vision of like a raised
Were
person.
you
And
raised Christian?
no, and so I think that I was an atheist, and then I converted when I was in my early 20s. And I think, to me, and then there's other pieces of like evidence. I think with particularly like the Catholic Church, with respect to Eucharistic miracles, that like even in the 20th century, there are dozens of examples throughout history where the Eucharist has, upon consecration, changed in appearance and then been tested by secular scientists and shown to be human heart tissue.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call Snopes on that one. But if the chat wants to double check it,
I
fair.
promise. I'm
gonna make a note of it to double check. I'm gonna make a note on it to research because I could be wrong.
Lanciano, Sokoka, Poland.
Because I think I've heard a lot of these things from like a Hindu perspective as well. There's miracles all over the world from all different religions. Hell, Asclepius got to have his own temples and become deified because he was healing people. And then if you slept in the temple of Asclepius, you would be healed. Like this has gone back since the beginning of time of faith healers and miracles. It's all personal experience and kind of hearsay.
Well, that's not right. And the reason that it's not right is the following, because I'm not talking about like what I'm talking about is, and one of the there are like thousands of anecdotal like reports of people having been healed, whether it be at like Lourdes or other sites of various Marian apparitions. But the thing that's I find particularly interesting and compelling about the Eucharistic miracles is first of all, some of them are recent, some of them are in like the first millennium, but some of them are like, one of them happened in Argentina when the late Pope Francis was Cardinal and Bishop of Buenos Aires, right? So this is not like ancient history, and these have been subject to like independent scientific investigation, right? Like people who did not know what the samples were.
Can you give me some of the studies and the peer reviews on this?
So I would a good kind of like source of like a list of these. If you just like search like Carlo Acutis, Acutis, he's a recently canonized saint.
Saint Carlo Acutis, okay.
Yes, and if you go, he had, I think it's called like, it's in Italian. I think it's like Miraculo Eucharistici or something. There's a website of his.
Okay, and this is peer reviewed scientifically?
So how do I phrase this correctly? What he does is he has summaries on his website, and I believe that there are either like you can look at like summaries, and then you could from there kind of jump from that to go to more in depth. It's the format of the website. The reason I recommend it is it kind of has like a lot of them there, and you can kind of get a feel for what the claims are. But if you want like more like
any Protestants on the chat right now that disagree with this, but keep going.
But if you want like any more like white papery stuff, you would probably have to do further research. But I think it's like a good.
All this seems very Catholically peer reviewed. I'm on it right now.
Well, without question, obviously it draws the interest of Catholics. But I would say that what you can see, and I also, to be fair, I have not looked at every single line item on that website, right? But I would say that like what you would notice if you investigate some of these is that these were the scientists who were involved in the investigation. Some of them were Catholic and some of them were not. And interestingly, typically, or at least often, they did not know what they were being shown. And like, so, I think that and this hasn't happened once or twice or 3 times or 4 times or 5 times or 6 times or 7 times or 8 times or 9 times or 10 times, right? Like this is a like relatively frequent phenomenon.
So what about the exact same thing, okay, except for it's spiritual leader Sai Baba. It was Sathya Sai Baba. He was a Hindu healer, and he has eyewitnesses of his healings, and he has eyewitnesses of his own healing, almost like a resurrection type thing, but he didn't actually die and resurrect. Unfortunately, he died and stayed dead. But he did heal himself, and he also healed other people. And there's like hundreds and hundreds and thousands of eyewitnesses of all of this. Like, why is his fake? And this, he died in 2011, so 1940 to 2011. Why is his fake? And this Catholic Reviewed Eucharistic miracle guy with all these Eucharistic miracles, which, by the way, I'm from a Protestant, and I did not believe that the wine turned to blood in my tummy, and I also didn't believe that
Well, it doesn't turn in your tummy; it turns before you drink it.
Okay, well, whatever. I didn't believe I was drinking blood and eating flesh. Now, neither here nor there. I'm going to split the Christians in the audience. You can put a 1 in the chat if you think that you've got skin in your tummy after you have the wafer. But what makes that one fake and yours real? And you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the difference?
Right. I mean, fair question. And I'll admit, I haven't investigated every single miracle claim in Christianity.
Nor could you. I mean, that's not a
elsewhere.
reasonable.
So
So I'm just asking generally.
You can pull out. I'm there's like
But I think that's kind of
another
the
one would be
point
like
of the
Simon Kimbungu in the Democratic Republic of the Congo or something like that. And so what I would say is that without making a comment as to any of the particular examples that you've given, it's my understanding that the Catholic Church teaches of the possibility of God having, like, God cares about all people. And I don't think that the mere fact that there could be, that God could work a miracle in a context that is not like Catholic, for example, is not in itself, to my knowledge, like something that is like considered to be impossible. And so the short answer is I don't know. I don't know. I would look at the evidence and I can't really comment on something that I don't know, but also like, yeah, so I can't really comment on something like that I don't know. All what I can say though is that in the particular example of Jesus, I do find that looking at the available historical evidence, it does seem to me that the best explanation for that evidence is what the earliest Christians claimed happened, namely that this man rose from the dead.
So
and I think that the competing
the
explanations do not have adequate explanatory value.
That's super. No, and by the way, you're doing a great job. I'm tracking with you. Some of the terms that you were using initially, like I just struggled with like understanding what you were saying, but now I'm tracking with you. I appreciate that, and you're very well spoken, and I also think that you're representing very well. And I appreciate you saying when you don't know something. I will say I don't know when a term you say I don't know. I don't know what it means, but going back to the fact that you said, like at the very beginning, you were like, okay, well, God has these attributes, right? Okay. So we first talked about the fact that, like, okay, we just took the top one, right? Omniscience, right? So God knows everything. We wrote off the fact that God did things that he later regretted because it's a book. And it's like, we're trying to write to the people and we have to put it in terms that they'll understand or relate to. And tell me if I'm misspeaking. I'm trying
to be honest, I don't exactly know how to articulate it. I'm trying to imagine if I'm 4,000 years ago and I'm we're writing in the modes of language, how do you describe if, God, who is timeless, wanted for me at point A something and then wanted for me something, 2 years later, something different? How would we describe this? And I think the point is, like, I think that this is maybe just like a different sort of hermeneutical approach to scripture from Protestants and Catholics, is that, I think an error that fundamentalist Protestants make with the Bible, and I think that I don't know what your religious background is, but like I think that some ex-fundamentalist Protestants make an analogous error, which is that they read into the Bible an intention that's not there, which is that that they assume that the intention of the author is to write a narrative in the literary genre that we would write the same story in the 21st century. And I just think that that's wrong. It can't be right? Like they may not have had that genre back then. And so the point is, like, I don't really typically get hung up on these things because
so how do you know what's true then? So like, let's take an example. So for example, do you believe it's the verse that everyone knows? 1 Corinthians 13. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love does not envy. Love does not boast. I'm just going off the
Yes.
top of my head here. I actually got
Sure.
for my notes.
Endures all
But
things.
do you believe that? Is that what love is? Is that what God is? Is God love?
God is love. Yes.
Okay. So let's take love is patient as just one, like a one-off, for example, and let's look at like examples. And you know what I'm doing here. You're an intelligent person. You know what I'm going to do? Hold on. I'm going to pull up, remove that. Whoops. If I can. Oh boy. Share screen. Maybe.
I don't see it up there.
Oh, there we go. Share screen. I think it's, here we go. So, okay. So, we are saying that
No, you still have to get it on the screen, baby.
yeah, I will. 1 second. Here we go. Okay. So God is love. I will make this bigger. 1 second, everybody. So God is love, and it says
Right, and I can't see
you
the
kind of
screen,
get where I'm going.
but
I'm gonna make it bigger.
I understand, but
Yeah,
to
head
be
me off
honest
the
with you,
path here. Go ahead.
I don't really consider. I understand that perhaps there's like a potential gotcha moment coming up, and I don't.
No,
I
let's
just,
talk
I don't,
holistically. No
I
gotcha
don't
moment.
consider.
Why
I don't
is
consider it to be
Jesus impatient?
scandalous.
Why is God impatient when it says that love is patient? And I
Right.
can go and I can list the 6 verses for people that haven't read the Bible, because unlike you and I, a lot of people haven't. But there's multiple times where Jesus is super impatient, where God is super impatient, but then Paul says, love is patient, love is kind, God is love. Help us understand that.
Yeah, sure. I haven't heard this specific question articulated before. And so,
That's fair.
I would want to give it some thought. I feel confident that there is a way to describe this, because I think that like an analogy that comes off the top of my head is like my father is a patient person, but I'm sure that there have been times when he got impatient with me.
But
You
your
know what I
dad is
mean?
not
Like,
Is your
equivalent
dad
with God.
God?
no, that's not what I'm saying. My point is that I think that like two things can be true at once. Like if I were to say, for example, that my dad is a patient person, my dad is patient, let's say. And then if somebody were to come up with a counterexample that said, well, what about this one time when your dad was not patient? Would that ipso facto be a counterexample to
I'm
my
listing
claim?
like so
Properly
far 3
understood.
times, just 3 times right now in the text, and we only have a limited amount of text. Go ahead.
Mhm. Right.
I do think
But
that sorry, and I'm not trying to talk over you. But I do want to pause, because I do think my question was relevant when I said you're comparing God to your father. We would expect that a human can't be patient all the time. But if we're having an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-present God, we would hold them to a different standard.
Especially
And
if they can
especially if
torch
these
us.
are the attributes we're giving to them, I don't think that we should be able to say, oh, but it's just like, yes, I'm a loving person, but sometimes I fight with my husband.
right. No, I completely understand what you're saying. I will say, like I said, biblical exegesis is not especially my strong suit. I am sure that there are a host of competent exegetes who have tackled this this topic, and I would refer you to them, because this is not something where I don't feel scandalized by this, because I imagine that there's a perfectly sensible explanation, because it seems to me like maybe it has to do with the context in which Paul is speaking, that he's talking about love in the sense of like spousal love or friend or fraternal love, or filial love, and not specifically making some sort of ontological theological claim about the inner life of the triune God, right? I don't know. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe it's something else.
Can I ask you a question?
I just don't really know off the top of my head. And so I would just, like I said, and to be honest with you, like this is your show. I'm not going to steer the ship for you, but I will say like the Bible's not really like my area of expertise. And so if I don't really feel like I don't really feel like I'm the person to ask about that. I would refer out.
So here's what I would say. And first of all, mad respect for you, because you came in You got me on my
You
heels.
definitely have knowledge.
You got me on my heels, because the reason why you got me on my heels was because of the confidence you came in. You came in like popping off words. I love exegesis. I like just to say exegesis. But the thing that's interesting to me is this. Okay. If I were to show you a bunch of moments in the Bible where, so first of all you have to give me a truth. Okay, that's where we got to start. You've got to be able to give me a truth. And if your truth is that God is all knowing, okay, and I could show you in the Bible, let's just back off that, because you said all knowing doesn't count because God had to write it to a bunch of dummies. So he had to downplay it and put it into a context that we could understand. Okay, fair. So he pretended that he wasn't all knowing. Fair. Let's say though that you believe in 1 Corinthians 13, that love is patient, love is kind, love is not boastful, blah, blah, blah. Let's say I could show you let's say I could give you 30 times when the God of the Bible and Jesus did not demonstrate those things, and in fact was the antithesis of those things. And then I could show you the verse where it says God is love. Now, would that be enough if you went to your apologetics and you couldn't find a definitive reason to refute that? So you went to your exegesis captains and your apologetics, and they couldn't come up with a solid reason to refute those 30 things that I can show you. Would you have a crack in your faith?
I think that my faith is founded on the principles that I had already kind of elucidated among others.
So you're saying it wouldn't
and
matter?
I'm not. That's not what I said.
But
what I'm saying,
what are you saying? Would it matter or would it not matter?
I think I would take all sort of data points, and it's kind of difficult to imagine. If you imagine like you feel like you have lots of good reasons to believe something, and then hypothetically imagine, let's say I had 10 reasons to believe, right? And then something like this 11th thing comes in that, if true, would, I have 10 reasons to believe proposition X, and then point 11 comes in, and if point 11 is true, then X is not true. Okay, well then what do you do? Well, if each of those 10 points is in itself sufficient to believe in proposition X, and all 10 of those appear to be true, and then point 11 comes in, and point 11, if true, would demonstrate that X is not true. Well, what do? It means that you need to go back and you need to kind of like reanalyze and try and understand.
You'll never come up with a real answer that way. What you'll do is you'll continue to try to prove point 11, and then what'll happen is the exact same thing that happened to me for decades, where you'll have 10 solid points, and then point 11 will be irrefutably wrong, and then you will find every way to bend your way into a belief in point 11 in an exegesis that makes sense to you through apologetics, and then you'll tuck it under the rug until you get to the next 11th point. And over time, what will happen is you'll continue to surmount the 11th point, and you'll live your whole life believing in something that, in my opinion, isn't necessarily true. You have to be able to determine, is this true or is this not true? And if you come across something that is different than what you believe, the first thing you should not do is run to your echo chamber. So if I come across something that's an opposing view, I don't run to my exegesis like you said you were going to do, or run to my apologetics. I want to find out, whoa, this is a problem. If there are 30 things that disagree with 1 Corinthians 13, this is a major issue. Like, I would dive down that and try to find the opposite view, if that makes sense.
No, I think that truth cannot contradict truth. And if the faith is true, then we should fear no questions, right? It's perhaps I'm not explaining myself well, and to that extent, I apologize. But my point is merely that I think that all I'm trying to say is that all is not really anything different than what we all do all of the time, which is we all have like various reasons for believing the things that we believe. And, to the extent that there's apparently contradictory evidence that undermines something that we believe we have strong reasons for believing, it's not necessarily epistemologically sound, and therefore like, oh, I must abandon that which is before. And I would also say like, a lot of my hesitation comes from, I would say that like, although when I have like encountered analogous issues in the past where I've looked into scripture and things, I see a difficulty in scripture, a pattern has emerged where upon thought and reflection that I feel comfortable that there's like a suitable explanation. And when it comes to things, and in particular, when it comes to things like the descriptions of God in human language and anthropomorphic language, I feel like, like God is sometimes, the things are talked about like the wrath of God, right? But I think, or like God's impatience, right? That's as you elucidated. Maybe it's, God is patient, but he doesn't. He deals with sin in a pressing way, right? And so when you have human beings who are talking about God in anthropomorphic language, I don't really feel like, I think that from like a literary genre perspective, there's like a fair amount of like, I think it sounds to me like the criticism that you're giving is based upon a kind of literalistic, fundamentalistic reading of the Bible, which I don't think is correct. But like I said, like I I'm not a Bible scholar, but what I mean to say is like I don't really fear any questions. If somebody were to give me evidence that were contradictory to my faith, of course, I would be willing to listen to what they had to say, because I'm interested in the truth, right? I'm interested in the truth.
So first of all, mad respect, H. You are definitely. Please come back. You were excellent to debate with. I would love to know, like, the next time you come back. I know like you kind of came in on the premise that like God exists, which we'll definitely grant you that. We definitely, obviously, we both believe that like Jesus was a real person. I think we both believe that he died on the cross.
I don't see any reason not to.
Exactly. I mean, and I would be interested to know, and I know we got some other folks that are wanting to join up here, but like, I would be interested to know what your like primary, I guess, how do I say this? Like the core truths, because to me, the thing that I was struggling with is trying to understand, like, because I can say, you know what, I believe in Shakra-La. Well, what's Shakra-La? Well, man, it's like this feeling I get, and there's this book, and it says all the right things. Or I could say, I believe in Epictetus's philosophy. It's all about equality. It's about love. It's like blah blah blah. It like helps
Stoicism
my
is cooked.
life. Yeah, it's like so. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like what I'm interested in is like, okay, but what's like the core thing, that one difference differentiates Christianity from the different
I
religions,
see.
because
Okay.
and
Well,
then
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no. Yeah, like one, what's the primary differentiator? What's the core thing that you hold as true to that differentiator, and why? And we are not here to necessarily um disprove that by any stretch, but what
But
but
to
what we
understand it.
like to do is we like to kind of push back on like, well, why is that the case? Because like we don't believe anymore because
Right.
we think it's silly. Like we got to the
I
point where
understand.
I was an apologist,
I
yes,
used to think it was silly too.
and I get it. We flipped spots. See, the universe is balanced. It's like the force is equal now. Um,
Well, if I can answer I don't want to take up too much of your time, and
No,
if you
you're
no,
good.
want
you're
me
good. We've
to
got
leave,
some people joining,
but
but they haven't popped in the box yet. By the
I'll
way,
just
I know
very
if you guys, because some people popped in the box and then they jumped out because we were going. But if someone pops in, we'll definitely respect them as well. But definitely continue, because you've
yeah.
been fantastic. I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you guys taking the time to speak with me. And so, just to kind of briefly sketch, um, I was an atheist, um, and then I started to encounter arguments for the existence of God that I found to be compelling. I obviously think that various arguments have varying degrees of strength, but I came to be convinced philosophically from the arguments of like Aristotelian and Thomistic philosophy, in particular contingency arguments, cosmological contingency arguments that argue in particular that an infinite, essentially ordered causal series of causes cannot in principle regress indefinitely, but has to terminate in a cause that is a sufficient explanation for its own existence. And that this is what Aquinas would call God, this is what Aristotle would call God, and that this is something that is demonstrable through the light of natural reason alone. It's like analogous to if you see your computer and your computer is charging, it's plugged in, but your charger is going around a corner so you can't see where it's plugged in. You know that it must be plugged into something. It can't go on forever. It can't be plugged into itself. You can see the effect and reason backwards to the cause and know from looking at the effect that this is the kind of effect that could only in principle exist because it only has causal power in a derivative sense, right? So I became convinced by arguments of that ilk. And then my question was, okay, well, goodness, okay, maybe now I believe in God. Well, has God revealed himself? And so I tried, that argument set that I elucidated limits oneself to monotheism philosophically. So I looked at various monotheistic traditions, Christianity, Islam, Jainism is arguably monotheistic, or not Jainism, Sikhism, Judaism. And then I thought,
and just so you know, we did get Edgar in the chat. We will bring you up, Edgar, but I do want to let H finish.
And I'll close it out.
I do want you to finish, H. But I just wanted Edgar to make sure he might have just popped off.
Well, I was just going to say real quick, he made a comment that he wanted to come up because it wasn't fair that we're 2 versus 1, and he wanted us to bring him up at the same time. We can't really do that because
it's okay. I also need to work tomorrow, so yeah, I should probably.
Also fair.
We're not trying to gang up on anybody, but when we try to bring
people
up at the same time, the audio is a mess. So we just can't really do that.
And we do take turns. We don't gang up. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no. But and then I basically tried to investigate to the best that I can as like a layman with an IQ above room temperature, just like trying to is there any evidence that any of these religions which make various claims about God, or is there any evidence that they're true? And I looked into the historical evidence for like the resurrection of Jesus, for example. And it is my honest opinion that from a purely we're just trying to explain what happened in history, I really do think the best evidence of the facts are that he did rise from the dead. I really do. And I think then I also think that there, like I said, there's the Eucharistic miracles. There's miracles. There's the miracle of the sun in Portugal at Fatima, which you may have heard of, and lots of others. And then it's kind of what some people call the illative sense, this kind of accumulating set of data that kind of creates this mosaic of coherency in my mind, that when there are multiple points of evidence that I think that you might argue are sufficient reasons to believe, but then when they congregate into this mosaic, it creates this kind of clarity of vision that to me brings me great confidence that Catholicism is true.
Well, I hugely respect that. Definitely subscribe, because H, we would love to have you come back. You definitely challenged us on some great points.
Well, maybe we could talk more about miracles.
And we'd love to get more into it. I'm going to definitely do some homework on some miracles too. But we are going to bring up Edgar, and thank you so much, H. I really appreciate you coming on board.
All right. God bless you guys. I hope you have a great day, and
thank you for being kind and respectful.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. We are going to bring up Edgar. So hopefully I'm saying that right.
I think it's Edgar.
For anyone in the chat, we are looking at a screen that is a long ways away. This is not a professional studio that we're in, believe it or not. I know it seems
shocking.
I know it seems super high production, but this is a makeshift rig we got going on. So we are going to bring up Edgar. Edgar, can you hear us? And are you over the age of 18?
Of course.
All right. Thank you. And also, good point. I think you brought up the point, we are not trying to gang up on people. And you're right. It's not fair 2 versus 1.
We just both
I
like
take
having
that back.
conversations.
I take it
and
back.
What?
I take it back. You've got the Holy Spirit, Edgar. It is 2 versus 2. Let's go, buddy. If you're a Christian.
Okay.
If you're not a
Okay.
Christian, you don't have the Holy Spirit. But what do you believe in Jesus?
Of course I do.
Okay. What do you think is the best? This is an open platform, so if you have things that you'd like to talk about that maybe we've spoken about before that you wanted to address, or call us on some BS, or if you just want to talk about like why you think Christianity is real, like we're open for discussion and we've got a lot of viewers on that would love to hear your thoughts.
Okay, so first off, people call us Christian, right? Because we follow the Messiah that came to Israel, right?
Okay.
The
We
Jews don't
follow
think
the
he was a
Messiah.
Messiah, but yes, okay.
But you call us Christians. We don't call ourselves Christians. We follow the Messiah.
Was he king?
What?
So a
Do you
Messiah
know what
is the
Messiah
anointed
means?
one. So David was a
Exactly.
Messiah, Josiah was a Messiah. Jesus didn't technically rule over anything. He didn't really fulfill any of those messianic prophecies,
He
but
didn't?
no, there wasn't a single one. Do you have a Jesus prophecy
Was the
that you wanted
Messiah
to?
supposed to come? Okay. Let me ask you this: was the Messiah supposed to come before the destruction of the second temple? Yes or no? According to Judaism.
There wasn't anything about. They didn't know that there was a temple destruction looming.
Oh
In
wow!
the, I mean, there was
Oh wow!
the abomination that causes desolation in Daniel.
Wow!
Are you referring to the Son of Man?
So you're saying the Jews right now in Israel have a temple?
No, they do not. It got destroyed in 70 CE by
Exactly.
Titus.
Exactly. That's the second temple that was destroyed.
Right. Okay, so go ahead, but I didn't mean to derail you there. So you were talking about the fact that you're called Christians because you believe in a Messiah?
Yes. Because we follow Jesus.
What about Jesus makes you want to follow him?
Because of all the prophecies?
Can you name a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled?
Wait, I have a
I'll pull it
question
up
for
on
you.
this.
Wait, I have a question. Are you an atheist?
Yes, I'm an agnostic atheist.
Oh, okay. It makes sense.
I don't believe Jesus fulfilled a single prophecy, but if you have one that you would like to share, I'm happy to put it on the screen and we can read through it together.
Sorry.
Okay, that's gonna be hard because you're an atheist.
I can pretend to be a Christian if it makes you feel better.
No, you don't have to be a Christian.
Because Christians will believe that sort of thing. I did when I was a Christian. Do you want me? I have an actual
No, but
wheel
you
of
didn't
Jesus
know
prophecy.
scripture. You don't know scripture though.
I don't know scripture.
I think you said we don't
You
like
said
scripture.
okay.
I was just trying to see if we heard. Did you say we don't know scripture or we don't like scripture?
Because he calls himself a Christian prior, right?
I was a
Mhm.
Christian until I
both
was
were
35.
believers.
Yes.
You can't call yourself a Christian when you don't know scripture.
We definitely know scripture.
Okay.
Do you want to do a sword drill? Do you do sword drills? I got a Bible right here. Hold on.
Wait, so if you're an
Hold on,
atheist,
bro. Hold on, bro. This is my scripture. If you pull out, I'll race you to Galatians 2 verse 13. That's what we did when we were in Christians. We do sword drills. You want to go? See who gets there first.
damn.
Anyways, go ahead.
Wait, so
So my point is, there's a lot of people online. According to the chat, it's about half Christian, half atheist. Things got a little dicey when we were getting into Protestant versus Catholic when it came to Eucharist miracles. So you've got a great audience right now, and you can sway atheists to Christians if you'd like. What is your main reason for believing that the Christian God is real?
okay, so
I think we might have lost Edgar.
Uh-oh. Maybe he'll pop back in.
I think it was my sword.
Could just be a connection issue. We can give him a second.
Dang. Okay.
But yeah, the argument that because we no longer believe means we never believed, or that we never knew enough about the scripture to have been a true believer, it's a little bit tiresome, and it's honestly a little judgmental. You don't know.
It's sort of like if like you were like let's say you like were in the medical field for like 20 years and you just dedicated your life to the medical field, and all of a sudden you decided, you know what, it's no longer for me. I'm a writer. And then someone says, yeah, you were never a doctor. What?
I mean, it's
a
sort of
stretch.
analogous. It's a little bit of a stretch.
You've been watching Grey's Anatomy. It's in my head. Anyways.
Okay.
So the box is now open with Edgar
Edgar gets priority if he comes back.
Yeah. Edgar, you're welcome to come back.
I don't know if he
I think it's
got mad at us
I'm not
or
sure
just
that,
had a connection
I'm not
issue.
sure that there was much of an argument there. But
we like to talk prophecy.
Yeah, we're talking prophecy.
If anyone else wants to talk about prophecy or anything that they think that Jesus did fulfill, we could pull it up and kind of analyze that together.
Yes. Also, folks are commenting about the background. Yes. Now, I personally would challenge anyone to read the Old Testament. There is no hell in the Old Testament. It is a Greek Hellenistic concept that was introduced in the New Testament. Because at that point they understood Greek mythology and Hellenism, but I'm interested if anyone wants to come up and talk about it, or just share why. Perhaps what the people really need to hear is the relationship piece, because we've talked a lot about Bible verses, we've talked a lot about why failed prophecies are, not real in the Bible, etc.
A lot of people are giving us what they think are prophecies, which I guess we could address via chat. It would be nice if
way more fun if we just talk about it. If anyone has any Jesus prophecies that they know, because Edgar didn't seem to know, I'd love to talk about Isaiah. I'd love to talk about Psalms. I'd love to talk about Malachi. I mean, if anyone wants to come up and actually talk about some of these prophecies, the box is open. We are ready for the next person, because we've got people in the chat popping off. I'm not going to call them out, but somebody just said Jesus fulfilled nothing. I mean, we have to make sure we remember this. It's never 2-on-1 if you've got the Holy Spirit.
That is a good point.
If you've got the Holy Spirit, it's like infinity on 2. So we are at a disadvantage. Mm-hmm. We're in hell. Things are toasty down here. So yeah, refute me. No one can refute you. Yeah, I mean, let's see. What else do we have here? He's being ridiculous. There's no Holy Spirit. Well, that would put you at a disadvantage, Christians. If there is no Holy Spirit, then it is 2-on-1. If there is a Holy Spirit, then it's infinity on 2. I'd be interested to see how that shakes out. And don't worry about, okay, I got a little bit testy with H and Edgar. Mostly H. Only because I love H, I respect H, and I want H to come back. But sometimes when people come in with like a real sense of like arrogance and are popping off like big words that I like personally don't know, and I think that part of the audience doesn't know, I'm sure whoever I'm speaking to right now knows all of those words, but the part of the audience that doesn't know that, it's just that arrogance just kind of bothers me a little bit, because I'd like to have like a conversation about like why we like believe what we believe. But hey, if you're confident and you can come in and dunk on us, go for it. If you just want to have a nice conversation, we're super like kind people here, and we'd love to just hear why you believe what you believe. Cool.
Give it at least a little bit longer, and then if no one wants to chat.
Yeah, just still going.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be a while.
Let's go. Right on. Well, let's check some more. Let's see here.
Thanks, Alexander. You've been just a joy.
If they are one, whom did Jesus pray to? Oh, yeah. Father and Jesus are one. Okay. Oh, dude, big W. You literally called exactly what I was going to say. So somebody said the Father and Jesus are one. So then it's like, yeah, but then when Jesus was in the Garden of Gethsemane,
Yeah,
did
who's
he
he
pray
talking
to
to?
himself? Did God send himself to sacrifice himself to himself?
To save us from himself.
To save us from himself. Council of Nicaea, 2026.
Shaw gets it. They also called out that Israel, or Isaiah is actually about Israel.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody who wants to take the time to come up here and like talk about Isaiah, I've got a lot of verses where we can go through like the servant. Come on, guys. Like, you know what? Here's what, if I was a Christian, which I was, I would look at every excuse possible to just open up the Bible. I've got Bible Gateway on my computer. I am willing to share any verse. In fact, to the next caller that comes up, they can say whatever verse they want. We'll put it up and they can just talk about that verse or that passage, and then we'll move on. Like, you have a platform here. You have a bunch of heathens watching this show, and you have a chance to, if you don't want to, maybe if you don't want to save those heathens, maybe you just want to kind of like jab the knife in a little bit, you can do that too. Whatever your flavor is, honestly. Let's see here. Do we really believe that God was in a human womb, drank milk, ate food, suffered and died? Do we believe that Jesus can be God?
Peace be upon him.
Oh, interesting. I don't know. I mean, I struggle a little bit. If I was going to send myself to sacrifice to myself, I would make sure I send myself in a literate body so that I could write my own book and call it the Book of Jesus. And then we could clear up all this mess between James and Paul. Revelations can like really get clarified. I don't know. Why didn't Jesus write his own book? That would be an interesting, question. The chat might have an answer to that. Why didn't Jesus write his own book? He could
Make it be exactly so that we could understand it no matter what time we're living in.
Right. There's a few verses in the Bible where it says God did not make it so hard that you cannot understand. He also says that he gave you the law so that it would not be too hard that you could not fulfill it. And obviously there was people in the Old Testament.
It would be too hard to understand.
Right.
Sorry, my nose was...
That's interesting. Anything in the chat about
David was asking about being former Christians, said he was a Mormon and is now an atheist, wondered what we...
Oh, wait, I missed that one. What is it?
Just scroll up a little. Blue, David, yeah.
What got you to believe what you do now? Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Former Mormon, atheist, like what got us to believe what we do now. For me, it was a brutal process. It was painful. It was, I was studying some apologetics on the age of the earth, and the short version, which I'm happy to explain the long version to anyone that wants to come on. And by the way, if you want to come on and you are currently an atheist and you want to come on and share your deconstruction story, apparently the Holy Spirit is not strong with these Christians right now. They cannot come up and like have a conversation. Not to excommunicate any Christians. If you do want to come up. But if there are any atheists that may be deconstructed from their faith, whether it be Mormonism or Christianity, we'd love to hear your story. I was studying an apologetic from two geologists, PhD scholars that were Christians, and they were trying to explain how the earth looks old but is in fact young based off of the Bible and its genealogies. And it was the thing that I was just like, am I really still trying to grasp with my last fingernails on this ridiculousness? Because I had gone through everything. I'd gone through the failed prophecies. I'd gone through the flat earth. I'd gone through the dome and the firmament. I'd gone through the theological problems. I'd gone through everything, the narrative contradictions, the numerical contradictions, the anachronisms, and I was hanging on by fingernails. And it was the geology argument where I was just like, really? Polystrate fossils? Really? And then I was just like, I'm done. And I didn't say I'm done, like that's it. But I was like, I'm gonna start like actually thinking about this critically instead of trying to make it fit in the shoebox. And that was the thing that kind of did it for me. How about you?
Mine was more the people. I just saw a lot of incongruencies between the people in the church services, the people in my daily life, things they were saying versus things they were doing, and that kind of made me take a step back before I got in quite as deep as you did. I was still in it pretty deep, but I started asking questions and like, and with Catholicism, it's a whole lot of, well, just go to confession. And it's like, how do we just keep being in this cycle of, I messed up, I confessed, I ate Jesus, I went to church, I went to school, I messed up, I confessed, and I don't know, it just started to all feel very hollow for me. And I don't know, then I started studying more critically. David was asking how to call up. David, you can use this link. You don't have to like
back. I'm gonna be right back.
Oh, you don't have to like sign up or whatever. You don't even have to put your video on if you don't want to. It's all up to you. But yeah, just type that in and put in whatever name you want us to call you, and we'll pull you on up and we can hear about your Mormon journey. How do we ground our morals as atheists? By observation, by trial and error, by looking at humanity and trying to figure out how to do. Sorry, I have a sneeze. Trying really hard not to sneeze into the microphone, people. Excuse me. By trying to look at the world and the humans around me and do the least harm, based not only selfishly on like what I know to be true. Like I don't want to stab my neighbor because I don't want my neighbor to stab me. Like I don't have to be stabbed to realize that, hey, that would be pretty shitty. Let's not do that. I think that some of it has to come a little bit from like your experience, obviously upbringing. I think that you're kind of molded by what you expose yourself to, and I try to expose myself to a little bit of everything. I don't think that morals are objective, and I definitely don't get them from any of these holy books because there's a lot of horrific things in there. Let me see. We're good atheists. Okay. Just trying to see if there's anything to respond to here. Doesn't look like David's found his way up yet, but I got a K, so he's probably working on that. Yeah, trust me, bro, there's a God. Big Nick, we never said we hate God. I hate some of the things that are written in this book that people believe and take to heart and act out in their daily lives and make laws about that impact us as a society. I don't hate a God I don't believe in. That's a little bit of a assumption there. Oh, and it looks like we've got a David, so we'll pull him up here as soon as my co-host gets back. He's in charge of the Streamlabs, and I don't want to mess it up.
I don't know. And is David the one in the chat that was former Mormon, or is that somebody different?
Yes, I believe so. Unless it's a different David, but he said he was going to call up. So
hey, David, can you hear us? And are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Hi, friend. Thank you for calling up.
Hi.
Were you the person in chat that was former Mormon?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, interested to hear your story. What was your I guess how long were you in the faith and what was your journey?
So, my family grew up Mormon, but our parents never really forced us to go to church that much. You know, and
Yeah.
you know, and when I was around 15, I was on a message board and I saw that they had an atheist club, and I looked into that and got me just studying into it more. And I remember talking to the manager of that club, and asked him about it, and he told me, before you join us, why don't you really take some time and think into this? And I took about a week and thought, nothing really lined up, like Noah and the great flooding. And then over time, I really thought more into this. And just over the last 20 years, since I'm now 36, everything just makes a lot more sense, with everything. Like nothing like God, like the Christian God and all the other ones, nothing really lines up, And then, but if
Yeah, that is an interesting thing. That is actually the way that's a very good way to put it. That to me, like I had a similar experience where I felt like I was always trying to kind of like fit what I thought was like real into a box, and when things didn't fit, I just like forced it. And then once I didn't have to force it into a box anymore, once I didn't have to make it make sense, all of a sudden it's like, oh, I can see things for kind of how they really are, and I don't have to like force it into a certain belief system. Is that kind of the same way that is that what you're saying?
yeah, and once I left it, because the neighborhood we were in was one of those more keeping up with the Jonas type of people. Like I remember my mom was in a book club, and it was really one of those really stereotypical Mormon neighborhoods. Like I remember there was this lady in the neighborhood. Like I just remember her in tears one day. Just like, what if they find out? I thought it was her husband had an affair, but no, she was upset that she called her husband drinking coffee.
Dang it. That coffee
Yeah,
will
because you
get
know how that religion is like you
Yeah.
can't do that.
Yep. We have a very good friend, and actually one of our moderators that was formerly Mormon, and yeah, it's a very it would be very tough. I mean, I can't imagine. I grew up, in a small town that was fundamentally Protestant, and I thought that was a very regulated society. But yeah, Mormonism is on another level. Did you grow up like in a community with a bunch of other Mormon people, or were you guys kind of like unique in your faith?
I'm from Salt Lake, Utah,
yeah.
so it's a big one.
Yeah, very much Mormon in Salt Lake. Yeah.
Yeah, so like right here in the dead center where everyone is. Like I said, once we got out of that neighborhood, because we moved after, like you can see how a bunch of the other neighborhoods are just on their own. Sorry, took me a second there, but like you can see how like everyone is just on their own thing, and then like my mom's side is a lot more Mormon, and then like some of my cousins, once they got out on their own, they aren't as Mormon. Like the ones that got out of Utah, are still Mormon, but they're not as hardcore as some of the ones that stayed here. They study, do their own things. They're still religious, but they're as pushy as the ones that stayed here who will follow it to a T.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm always interested too. It's so interesting to me how Christians, at least where I was growing up, would just scoff at Mormonism, right? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, how could I possibly believe that, right? Like, and or if it's like a story about a Hindu miracle story or a Islam miracle story, they're just, oh, that's ridiculous. If it's not like or even like the prior caller was talking about the Eucharistic miracles, like my family would have been like, that's preposterous. It doesn't turn to skin or blood. Like, that's ridiculous. But it's interesting that like all these different faith traditions will always like think that anything outside of that bubble is completely preposterous. But if it's inside that bubble, as crazy as it may be, I mean, it's always like, oh, that's completely believable. So how long did it take for you to like move away from the faith at that point then? Was it like a slow process, or was it more of a like a I'm out type of thing? Like what was your experience?
Not too much at all, because like I said, my parents never really forced us to go that much. And when I was younger, I was one of the ones that was abused within the religion by an older male
Mm.
in the thing. And although he
I'm
was
sorry.
older and I was in second grade and he was in high school, and since his family was more into the church, everyone says it was me that abused him. Because you know how a lot of these religions get.
Oof. I am sorry about that.
So I didn't go that much, but they still blame me for doing the abuse.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'd pop in every now
Well, it
and then,
doesn't
but
make it
not too
quite
much
as
with
hard to
it. So,
leave.
I mean, I wasn't dead set on going,
Yeah.
but like I'd pop in when I was around 13 a little more. But then when I was around 15, that's when I really looked at it and thought the whole God stuff really makes no sense. And that's when I just really said, yeah, I'm done with believing and everything.
yeah. Well, good for you, at least from our perspective. Obviously, if there's other perspectives out there and, Christians or Mormons that, still believe, we definitely would like to hear your side of the argument as well. We don't want to make this one-sided. But I would agree with our friend here. It took me way longer than 15 to figure it out. So you guys are a little quicker than me on that, but I appreciate that. And thank you.
Everybody's story is different.
Yeah, and thank you so much for coming up, David. If you don't mind, definitely subscribe. We really appreciate folks in the community, whether Christian, Mormon, ex-Christian, ex-Mormon, hearing each other's perspectives and where we've been in this journey, I think is just good for society in general. So we're going to drop you down so we can bring in a new Christian debater. But thank you for coming up, and we really appreciate
Thank
your
you for
story.
sharing.
Yeah, glad to find you guys.
Absolutely.
We are
Have a great
too.
rest of the night.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Big
All right, well,
W,
yeah.
David. Yeah, it takes a lot of courage. I think that people kind of don't understand, like, especially so like we live in the United States, and let's just like think about this critically for a second. Would it be easier to be Christian or atheist in the United States of America? And I think it's way easier to be Christian,
Mm-hmm.
because you can go to work and you can say, hey, we had a really cool like Easter service on Sunday, and I was Jesus. Versus if I went to work on Monday and I said, hey, we celebrated Easter, we weren't really into the whole Christian thing because we're atheist. All of a sudden, like, hey, you're like, whoa, you're like under fire. Not being a Christian's harder than being a Christian in the US. I could be wrong. Prove me wrong. Or chat. I guess I haven't been paying attention to the chat here.
Intrepid Chimp, I think you're calling yourself an asshole. I've never gotten that impression from you. You don't need to tone yourself down. You've been a lovely guest in the chat as far as I can remember.
Oh yeah, totally. Let's see here. So it matters if what you believe aligns with truth. Oh, that's my like 100% thing. Like I only want to believe what's true.
Yeah.
I don't care if like, so here's an interesting thought experiment. If there was an evil God, so let's just say that all of the worst parts of the Old Testament were true, and that God was really an evil God. And let's just say that Satan, for some reason, sent Jesus and it was a whole trick. I'm just like thinking sci-fi here. Would I believe in an evil God if the evil God could be proven true? And the answer would be yes. If there was an evil God out there and I didn't want to, like, quote unquote, maybe I wouldn't follow the evil God. Like if the evil God said you're supposed to do these bad things, I wouldn't do those things. Like if God all of a sudden spoke into my head and I heard a real God and it like said, do these evil things, I wouldn't actually do those things. Would I believe that God was real and that it made everything? Sure, if like that was like if it wrote in the sky and said something like that, I would believe that it's real, but it doesn't mean that I'm gonna do bad things. Maybe that's a whole nother topic. I don't know.
We've got some gay for Justin in the chat. Hell yeah to that.
Oh, we've got some Justin fans, which
yes, we do.
thank you. Oh, we've got somebody joining up in the chat here, Lars. Oh,
Oh, we know Lars. Oh, hopefully Lars's technology is working. Let's give this a
Last
try.
time Lars joined, we did not have audio. We're gonna try Lars, and we'll give you a second here. Hey, Lars, can you hear us?
I can hear you perfectly, my friends.
We can
And
have
we can hear
have a
you.
conversation.
I can hear your lovely voices.
Hey, thanks,
Welcome
buddy.
back, Lars. Thank you
Yeah.
for trying
First,
again.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Now that we have sound.
Now I don't have
Yes.
to do sign language.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now, first, I want to apologize. I want
no
everybody.
apologies needed. You were
Oh
fantastic.
no, listen. I want to apologize because I believe there's a protocol amongst professionals, and I have talked to several people since our conversation, and I directed them to your site, and they listened to a few of your shows, and they listened to my show, and they were rolling, laughing. They said, "These two people have got to be the most evolved creatures on the earth
Oh, that's
to be
kind.
able to conduct almost." I mean, I says, if it wasn't for the camera, it would have been Braille. And I
You did
said,
well.
But the crowd loved your story, Lars. It was so wonderful.
Yeah, it was great.
I'm a good lip reader. And I sat back and I said,
you were great.
I said, you know, I was going to tell them, I was going to say to them, listen, get a cue card, a dry erase board, and write your
I should have
names
done
on it.
that. We need to
And
keep
get a
one
dry
just in
erase board
case.
and write your name on it, you know.
It would have been like Roadrunner and Coyote, man. We could have like done the whole.
Well, first off, I would like to start over again.
Yeah.
And with a formal introduction, I would like to know both of your names and a little bit about you.
Okay.
Because you've already got a little bit about me, but I've got some really good stuff for you now that we got this straight.
Yeah.
I have some revelations for you too that have taken place in the YouTube community and amongst all the Christian sites that I've been visiting and other lives that I've been on and been kicked off of. But
that'll happen.
one guy said to me, he says, Lars, he says, I took your suggestion and I went and watched one of their shows, and he says, I don't know what's their basis. I says, your guess is as good as mine. I says, I don't know their names, but I'll tell you, you are the only people that I've been able to connect on this whole thing live now with sound and audio.
Oh no, appreciate it. Well,
Yeah,
it's
you're
lucky,
the only one.
Us.
So yeah. I think that's some kind of cosmic connection. I love your background.
Oh, thank you. There's mixed feelings about that.
Well, okay. So let's start with formal introduction. We'll start with the young lady first.
Yeah, absolutely.
If she could please introduce herself and let me know your name.
Yes. My name is Adele.
Adele?
Yes. Like the singer.
Okay. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it right. Adele.
Yep. Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right, Adele, tell me a little bit about yourself.
So I mean, like religious wise or just
No. Adele, we're in a coffee shop.
Okay.
Somewhere in America. And I bump into you and I look at you and I go, oh, hello. Hi. How are you doing? And you go, okay. And I'm sure that you're a very pleasant individual. And I go, my name's Lars. And you look at me like kind of queer looking at me like, okay, who is this 6'5", 220-pound Native American with hair down the middle of his back, looking at me and talking to me and why? You know? And then I say, what's your name? And then you start and you introduce yourself, and that's how it is.
No, that's
Okay?
good.
That's
Yeah.
that's simple. Let's
Great.
keep it that simple. Like
Okay.
reality. Okay? So go ahead. So it's
Reality.
Adele. Adele, so tell me a little bit about yourself.
So it's really funny that you described yourself that way because it's giving me flashbacks to my ex-husband who was
Similar height,
similar height,
similar hair.
just Jamaican, not Native
Yeah,
American.
Jamaican, not Native.
But it's like, oh, you'd stand about a foot taller than me, and I'd be just fine with that.
Okay.
No,
Well,
I'm
we'll
from
sit
the-
down I'll sit down if that'll make you feel comfortable. Do I have to stand up the entire time this time, or can I
Here.
sit down?
I'll just stand one step higher.
I hear you. Okay,
Yeah.
so tell me a little about you. Where do you originate from?
I'm from the middle of nowhere in Kansas,
Oh,
literally
Kansas.
teeny tiny town in the Midwest.
Go ahead. What's the name of the town?
I don't know if I want to go that far,
Okay, then you don't have to. Don't feel pressured.
but
No pressure.
probably population 3,000.
Really?
Pretty tiny.
That's awesome.
Pretty tiny.
I have a lot of friends in Kansas.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're still in Kansas. I'm just not there anymore. Slightly bigger town.
Don't tell me you have a dog named Toto, right?
I do have a dog, and she's tiny. Her name is
I'm
not
gonna
Toto.
get the dog to keep
Yeah,
going.
she's causing a problem currently, actually.
Okay.
I
So,
don't know. My
Kansas-
parents divorced when I was young, so I grew up with two kind of very different households. My mom was a single mom who carried mail, so she
Okay.
was out of the house every day by 4 or 5 a.m. We were the kids who had to walk ourselves to school and blah 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 blah. But yeah, here's
Well,
my tiny
look at
dog,
you.
a little bit Toto-esque.
What's his name or her
This
name?
is Gracie.
Gracie.
She's mad that we're still awake, and
Gracie is what breed?
she is a Chorky. So
A
Chihuahua Yorkie.
Chorky?
Yes.
Okay.
Here you go.
Well, how old? How old is she?
She is 11. She is arthritic. She is going blind.
Oh,
But, you know, she earns her keep by being cute and cuddly.
She hangs in
my
there.
goodness. In dog years, we'd all be gone.
Right. So she's hanging in there. I was
Okay.
a single mom for a long time.
Okay.
Found this guy on the internet a couple of 6-7 years ago.
Timu? At Timu, or was
Essentially,
he
yeah.
at
Wish.com.
Amazon
No.
Prime?
Yeah.
No,
Amazon
he's
Prime?
a designer. He's like Nordstrom. He's not even Nordstrom brand.
Nordstrom. And you found him on the internet. Oh my
I
God!
did.
What was your search criteria?
It was music that kind of got us.
Yeah, music and
Really?
dominoes.
Music, dominoes, and she mentioned that she
Awesome.
liked whiskey, and I was like, well, I like whiskey too. So
Well, there you go. There you
So-
go.
Anyway, we kind of Brady bunched it, but like small version. We both were single parents with one child, and now we've merged households. And
And your child, male or female?
mine's female, his is male.
And your age of your child?
14 and 13.
14 and 13. Beautiful. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. So then you guys hooked up. You're married now?
Yeah,
That's how
Sure.
long you've been married?
3 years.
3 years. Yep.
3
years.
years.
We
Okay.
dated for a while. Yeah.
We came off some divorces. We
She
had
wanted to play it
kids.
safe.
We weren't rushing into another marriage. We weren't sure we wanted to get married again, but
Yeah.
Fantastic.
kind of came down to
Okay.
the kids.
Okay. That's fantastic. Now we're going to go to the gentleman beside
Yeah.
you.
Hey, yeah.
This
Get me off the
handsome
hot
man
seat.
that you're married to, the provider, the hunter, the warrior,
I don't know.
the
She's
protector.
she's a pretty amazing warrior huntress herself, actually. But
Really?
Yeah. No. So I grew up in small town Nebraska, actually. So same
Look
exact
at you.
scenario. Only I actually went to a one-room schoolhouse where we only
Mhm.
had 12 kids in the whole school,
Get
and
out.
2 of the kids were my brothers of the 12.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
made up like a fourth of the school.
The one-room schoolhouse.
Fantastic.
I can't even picture.
And what name do you go by?
Josh.
Josh?
Yep.
Full name.
Yep, Joshua is my full name, so yeah.
Joshua. Okay.
Yep.
That is an irony in itself. Joshua
is
and
a little
Adele.
bit.
Very much so. Yeah, very much. Yeah. So
She reminds me a little bit of Xena the Warrior Princess. Now you come to say it.
totally, 1,000%.
He's actually said
Yeah,
that to me
and
before, which
Totally.
you remind me of a friend of mine that works at the Cape. I'm in Florida. All
Oh,
right,
nice.
and I'm 33 nautical miles downwind from the Cape, from the center. I've been here in Florida 37 years, and I have 126 highly educated rocket scientists that live there. And I'm very proud of Florida. I come from South Dakota originally. I was born on a reservation.
Okay.
My great grandfather was Red Cloud.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you're familiar with Red Cloud in history.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was my great grandfather, and I was born a single child on the reservation, raised there in South Dakota, White Clay Creek, South Dakota, and moved to the mountains at 4 years old of Pennsylvania, near Carlisle, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Wound up in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. When I was born, I was given an
Very
Indian
interesting.
name, a sacred name. My grandfather and my grandmother named me. The LARS is an acronym.
Oh, please share.
So what is
Okay.
the original?
Okay. It's an acronym, LARS, which I trip because I live a very private and a very personal lifestyle. I do not, as you can see, the screen is very dark. I do not put my face on social media. I don't have a Facebook. I don't have a YouTube channel, even though I've been hounded to death. And I said, why should I get a YouTube channel? You have one. I'll use yours.
Yeah.
You know?
Use other platforms. Yeah, exactly.
And I said,
Yeah.
I'll use your, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, that's how that came about. And the Lars came about because people see Lauren Harrington, okay, and right away they think female Lauren. But Lauren is also in English and also Irish is a male name.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and so I use, but she is Lauren is her name, and I'm using her devices, and she's a very beautiful person, and I've known her for 10 years. She suffers from short-term memory loss, and
so what does that mean exactly? That means that you just don't remember like what just happened. Like, is there a certain time period that you don't like? What does that mean?
Have you ever seen 50 First Dates?
I was just going to ask.
Oh, yeah.
You get the idea?
Like a reset?
Each day, yeah, it's like a reset. Some it's a longer period, some it's not. She's 51 years old. She is the most intelligent being that I've ever met. She was studying in the University of Indiana in the IU to be an astronomer, and she's very in love with outer space and very, oh my gosh, her database in her brain is so vast. Her total recall, her long-term memory that she has, and luckily she met me before the accident.
So you remain in the memory.
And I remain in the memory on the foothold. So the short-term stuff, I've been treating her with Native American herbs because it's spelled with an H.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Because people go, oh, herbs. And I go, no. It's herbs. It's spelled with an H. You know, I'm fickle about the language thing. And because it's my second language, Lakota being my first.
Oh, very cool.
So I try to speak adequately and intelligibly for people. And I respect people. I have a high respect for others and individuals. And like I said before when we talked, is that it's not about me. It's about your journey. It's about where you're going. I'm I'm insignificant. And people sit back and go, wow, that's pretty wild. That is, and they think that my humility is false at times. But once they get to know me, they get a little bit scandalized because of, like I was telling you, I'm an intuitive. Since I was 3 years old, I've
I
been
remember that.
gifted with the ability to be able to pick up things about people and tell people things. And some people say, "Oh, so you're like a psychic," and I go, "No, no, no,
Hmm.
no, 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 I'm not a psychic." And they go, "Oh," I said, "I'm an intuitive." And they go, "An intuitive?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I can't really, I cannot expose myself or express in any way my background of who and where I originally came from, because some people don't have the capacity, Josh and Adele, they don't have the capacity to wrap their brain around it because they're so heavily programmed in their lifestyle and in this world that it's a wonder. It's a wonder how this civilization has lasted as long as it has, with such diverse division amongst people. And I always cite the story I started to tell you the last time about the language thing,
Yeah.
the Tower of Babel or
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Babel.
Yeah.
Okay, a
Yeah.
lot of people don't believe that happened. They don't believe that's real. They go, "Oh no, that's the story in the Bible." And I go, "No, okay. Number one, let's break this down. We're going to start a platform, and I want to talk to you, and I'm going to take up a little of your time, but
Yeah.
I want to do a master class with you guys and a workshop for your listeners, because I think it's time for people to know the truth. They need to know the world you're living on. A lot of people don't understand the planet Earth. They claim a lot of things, but you'd be surprised how ignorant people are of this planet and what they have. And we look at right now. Look at what we're dealing with right now, and people are like, America is so diverse and so divided over politics
Mhm.
and religion and social monikers. It's crazy. And I sit back and I don't go out in public. I don't like going out in public because I have to deal and cope with that. And when I'm out in public, sometimes I run into people because of my stature and what I look like and how I dress. They look, and they've never seen a real Indian before. They don't know what an Indian is. They don't know what an American Indian is. We're not Native American. Native Americans live on the islands. Okay, we're Indios. Christopher
Mm.
Columbus, an Italian, said Indios, the spirit of the earth. That's what we are, the Native Americans
Interesting.
of North America. And see, a lot of people don't know their history, don't know where things originated from. And that's why there's so much confusion. Okay. And religion makes it even crazier because,
So you're saying that like so there was obviously a time period where the textbooks that I grew up with
mhm,
were written from like a perspective of um I don't even know what the perspective was, right? It was like people were saying I'm not sure like I mean sure there's always a bias with history books one way or the other,
yeah,
and it's usually of course the victor that gets the bias, right? And so the textbooks that I grew up with were one way, and then I remember there was a time period where they were going back through, particularly with like what I was then taught to say like Native Americans, right? That was the way I was taught to present that, right, as far as
yeah,
like
yes,
the
I
people
understand.
groups. And then so so you're saying that like that second wave is also not necessarily 100% accurate. It's like was it accurate before and then got better, or was it like what I mean, like how, like where should it have landed, or where should it be in terms of like that perspective.
Okay. Let's start. Yeah. See, the reason so many people are confused about things is because nobody ever took the time to explain it to them. So if somebody takes the time to explain it, and there are no dumb questions. My grandparents taught me. My grandfather and me used to spend hours and hours talking, and he would tell me things that my little brain. He said when I was 6 years old, he told me. He said, "I paid a lot of money for this accent, by the way. I'm highly schooled. I've got 4 college degrees and a PhD. So it doesn't make anything. Having all that makes me nothing. It just makes me that it says that I wasted a lot of money trying to learn the ways of white man, and people go white man. And I go, okay, yeah, let's say pale face, you know, and I try to remain comical and with levity. I want people to laugh at themselves. I want them not to take themselves too serious, because your life is the one. They go, oh, life is so short, Lars. And I says, no, it's the longest thing you do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It's the
that's good.
longest thing that
Yeah.
you do. Okay. And it doesn't have to end. Okay. We don't have to come to a conclusion. And they go, well, I don't understand what you're saying. And I said, well, one day I'll sit down and we'll have a conversation and I'll explain it to you. Okay. But the Native American thing was never right. Okay.
Okay.
Number one, North America, the continent, was populated 10,000 years ago,
Right.
heavily populated,
Right.
and with the society, with everything, it was heavily populated. And people sit back and go, "You got to be joking me." I go, "Oh no, no." There was exchange. There was so much going on. The history books are rewritten every 80 to 100 years.
Mm.
They rewrite them. People don't know this. By being in the Navy and Navy intelligence during a war, a real war, not an intervention like we have right now,
Right.
which I'm going to get to in a little while, and I'm going to explain to you. I want you to be brought up to date so that you're not taken hostage or victimized or scandalized by anybody, that you have the facts and the truth, and you go, oh, no, 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 no. This is what the truth is, and it's not my truth. Remember, I said this isn't my truth. If it was my truth, I can provide you with ample proof. But if it's not my truth, then I can't physically or tangibly be able to supply you with things. I can only give you the truth in the hopes that your mind, being evolved as you two are, and being awake as you are, because a lot of people will not come back from a past of turmoil and be victorious unless they have an open mind. And you
Right.
both have open minds. I foresee that about you, and that's why we're together now. That's why we're talking now. That's why this is a special moment. I just got on. I got on the iPad, and I was just scrolling through my subscriptions, and I go down the line and look at my subscriptions to see who's active and who's not active. And I seen you were active, and I said, well, let's see if this thing works now. And I tested it, and then I said, okay, we're going to go on the show. And I said, we're going to stop in, say hi, get to know who you are, what your names are, and like I said, set up a meet and greet to start, and then hopefully we can further things. Like I said, you have a purpose, okay? Adele, as I was talking to you the last time, and Josh stepped off camera for a bit,
Mm.
and I said, you were talking, and you looked at, and you nodded. I said, you want to keep your audience. You don't want to lose your audience.
Sure.
Okay, you have to stay focused, and you got to stay on point. Otherwise, you won't have an audience.
So
And go ahead.
let me jump in here, because this is
Go
an
ahead.
super interesting thing to me. So I remember Like the last time you were on, we obviously couldn't communicate directly, but
Uh-huh.
you had some fascinating, some things that were super fascinating to me about your life and
Yeah.
like what you've experienced. I am interested. So, in because obviously like right now, like typically like the people we've got somebody that's going to be sending some other folks over for like debates and stuff like Christians. I would be interested, and I'm springing this on Adele, so I'll look to you as to see whether or not you want to do this. But I'm wondering if like we communicate via email and have like an actual like discussion on this, because it sounds like you've got some like massive like really good context and some truths that you'd like to share. I wouldn't mind doing like a whole like a show where we just like have like a
Yeah, I
Lars
think it might be nice to
a
have
special like interview session. It would be like this because I don't have a fancy way to like do like a studio. Like this would be,
I
but if we set
understand.
like a special time, because the other thing is too, where we're at, it's almost 1 a.m. and so we do have to tap out. And what I don't want to do
Okay.
is have you tee things up and then we cut it off before you get a chance to really dial it in. So
Right.
would you be willing, our email
Did you add it
address,
to our
our
description?
yeah, our email address is in our description. It's inquirycouple@gmail.com.
Okay.
And if you email us, I would love to like have like just a show where we'll do like a different background. So it's just kind of like more of like an interview type thing where we kind of like learn your story, get your perspective. Obviously, we'll share like our questions and that sort of thing. Because
Uh-huh.
one thing that I'm picking up, Lars, that I highly respect, first of all, is your experience. Obviously, in your intellect, but you have like a Socratic way of like approaching things that is
Mhm.
awesome. I really like that and would love to be able to like dive in. I'm only afraid that we're gonna like get into it and then Adele and I are gonna crash out because it's almost 1 a.m. and then we're gonna have to wrap it up early.
Oh, you're looking at, excuse me, you're looking at 1 a.m. I have 1:50 a.m.
Oh, okay.
Oh
'Cause
boy.
you're on the East Coast.
I'm on
You're
the
way
East
more
Coast.
hardcore than
I'm
we
right
are.
on the Atlantic Ocean. I'm right on the
Yeah,
Atlantic Ocean.
yeah.
I'm in paradise. You guys are not in
We're
paradise.
no
I'm in
Kansas.
paradise.
Are
You
No.
can
are
be
you
jealous.
typically a
You-
night owl
you-
or are you just
Um,
having a
I'm okay. Well, I'll expose this to you, Adele. By the time this is the beginning of our relationship. By the time I'm done with you, you're going to sit back and say, "I always wanted to do that,"
Oh
in
heck
your
yeah.
mind, and you're going to say, "But I just didn't have the formula to execute it."
that's
I'm going to give you. I'm going to load your gun. I mean, by the time you're done, you two are going to sit back and say, "What has happened? This person must be. This person, Lars, must be from Mars. You know, he must be from
I
another planet.
love it. I
You know."
absolutely love that. So
So
it's inquirycouple at
inquiry
gmail.com. Yep.
inquirycouple@gmail.com.
Gmail.com.
Okay.
Send us an email and let's coordinate a time that we can do this, because what I'd like to do is where we're not taking other callers. We're
Yeah.
walking through the story, because I can already tell, first of all, you already have a following. Like when you were talking last time, everyone in the chat's like, wait, don't drop him. Like, what's going on? And we're like, we can't talk back. We don't know what's going on. So we had to cut it. But everyone was like,
Yeah.
no, we want to listen.
super interesting.
So what we would do is we can make a note where like, interview with Lars, and then we can do a show where we like actually dive into it, because I can tell that it's gonna be a thing.
big.
We need to like get to the
That's why.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said do a master class
yes.
Exactly.
and a workshop, because
Yes.
there's a lot of people there. Here it is. Back in 1988, with the advent of what people say was computers and the internet. The internet was started in 1933 as a social experiment. Okay. And it was military.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
And it evolved. And it still is a social experiment because it's an open channel and every single thing we say is being known and recorded. And it's people sit back. I go, yeah, there's no privacy. I says, yeah, don't fool yourself. Don't lie to yourself. I says, yeah, they go, well, I got secure and I've got this enabled and this encrypted. And I go, no, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, right. You think
Yeah.
you
You,
think you've got encryption. Yeah.
yeah. You think what you're having is a private conversation on your cell phone, but you wouldn't believe how many people are really listening. And you sit back and go, well, Lars, what what you're saying is, and I go, listen, the reason we are America, and I want this to be ingrained in your mind and picture it, put it in your mind and picture it. The reason we're called America, the reason we're America, the reason why we are who we are is because we have the right people guarding over us and securing us so that we're able to go out of our houses, get in our car, drive down the street, and not blow up. Any other country in the world, there's no security like there is in America. And it gets me completely unnerved being a veteran, number one. It upsets me so bad right now because people, if they only knew, and I sit back and I go, how is it that, I talk to my grandparents all the time because I was raised with nobody's born and nobody dies.
Mm.
And people sit back and go, what does that mean? And I said, you're eternal. It's not a religion, it's a spiritual thing. You're inhabiting a carbon based unit right now, and you have the free will and the ability to be able to do whatever you want to do. You have no limitations on you. The only limitations you put on yourself, you put them on yourself. You can have no expectations of life and just live from breath to breath. Or as my ancient Chinese master taught me when I was younger, you're born in a day, you live in a day, you die in a day. Therefore, everything happens in one day. The past is gone. It's gone. The future is not yet born. You're in the present. That's why it's called the present because it's a gift. And we have to utilize that gift and maximize that to its fullest potential to become who we desire to become and be that that God, that pouring out, that libation, that invocation of God. And that's where God got totally thrown off track as a personage. Okay. So now we stand right where we're at, looking at, and we're saying, well, if this is what we have right now for this moment, and we maximize it, okay, and we utilize all the tools that we're given, that these two people that are your parental units uh, gave to you, whether you had a good mother and a good father or whatever, that doesn't matter. Their job was to get you here to the planet, get in a carbon-based body, and your spirit that inhabits you. Whether you believe in anything is solely up to you. And that's where everybody's been taught wrong and pressured. We believe that we have right now in Christianity, basic Christianity, we have sin management and eternal fire insurance. That's what we have in Christianity. Everybody is so worried about, am I saved? Am I going to heaven? Am I going to be able to do? Am I going to be able to live tomorrow? Am I going to be able to stand it? The Antichrist coming, the devil, that. They are believing in things that are non-existent, and these things were fabricated as control. The narrative was changed, Josh and Adele, in 325 AD. The Roman government took control of the narrative and created a Gentile Jesus, a savior to control the empire. And that's what Constantine did because he
Oh,
was,
that okay. So I'm definitely interested in that. So
okay,
let's definitely shoot us an
take
email.
footnotes.
Let's get a Lars interview on the calendar.
How
Love to
many
do that.
times do you air? How many times do you air your live?
That's
How
the
often do you
problem.
do this?
We are, since we are like parents of teenage kids and life's
Okay,
crazy, we usually get on about 2 or 3 times a week. So if you send us
okay,
an email, we'll shoot you over
We can
some
even try to
dates.
schedule something on purpose.
Yeah, we'll shoot you over some dates that work, and it'll be specifically for this. So that way we can like
okay,
schedule it. We'll tee it up
okay.
with the channel. We'll have like a like an interview. Because yeah, I think you've got some very interesting points. If there's
It's
nothing
just,
else that I would love from this channel is to find like people with interesting perspectives, or
Exactly.
and be able to just like have the conversation. This is
yeah,
fantastic, and I definitely think you do. So
to
send us an
have
email,
that,
Lars, and we'll get something on the
that
calendar.
dialogue, to have that dialogue.
Yeah,
And
Exactly.
absolutely.
I am so sincere in my belief system, and I am so real, and I am so honored to meet the two of you. The two of you are spectacular. I think you're the coolest earthlings I've met to date. And people sit back and say, "Did you just say earthlings?" And I go, "Oops, sorry," you know. And I said, "I understand that we all come from somewhere, and I come from somewhere too, and I'll reveal that to you. It's not a mystery. It's not a hide and seek game. Okay, I know where I came from, and I know where I'm going to. And few find that in one life expression. And the two of you are on a super journey. You're a very loving couple, and I appreciate you. And I think we just lost you.
I think we're back.
Let me try to do a refresh here. We had a
Some
internet connection go out. I think it's because there's been like 40-mile-an-hour winds here and something just like.
either that or our freaking kids are playing video games. God.
All right, in the chat, let us know if you can hear us. Did you want to put us back up on the screen?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Putting us back on the screen. That was a whole.
We're so back. Thank you, Dusk Frame.
And
Thanks for confirming. Yeah.
also, sorry, Lars, we didn't mean to like just randomly drop you there. We were trying to like
segue from Lars to.
We will be
a
doing
Lars. I feel like Lars has a lot to say.
Yeah, we're gonna do a whole Lars like episode. It's gonna be like the Lars files. I feel like.
Ooh.
Yeah, the Lars files.
I feel like Lars is kind of getting his own fan base, so we might be able to sell that one.
I'm interested.
I'm curious.
I
I have questions.
I obviously am gonna push back, like as I do. So like if there are things where I'm like, how do we know that?
I think you're fresh from Florida, maybe. Okay.
But even though obviously, hey, I'm not here to like prove or disprove anything like that. I mean, I am kind of here to prove and disprove things, but most importantly, I want to hear the story. So anyways,
that's gonna change our world and load our guns with ammo, something like that.
That sounds violent.
Well, he kind of insinuated that we would be locked and loaded after we talked to him.
Well, okay. Honestly, maybe prepared. Maybe it's more of a prepared situation.
Yes.
Anyways, I'm loading screens back up here.
We are still here for at least a little bit longer. If anyone else wants to call in and have like one final conversation with us before we,
our defenses are down. if there are any fellow Christians or fellow non-Christians that want to come up and speak about why they believe what they believe, we're here. We'd love to talk about it.
Do you want to address the comments in your typical way?
Oh, the chats
about your mannerisms.
Oh, I haven't seen them yet, so I'm gonna have to.
People think you're my so-called husband.
Oh,
you're so gay.
I'm so gay, guys.
I'm gay for Justin.
Okay, I'm gay for Justin.
I promise you.
Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. If you know, you know, people. If you know, you know. Okay. So, hold on. I'm trying to pull up the chats again because chats are always fun. Honestly,
the chats
guys,
are kind of fun.
You don't have to call up. You can just type things.
Be
as provocative as you want.
I mean, be.
Oh yeah, be respectful. Like, we've got moderators.
Don't. Yeah. Don't cross any like taboos.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Totally. But push a taboo. Just
walk the line.
Walk the line. Walk the line. Okay, sorry. I need to pull up my chat so I can actually see what people are saying here. Hold on. Yes, folks, this is fun for us. This is what we do.
Fun. The fact that we've been doing this for how many hours now?
There's
almost 5
shows on TV, and then there's engaging with, people on the internet that may or may not have opposing or the same views. I personally appreciate opposing views. I feel like that makes me sharper. In that I like to change. I like to have my mind changed.
Yeah, I mean,
you've changed my mind multiple times.
Likewise.
Like I've thought things, and then Adele was like, "But what about this point?" And then I was like, "Oh yeah, that's actually a really good point."
Well, or then you just kind of take it and you read it some more. You're not necessarily like instantly, "Oh yeah, okay, never mind. I don't think what I thought before." But if you truly are honest with what you're presented with and take a look at it
and are truly open-minded.
Yeah. I've liked that a lot of our callers have been like honest and genuine. I don't feel like anyone's been blowing smoke.
Oh no, I totally agree. We've had great callers. Really.
Love that David the Third came back. Shout out to David.
I love David the Third. I love David the Third, David Jr., and regular David. I also really like H.
H got you fired up.
H got me fired up, but dang it, H, if you're here, if you're listening, if you're out there,
Or if you're listening again later to be
yes,
here.
you're one of my favorites because you challenged me a little bit. H had that mind where they can just remember facts really well and like just call things up really fast, and they had a really fast like processing power to like shoot it back. I appreciate that. So yeah. God is love. How is love a contradiction? The big Nick, God is not love. I can start showing verses where God is actually a terrible monster.
Interesting. David says, is there anything we would like to be true? I find that hard. I mean,
what a great
that's a
question.
thinker.
Wait,
because
hold on. Okay, wait. What do you mean by that? David, can you in the chat elaborate on what you mean by that? Is there anything that we would like to be true? Like, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What do you mean by that? Take your time. We will wait for you to explain. Unless you get it already.
Well, I just think that the idea of like, okay, like I think a lot of people who are religious really want it to be true. There was a long time where I was leaving religion that I still kind of wanted it to be true. The fear of hell was pretty real for me.
Yeah.
The sense of losing community a little bit. I mean, I know I talked about how Catholicism wasn't the same, but there was still like a sense of belonging that I was like, what do I do next? I want to believe that humans truly want to help each other. And I see a lot of evidence to the contrary. So I hope that it's true that more of us want that than the alternative.
Yeah, I'll see. I don't think I don't think David replied back yet. He might still be or they might still be typing. But I don't want to be swayed by your opinion there. But I think I agree with you. If there was something I would want to be true, actually, I actually know a definitive answer to this question. Okay, here we go. I'd personally like reincarnation to be true, but no, it isn't, for example. Oh, wow.
I agree.
Wow.
I almost want to convince myself. And to that point, I kind of wanted to believe that like ghosts in the spiritual realm were true. And he's sort of talked me out of that. But for a while, I was kind of convinced that I thought that that was really.
I want ghosts to be real.
I want aliens. I mean, and to be fair, I don't think we can disprove that there isn't life out there.
Maybe there is.
Universes upon universes of potential. But anyway,
if there was something that I wanted to be true. Okay, so this is actually a different story. Now that you put it into context, I'm understanding it differently. So at first you said, is there anything you guys would like to be true? So my answer to that initially would have been, I would like for people to want to believe in what's true and base their decisions on reason and logic. That's what I would want to be factually true about things. Now, when you rephrase it a little bit, like I would like reincarnation to be true, it's a different context for me. So I would say if there's anything I would like to be true. Oh man. Oh dang.
Oh dang.
My head goes in totally different places. Oh, because man, I would just picture a way cooler thing than like the existing heavens or Valhallas or Elysiums or the 72 virgins.
Duskframe wants it to be true that they have superpowers.
Oh man, H is popping back up.
Oh man, H is back.
Let's go. Let's go, buddy. Here we go. Is this the H? And are you still over 18?
No, not anymore. Did you see my comment in the chat?
No, but what's your name in the chat? Because I don't see an H in the chat.
I thought that I would be able to. I put that H was the
in the
caller.
StreamYard.
That's a vote in my favor. That's all.
I love it. Love it.
I thought that would be funny. I don't mean to hijack your thing. I don't really have.
No, you're not at all. We didn't have anyone else in the box. I'm glad you came back, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's it.
That's great.
Was I right, by the way, that you came from a fundamentalist Protestant background?
What was that?
Was I correct, by the way, that you came from a fundamentalist Protestant background?
Totally. And you were also correct that I get super hung up on like everything about it had to be like inerrant word of God. You know what I'm saying? So like,
Well, I want to acknowledge and just kind of like receive that and let you know that like I completely understand how that can be like a very, serious, struggle. I would say, because the Catholic Church has a belief in biblical inerrancy. However, I would say that it's a position that needs to be explained. The document Dei Verbum is probably the most recent exposition of it. But
it's called,
essentially,
what was it? It's called the document what?
it's Dei Verbum, DEI space VERBUM, Word of God.
Cool.
It's from the Second Vatican Council.
Oh,
There's also the Pontifical Biblical Commission, which sometimes puts out. And my point is that I think that the Catholic position on inerrancy is one that's much more easily defensible because, there are a lot of things in Scripture that are difficult to defend from a perspective if you're assuming that the author is meaning to write things in this kind of literalistic way, as if it's like a court transcript of events. And I would, say to somebody who that's their primary reason from leaving Christianity, I would say, consider the Catholic perspective. One, because it happens to be correct. And two, it's also much more defensible.
interesting. So because obviously like and this is what was interesting to me, total cards on the table here. So like when I was having conversations with my like Methodist friends, I would be like,
By the way, I see we are getting a deconstruction zone raid. Thank you, friends, for coming in.
hey,
Big props to DZ and Justin, one of our favorites.
yes, thank you, y'all. Please subscribe. So what's happening here is I think one of our friends is raiding us, which means they're sending their people over to like check out the channel. Anybody joining, we'd love for you to subscribe. But H, to your point, like I always had a problem like with my Methodist friends because like I would be having this conversation where I was talking about like the creation, for example, and I was saying, listen, like the earth was made in 6 days and God rested on the seventh. And they'd be like, dude, that was a metaphor. Like a day to God's like 1,000 years. Evolution's true. It just like, it's how God, to your point, how you said earlier, it's how God spoke to the people, right? And it was like a whole allegorical thing. And it really drove me nuts because I was like, no, this is the way God said it was. And this is, it says it. And it says,
Yeah,
of
but
course,
listen to your old self, with whom you
Yeah.
obviously
Oh, listen to
disagree.
your old self. No.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's really like an analogy that comes to mind would be, if I asked a physicist and a poet to describe blue, a physicist would say blue is a wave within the visible light spectrum of a particular wavelength, and a poet might say that blue is sadness. And properly understood, they're both correct. But if somebody were to come to the poet and say, no, you dummy, blue's not sadness, it's a wavelength within the visible light spectrum. Well, that critic would be totally misunderstanding what the poet was meaning to say. And that kind of error is the error, I believe, that fundamentalist Protestants frequently make, where they are reading in to these authors something that they're not intending. Right. And once again, it's not a get out of jail free card to just say, well, the Bible means whatever you want it to mean. But what it does mean is that you have to the Bible's not really one book as much as it's like a library of books, each with its own genre. Right. Well, I want to say each with its own genre because some of them are the same genre, but you get the point.
Right.
And, you have to understand what is the author trying to assert here, right? What are they trying to say? You know, do we really think that what the author was meaning to say in the first 11 chapters of Genesis was that there was a physical talking snake and a physical tree of knowledge of good and evil? Or was what the author trying to say that the original sin may have been something like moral relativism, which says that it was outside of the purview of human capacity to arrogate to themselves the ability to discern or to determine what is right and wrong any more than they can determine the gravitational constant?
So
Which seems more likely.
So here'd be my question in context, though. So like, you're talking about like the snake in the garden, and holistically, we've got a little bit of a problem, right? Because even if we don't believe that there was some sort of like magical snake and a magical tree, and there was really maybe just two people, maybe there was proto-humans and whatever, like whether you believe in evolution or not. But okay, let's remove ourselves from that whole narrative for a second, and then let's move ourselves over 1,000 years before, or even 800 years, depending on how you want to look at it, and put ourselves in the Epic of Gilgamesh, when Gilgamesh jumps down to the bottom of the water, pulls up the plant of knowledge of good and evil, of eternal life. It wasn't the knowledge of good and evil, it was the plant of eternal life.
Right, there's obvious parallels. You can look at Noah's Ark as well. There's obvious parallels to the Epic of Gilgamesh.
But that's not where I was going. That
Yeah,
wasn't my point.
but-
My
yeah.
point is this. My point is this. He comes out of the water. He goes to the boatman, and he's like, I'm going to like make sure that this isn't like some sort of poison, right? And then he sets the thing down, and that wily old serpent snags the plant and runs it away, right? So is the Epic of Gilgamesh the same sort of allegorical thing for a different god in a different universe? Like, all of this seems just kind of like the same to me.
So, as you remember, I said multiple times on my previous call, I don't know why I decided to talk about the Bible. Not that I feel afraid of talking about the Bible. Once again, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but just like kind of firing from the hip here, I would say that, you know, there are obvious parallels between like the Genesis, some of the narratives in the book of Genesis, and like you mentioned, the Epic of Gilgamesh, like you
Sure,
mentioned.
or other,
And
yeah.
So I would say that, like, from a Catholic perspective, what we believe is that everything that the sacred author intended to assert or affirm as true is true. And then the question is, well, what did they mean to affirm as true? Do we think that what the author was meaning to do was to say, hey, if you placed a video camera at the place where the first humans existed, this is what you would see on the little camera screen? Or do we think that maybe they were meaning to say something different? And I think that it is obviously the latter. And it must be, because nobody wrote really differently back then.
But going back to that same parallel, because I don't think you really addressed the question, like it's the same kind of thematical story. So basically what you're saying is, and don't let me put words in your mouth, correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is, if you had a GoPro back then, there probably wasn't an actual snake tricking Eve to eat an actual fruit, according to the Catholic doctrine. But if I were to take a GoPro and put it on Gilgamesh's boat, there probably wasn't an actual snake taking Gilgamesh's plant and keeping him from having eternal life. But why do I believe in the theological argument behind GoPro Eden versus GoPro Gilgamesh's boat?
Well, maybe you don't without any further argumentation, right? I mean, and I don't mean to discount the fact that maybe some people have some sort of like.
And why did God have to use the whole similar parallel anyway? Maybe that's a better question.
Well, I don't.
Because that's the way humans understand it, maybe?
You'd have to ask God. I think that I think that there is something on the face of it quite beautiful about God working in concert with humans and all of their like limitations and perspectives, and crafting something in like that preserves human freedom, while also in a mysterious way it is truly the human author and truly the God is the author, which distinguishes us, for example, from the claim of Islam, which to my understanding, or like Mormonism, which to my understanding is, or maybe not Mormonism, but like Islam, where like Muhammad did not contribute anything to the Quran, right? He was simply like a muse, or like he simply transcribed the word of God. Whereas the
He
Christian
wrote as much as Jesus, though, to be fair.
the Christian perspective is that the human authors are really authors, and that God worked with the resources that those people had. And so, I don't know why. I think that God, if he had wanted to, could have done things differently. Why did he choose to do it the way that he did? We could speculate. I think what I just said is not like a crazy speculation. I don't know.
No,
I
that's a
don't
good point you bring up, and I actually respect that a lot. Where it's like God could have done, like, we can't, if there is a God that has like an all-knowing mind that is beyond our comprehension, there's not really a way that we can really understand the mind of God. I think that's a
No.
fair.
And that's one of the reasons why I think that, perhaps like the incarnation as well, like God becoming man, was not necessary, right? But I think that, if the Christian narrative is true, what a beautiful thing that was. That God, who needs nothing from us, who gains nothing from us, reveals the face of himself to us in a way that we can know him.
So I
Right.
have an interesting question about the way that God reveals the face of himself. So you mentioned that the details of the story, again, correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking about the GoPro. The details of the story aren't as important as the theological concept of the story in terms of communicating to humanity. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say that's correct, and I
Can you
apologize
clarify then?
if I gave the wrong
Yeah,
impression.
what do you, yeah, clarify that.
What I'm meaning to say is that the principle, we should not assume we should not assume off the bat what the genre is of the text. And what we should go in is we should try to discern, and admittedly, sometimes it's hard to know, but we should go in and try and say, what was the author trying to affirm as true here? And just as with the example of the physicist versus the poet with blue, we have to be attentive to the literary genre and try and understand, okay, what is the author trying to say? Like, is the author trying to say something historical? Are they trying to say something poetic? Are they trying to give an extended parable? Are they trying to talk about history? If they
So
are
how
trying
do
to
you
talk about
determine how
the same way you
how
would
do you
determine.
determine that when you're
Well,
reading the book?
I think that, like, fair question. I think that, like, kind of similar to how you might do it with any other piece of text, right? If I just gave you a text and, like, let's say we date it to 1500 BC, what kind of clues would we use? Well, we might look and see, okay, do we see, like, we might be able to discern what the geography is, where we might be able to discern where it was written. We might be able to discern when it was written. We might be able to draw analogies from similar texts that seem to have a similar genre. The same kind of way that you would sort of engage in any sort of literary criticism of trying to discern. If I gave you a Shakespearean
Yeah.
sonnet or
And I
something
do
like
find
that.
that interesting because I actually, what I actually went to school for was to study English and literature.
Mhm.
So I've done a lot of contextual analysis for most of my adult life.
Mhm.
But I still think that you have to read the words for what they actually say.
Well,
And not
sure.
just, well, he didn't actually change his mind. Because we
Well,
shouldn't read it that way.
I think that we should read and say, like, what is the author meaning to say? And I think that for example, I think that there's something in maybe a good example would be, I think that there's some place in the Old Testament where it talks about, like, the sun moving in the sky.
Right,
Right.
Joshua. Yeah, when he says
Okay.
that the sun stood still in the sky during a battle. Yeah.
Yeah, or something like that, or
Yep. He held the sun still in order for the battle to be won by the Israelites. Yep.
Right. That's not the specific thing I'm thinking about, but let's say, for example, there was something in the Old Testament that says something like that, right? That, like,
Okay.
the sun moved across the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say that, like, properly understood, the author is telling something true. Is the author meaning to say that, you know what, if we were to go up across,
That's a stretch, man. I'm gonna pull an audible on that one, because even like Robert Frost would say the sun moved across the sky. That's a little bit of a stretch. But what I'm saying is this: like, if you've got a story that you're laying out, like Elisha had a bunch of prophets of Baal in front of him. And he had an altar. And the prophets of Baal prayed and asked their God to rain fire down from heaven and light the altar. And they didn't light the altar. And then Elisha asked them to pour water on the altar. And they poured water on the altar. And then a pillar of fire fell from the sky and blazed the altar, so much so that everything was consumed. And then Elisha himself killed all of them with his own bare hands. Are we to say, what he really meant was that God's pretty just powerful? Like, yeah, it didn't really happen.
Right.
Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't have I think that with all of these cases, it's like a case by case basis of trying to discern what the author is meaning to say. And I think that, I'm not an expert in ancient Near Eastern literature.
First of all, we're supposed to say South East Asian from now on. But
is that right? Wouldn't it be Southwest Asian?
You might be right. But yeah, actually, the Near East and the Southwest threw me off. Dang,
I don't recall the Vietnamese getting involved.
You're right. Let me put a pin in that just for a second, because I think I can move this conversation forward. So let's take the same concept that you're talking about, and let's run a thought experiment on the New Testament, okay?
Okay.
Because we don't know what really happened, man. Like, there's details, even in the New Testament, like somebody saw 2 people at the tomb. Some people saw 1. Some people saw an angel come down from heaven. Some people saw the stone roll away. Some people saw the stone was already rolled away. Those are details. What you're getting at is these are details. Okay, so let's take Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. In fact, let's just take Mark, Matthew, and Luke in that order, right? Because that was probably the order they were written. So in Mark, it doesn't talk about Jesus' birth because it was trivial, right? You've got Paul out there saying, listen, don't even get married. Jesus is coming back. So soon, in fact, that when he wrote 1 Thessalonians, he had to calm the people because there was folks dying in the ecclesia, the church. And he was like, it's cool. The people that have died, it's okay. Jesus is still coming back imminently, but we're going to meet them together in heaven. The dead in Christ will rise first. We're going to meet them in heaven. Chill out, Thessalonica. Calm down. And then what happens is, of course, the temple gets destroyed. Paul's dead. Everyone's freaking out. Mark's like, okay, we've got to put together some sort of narrative to keep things together. He writes the Gospel of Mark, which, by the way, poor writer, fantastic story. My favorite gospel is the Gospel of Mark.
You do love Mark.
I love Mark. No birth narrative, okay? No birth narrative. Now, we know from like early church fathers and writings that there was a little bit of an issue where folks were talking about the fact that Jesus bar Mary, Jesus ben Mary, or this bastard, like what the hell? Like he was the son of a Roman soldier Pantera? Like what is going on here? And there was this scuttlebutt about like Jesus having a father that was illegitimate and Mary being some sort of like, scandalous like woman. And so then what happens is Matthew and Luke come around and then they write their birth narrative theologically, like you're saying. Theologically, we have to clear Jesus's name because theologically, Jesus was the Son of God. Now, Matthew and Luke's birth narratives are a complete train wreck. If you put them next to each other, they don't work in any way, stretch, or form. And we can go through that painstakingly right now if you wanted to. But time, distance, and space-wise, you can't reconcile the two together. But in your opinion, it doesn't matter because the concept is Jesus, whether it was Magi, whether it was Egypt, whether it was shepherds, whether it was we're going to Jerusalem and getting all the rites done, it doesn't matter. Jesus was the Son of God. Is that what you're saying, that the details just don't really matter and that the narrative is just kind of like out the window? We're just supposed to take a look at the big picture? That's the problem I'm having.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's like very much not what I'm saying. What I'm meaning to say is something like really just that the Bible is a compendium of several books, 73, I think, under the Catholic understanding. and these books are of various genres, and depending on the genre, the author might be meaning to write something like a Greek biography. They might be meaning to write something like an epistle. They might be meaning to write something like a lamentation narrative or lamentation literature, or they might be meaning to something like apocalyptic in portions of the book of Daniel. They might be meaning to write maybe like an extended parable. They might be, there are a bunch of different, and all I'm meaning to say is that we have to meet the author on the terms that they're writing on, and that's really what I'm saying. And so some narratives in the Bible will be like, if there's something that's like an extended parable, well, then the author's not meaning to assert that was historical. Whereas if sometimes maybe the author is writing something historical, and to determine that, you approach that in a similar way that you would do it with any other sort of text.
Why would we believe those fanciful stories above like Herodotus accounts of like ancient history, or even Josephus when he writes about Hercules, or Homer when he writes about a bunch of dudes getting inside of a fake horse and like overthrowing the Trojan War? Like, why do we believe the Bible over those fanciful stories when they're all fanciful stories to a theological point?
What I mean, the Gospels, it might be like proximity. The Gospels were written much closer to the events they purport to describe than, say, a biography like Herodotus's biographies.
Possibly, but you're still talking about like 40 years. So it'd be basically like my dad telling me a story about what happened when he was 20.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if your father saw somebody rise from the dead, I think that he would have that pretty good memory. And as a matter of comparison, the earliest evidence that we have for like Alexander the Great, for example, was hundreds of years after he died. And nobody really
we have much better like documented reports of like the battles and everything during the time, because the difference between the poor fisherman community speaking Aramaic that couldn't write Greek versus the educated people who spoke and wrote Greek that were the Gospels is that Alexander had a crew that spoke and wrote Greek. So you can't compare Alexander the Great's literature and documentation compared to like the poor Nazareth fishing community.
Right. But my point is that there's like, we take as reliable information, lots of information about Alexander the Great that was written hundreds of years at like the earliest surviving, to my knowledge, like historical narratives. Like there are some like inscriptions that attest to his existence that are contemporaneous with his lifetime. But like the narrative evidence of his existence, to my knowledge, predominates in several centuries after his death. My point being that as a matter of compare, and also like the Pauline epistles, like, these were written in the 50s, probably. Mm-hmm. And like 1 Corinthians chapter 15, for example, it's universally agreed that it contains a creed that dates back within possibly months of the death and resurrection of Jesus. So to compare this to Herodotus is, I mean, frankly, like I think that's nuts. Like
it is nuts because Alexander the Great, for example, was considered the son of Zeus and a deity. So like to your point, it's all the same thing.
No, it's
why
not at
am
all.
I believing Alexander the Great was a deity versus Jesus was a deity when, you know what I mean? Like it seemed just the same to me. I'm just trying to understand like why yours is true versus all this other stuff like the snake in Gilgamesh not being true and the snake in Genesis not being true, but the story of Genesis is true-ish because the theology is true-ish. Like what's true-ish and what's real and what's not true and what's fake? It's just really confusing.
I would say that properly understood, the whole of Genesis is true. But to go back to the blue analogy, it's like it's true in the sense that the author means to assert it. And in particular, the first 11 chapters of the book of Genesis contain what like some people call, even Catholics would call, myth. Now, properly understood, that doesn't mean myth as in not true, but it means myth is in like a higher poetic truth, that it tells real history in the sense that it pertains to a real historical events, but it describes them in a highly poeticized language that is not meant to be taken literalistically. And to the specific question of why ought we believe Jesus over, say, Alexander the Great, well, I would say we have way better evidence for the, and I think that I would say that I do think that it's fair to say, if Jesus rose from the dead, that is very good evidence for Christianity.
But I
And
can't believe it, man, because I can't believe whether or not there was a real talking snake or not. Like, okay, so let's say let's say the Catholics in their infinite wisdom rewrite the Old Testament, and you know what they do? They say, guess what, guys? They rewrite it. They're like, in the first billion years, God formed the tectonic plates. In the second billion years, the amoebas and the plants formed. And we went and we did that all through Genesis. We just rewrote all of Genesis. Now, we dropped in the things like, and then God was mad because I don't know if you believe that the sons of God made love with the sons of man. I don't know. Do you believe that there was the Nephilim and is that real or is that fake real?
I look, I don't know what you mean when you say like real
So,
or fake.
okay, so
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm
Hold on,
not.
wait. Let him finish his question.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I like, and I my point is really just that, like, I think that it's all real properly understood, right? And my point is like to bring it back to like the Jesus point specifically. I would say that, like, even if you think the rest of the Bible is unreliable, immoral, crazy, useless, harmful, whatever, even if you think all of that, there's like a separate question of what happened with respect to Jesus's death and the immediate aftermath of it from a historical perspective. What happened?
I can tell you what I think happened, but I don't think that matters to you.
Well, of course it matters to me. I like, in the sense that, like, I of course want to know what you think, but my point is, like, I think that if Jesus rose from the dead, right, like that I think in itself is very good evidence that Christianity is true.
Well, I would agree with that if we could find a way to back that claim up.
If everything else is so silly.
But I think, to our point, what we've been kind of saying is that this is not the only resurrection story, and I don't believe any of the others either.
Well, let's look at the Jesus one specifically, and because that, strictly speaking, that's not like that's a kind of like a whataboutism argument. Like
Not
let's
necessarily. I think it's relevant.
Well, let's look at the Jesus one specifically, right? Like I said, like a majority or a consensus of historians agree that he died, was buried, tomb was empty, and on multiple occasions, on multiple circumstances, people believed that they saw him alive after his death.
Of course they did. Of course. I would too. Guess what, dude? If I left my family, like if I was like, peace out, I'm following this guru, and then she didn't see me and she was dealing with the kids for 3 years, and I left my job, and then all of a sudden I thought I was going to be running a kingdom, and then dude got killed, just like the other messiahs. And then I'm sitting around a room with a bunch of people, and guess who's number 2 in command and in the freaking hot seat? Cephas. And then you got Jesus's brother, or if you're Catholic, cousin, sitting next there. That's a whole nother conversation, dude. That might be allegorical too. But anyways, you got Cephas and Jesus's cousin sitting there, and everyone's freaking out. And I've been in business meetings where companies are about ready to go under, and people are freaking out. And all of a sudden, you got someone that says, "I saw him." Everyone's like, "What? What are you talking about?" I saw him. And now, here's the thing. Look at 1 Corinthians. I think it's 13. No, it's not 13. That's the love verse. It's 1 Corinthians.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
But it's when Paul says that there was 500 witnesses. Peter saw Jesus, James saw
Peter,
Jesus,
James, the 500, the apostles.
and Paul saw Jesus, and he refers to him all the same way. How did Paul see Jesus? How did Paul see Jesus?
He saw him in the risen Christ in some sort of vision that.
Right.
Yeah.
He says the exact same thing. Now, this is way before Mark. This is, to your point, at least 30 years before Mark, or at least 20 years before Mark, where he's saying Peter also saw Jesus. So, did Peter see Jesus in person? Did Peter see a vision of Jesus? Did Peter just try to calm the freaking people down that were about ready to like freak out because Peter was leading some sort of movement with Jesus, and all of a sudden now Jesus is dead? In my opinion, it doesn't freaking matter. It takes one person to simply say, I saw him at the marketplace. And everyone's like, what? I saw him, and this is what he said. Believe. Follow the path. We've seen this before. I'll look up the person, but like we've seen this before where like cults have reappropriated the meaning of their cult because they were following a leader, and then when the leader went down or when the leader made a massive change in decision, everything shifted. We saw it with the Heaven's Gate cult with the Hale-Bopp comet. When I think it was T, there was Doe and T. I think it was Doe or T, whichever one of the two. It was the female that died. The guy was like, it's fine. This was meant to be. And the guy actually kind of had eyes like that. And he was like, it's meant to be. We are going to follow Doe. And then all of a sudden it was like, now we're following Doe into this like UFO, right? I mean, this has happened multiple times. In 1600 CE, there was another Jewish Messiah who had followers across Europe. And in order to escape execution, they converted to Islam. At the time they converted to Islam, the followers had to shift their focus and say, whoa, actually, this was part of the divine plan. And they shifted their entire worldview. It's the same thing. Jesus died. The followers had to shift their worldview to some divine plan.
They had to come up with an explanation and a new purpose.
Yeah, they'd left everything. They had nothing. I mean, I don't know. It's super believable to me, other than, or guess what? Two people are at the tomb. One person was at the tomb. An angel came down. The stone was rolled away. The stone wasn't rolled away. There was 2 women. There was 3 women. There was 2 guys. Take your pick. I'm going with the fact that Peter probably was just like, dudes, I saw this guy. And then the dominoes fell. Or Mary came to the tomb and it was empty because it was a temporary tomb for Joseph Arimathea's family, and they moved him before Mary got there. Dominoes fell. Either way, it's way more plausible to me than this crazy contradictions that we get in the canonical books, let alone the like non-canonical books. Anyways, sorry, I ranted. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a lot there. I understand your position. I think that I don't think that position adequately attests to the historical evidence. I think that the evidence is quite strong. In fact, that the people who saw Jesus alive after his death did not expect this to happen, that these were independent events that are not adequately explained by something like hallucination or sort of like a mass hysteria that would kind of be so radically unlikely that it would almost be miraculous in itself.
It's not mass. There weren't that many people that followed Jesus in the beginning. It was a slow burn.
Well,
we
sure,
can actually track it.
I'm talking about, like, Peter saw him, Paul saw him, who was not a believer. James saw him, who was not a believer.
Paul was like David Koresh, man. If you listen to the Branch Davidian and the tapes, you can actually listen to the correspondences between like the FBI and the Branch Davidian. I guarantee you that's a case study right there. But Paul, he was traumatized by persecuting Christians. He was a leader in the synagogue, and he was having Christians stoned to death. Can you imagine watching someone get killed to death by rocks in their face? And then go to sleep at night? It doesn't take a lot to start thinking, well, wait a minute, this is a weird deal. Why are these people doing this? Now, keep in mind, Stephen, who was attested to be stoned while Paul was there, was not an eyewitness to Jesus. He was some guy who knew a guy that sold him the cult. And I'm a salesperson, and trust me, I can sell things. Like, it doesn't take much to sell people on a belief. Stephen was bought in to the point he was going to do it to death, which we've seen multiple times in multiple religions. And I think that Paul falls off the donkey, bonks his head, gets a situation where it's like, maybe this has been horrible what I'm doing. I mean, it's just not a stretch to me. I just don't understand why it seems like such a stretch.
I think that if it were only Paul, it might be more, that might be more of a believable narrative. But the issue, like probably like a big issue, is that it wasn't just Paul. It was also Peter, and it was also James, and it was also multiple other groups of people.
Like, what were the multiple other groups?
Like there was, he appeared to a couple of women. He appeared to the 12.
According to the narratives that were written in 70 CE plus. That's
no,
like my dad
that's
telling
not
me a
true.
story.
That's not true. It's according to 1 Corinthians chapter 15, in which Paul says, I delivered unto you what I have first received, which is, which is universally understood to, that's a creed that he received that dates back to the 30s. And so
that's true. Good point.
The point is, like, it's not, these are not late. These are like about as contemporaneous as we will ever get in the ancient world. And so I understand, like, if this was all based off of one guy's word, how would we distinguish this from what Joseph Smith said about the angel Moroni, right? But in my opinion, when you look at, you have all of these people who, none of whom we have no evidence thought that this would happen. And we have independent attestation very early on that multiple people, including groups of people who did not expect to see him, saw him in physical, albeit a glorified body after his death, that is not adequately explained by hallucination. It's simply
so I'll grant you that, and also good call out. I'll always admit when I've you definitely are correct on that, because I forgot that in 1 Corinthians he does say he also appeared to the 12, which is pretty cool, right? Because of course it's in the Gospels where like we get the whole upper room scene, so like they flesh that whole thing out, which makes sense. But like, do you believe that like Muhammad split the moon in two, or split the moon in half?
No.
Why? There were witnesses. There were hundreds of witnesses. Why don't you believe?
Well, where's the evidence that there were witnesses of that?
Same as in Corinthians, it was a person who wrote a book that said, yes, there were witnesses.
Well, how
there isn't a name of the 500. If you want the name of the 500 of Paul witnesses, I think that might be in the appendix of Corinthians, just like it's in the appendix of the Quran. But if there were 500 people that saw Muhammad split the moon in two, why do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead and Muhammad didn't split the moon in two? Mm-hmm. Because you are ingrained. And it goes back to the first thing that we talked about, H, which is where if I were to show you the evidence and you could not find in your exegesis apologetics where it was refuted, would you change your mind? And the answer is simply no, because you're having faith. And I think what we really need to talk about is what is actually faith.
Well, okay. All right. There's a lot there.
Yeah.
I think, so I would say this.
Well, actually, and I'm going to interject here. It's 2 a.m. here. I have to work tomorrow. I think this is a good stopping point before we get silly and tired and heated. If we have the opportunity to talk again and we can start with
freshy fresh.
Hey, other people have witnesses, and just kind of start fresh, and just I want to go back to, like, there's not necessarily an agenda. I think that the comparisons matter. I think that the fact everyone wants to claim that theirs is the truest and the most unique and the one with the most evidence. And I think we have to look at how many of them there are that claim that and kind of pick that apart a little bit in an honest way. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that you're averse to that, and you haven't acted like you are. And I really appreciate that. I think I would love to revisit this and have kind of a new start, and maybe just talk about how to split these hairs and how to do some analyses in an honest way.
Right.
But I think I'm going to personally request that we call it here so that we can
Sure. If I might
Yeah.
make, if you're amenable to it, like a very brief final point. But
Yes,
understood.
please.
Yeah, absolutely. Get
Absolutely.
the final word for sure, for sure.
And so that's actually how you know you won the debate if you're the last person to speak. So
You got this. You got it. You got it.
but
Wait. Do I have to concede to that?
I can
that's
see
right.
it.
That's right. Given that it's the early hours of the morning, notwithstanding that, I believe everything that you just said, and I don't know your name, but
Josh.
Adele.
I meant your I believe
Yeah.
your wife,
Yes.
Adele.
Yes.
But yes, you. I agree. I think I agree with everything you just said, which is we got to evaluate these on a case by case basis, right? Lots of people make like really big claims, and my kind of like I think what we need to do is it's not somebody says that this person split the moon, somebody said this person rose from the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what we need to do is we need to say, all right, last time I checked, people aren't really rising from the dead. Okay, and last time I checked the moon,
Still in one piece.
I've seen those Artemis pictures. It looks like it's intact, and it's not splitting, right?
And maybe it goes through phases, but that's I don't think what they meant.
Right. And so the question is, all right, what's the evidence for it? And some claims are going to have better evidence than others. And it's my opinion that, and the reason that I attest, like that I said, it's not what I think, but rather what the historians think, is as a proxy to say that the people whose job it is to analyze these things, even the atheists, believe that we have very solid historical ground for believing those kind of basic facts surrounding the resurrection. And the question is, okay, how do we explain those facts? And it's a separate question. How do we explain the accounts of Muhammad splitting the moon? Separate question. But with respect to the resurrection, how do we explain the fact that from the jump, we got these claims? We have very good evidence that people saw this man. Multiple people saw this man alive from the dead, despite every reason to the contrary. And I think that if you go through the possible alternate explanations, they all fail. And the only one you're left with is what really happened, which is that he did rise from the dead.
Well, I appreciate that, man, and definitely come back. Love to hear more. And
we could even kind of start there with what the proof for the resurrection is, and just kind of try to take it a little bit slower and look into some specific points and maybe some specific scholars or claims. I combined my words, and just kind of pick that apart a little bit.
And for anyone,
because we've made the point that, like, okay, this is not the only one. So why is this maybe the preferred one?
And our email's in the description, so feel free to email us if you want to coordinate a time sometime. But
or if you have anything that you want us to kind of watch or research or read before we talk again, we're also very open to taking in information and other resources.
Sure. Briefly, I would say, I think that Gary Habermas, I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
Yeah, I have.
He has some good things on what he calls the minimal facts argument. Mm-hmm. It's been presented in multiple forms, and I don't necessarily stand by a particular one, but the kind of mode of argumentation that I gave is more or less similar to that. I would say that from a philosophical perspective, I would recommend Edward Fazer's book, 5 Proofs of the Existence of God, where he demonstrates from natural theology, natural reason, reasons for God's existence, and also William Lane Craig, with whom I have
read a lot
with whom I have substantial theological differences. I think that he also makes good resurrection apologetics.
Well, and I'm a Lee Strobel till I die, bro. So it's all good. So let's pick up where we left off. And thanks everyone for joining. Please subscribe. We always post
sticking around so
we always
late.
post a few hours before we go live. If you want to join, we'll be here next time. And hope you all have a great night.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.